I'm coming too, Spark Dragon, Starfire. Then Spark Dragon and Storm Dragon gathered together. The two dragons gathered together. The power of thunder and fire burst out, and stronger power exploded in front of Kai. Fortunately, he raised his golden shield and used steel armor shield to block the attack. Mu Feng saw the opponent's fierce attack and said quickly, I'm here to help you too, Silver Feather, Sky-breaking Feather. But the skill was stopped in midair. Lingmu City said coldly, Ice and snow are coming, Ice Feather. He fired the skill twice. The first skill dropped ice cubes in the air, forming an ice wall, blocking Inyu's attack. The second skill directly attacked Inyu. Two flying pet beasts attacked each other in the air. They were going back and forth. One was slowing down, the other was going extremely fast. The two were in a stalemate for a while. Wang Yushi looked anxiously at the scene and shouted, I'm here to help you, Chaos Bubble. A huge bubble floated out and headed straight for the two dragons, trying to imprison the Storm Dragon as it approached. However, they were blocked by someone. After seeing clearly who blocked the chaotic blisters, Wang Chen and others were still a little surprised. It was the first time for this skill. That was the clone of Konoha Rabbit. The main body was still standing behind, but there was also a Konoha Rabbit in the bubble in front. It lasted for a few seconds and then turned into a puff of smoke and dispersed. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. Although there were two dragons on the opposite side, with powerful attacks, Akai and Jindun were able to resist, and the others were restrained by each other. Seeing that the situation was somewhat deadlocked, Wang Chen decided to use Shadow Assault directly and conveyed the instructions to Akai through his talent, so that he could defeat the Extreme Ice Bird first. The Extreme Ice Bird was still very tricky, constantly harassing Silver Feather in the air and occasionally affecting the battlefield. Wang Chen didn't say much. He just turned around and gave Mu Feng a look, and Mu Feng nodded in response. Another round of attacks started again, and for a while, the skills on the battlefield were frequently released, with colorful colors, lightning, and thunder, which actually attracted many other people to watch. A small wave of other people had gathered around them. Some of them were freshmen, who couldn't help but be afraid of tomorrow's assessment when they saw their strength, and some were old students who praised their strength and made comments. The situation on the field changed dramatically. Just when everyone thought that the previous attack was fruitless, Akai held a golden shield and was about to rush in front of the Storm Dragon. He waved his left arm forward and threw the golden shield. The figure flashed and disappeared. Boom! There was a muffled sound as the golden shield hit the body of the Storm Dragon. With Akai's great strength and the weight of the golden shield, the impact was quite strong, knocking the Storm Dragon a little dizzy. Be careful, G Icebird, behind you. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Akai's operation, but they didn't notice that Akai had disappeared. Lingmu City observed the shadow under G Icebird's body moving, and he didn't quickly issue a warning until he saw Akai flying out of the shadow. But it was too late. Akai was extremely fast and shot several shadow balls in the air. At the same time, Inyu also hurriedly released his skills. In order to knock down the Extreme Icebird, he directly used all his strength. Wind Silver Break, Feather of Breaking the Sky. The sound of whoosh piercing the air stimulated people's ears. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to avoid. The Polar Icebird was immediately surrounded by skills. Earth Barrier, an earthy yellow wall is generated, blocking the skills in one direction. Ice Feather, the Extreme Ice Bird, in desperation, also released attacks in an attempt to offset the opponent's skills. Chirp! Then everyone heard a shrill scream, and Akai had already shot down the Extreme Ice Bird. Neither of the two brothers and sisters of the Su family expected that one person on their side would lose their fighting abilities so soon. If they continued to fight, their side would be constantly consumed and eventually fall into a disadvantage. Concentrate your strength to kill one of the opponents first and defeat them one by one. Su Jinyan commanded. Thunder Breath, Fire Breath. The two dragons moved forward one after another, opened their mouths. Energy gathered at the corners of their mouths, and they would directly spray out the power of thunder and fire, heading straight towards the small dewdrop. It turned out that the brother and sister had already targeted Wang Yushi, who was standing at the back of the team. Without the protection of the golden shield, There was currently no pet beast on the field that could withstand the combined attack of the two, so Xiaolu was unsurprisingly knocked out and fell out of the field. Yi Zhuwei on the side quickly released the healing skills for her, and then asked Wang Yushi to take back Xiaolu. After the two sides went back and forth, they returned to a situation where they were evenly matched. What should I do? It's a bit difficult now, Mu Feng asked. We have no choice but to fight. My surprise attack has been exposed. I will definitely be on guard. I can only fight head-on. Wang Chen had no choice but to say helplessly, I have a way. Yi Zhiwei said softly. What can I do? Wang Chen asked curiously. Could it be that Xiao Qinglong has some secret skills? It's Long Wei. Yi Zhiwei said it directly without hiding it. Mu Feng looked a little solemn, and he had some understanding of this. Dragon beasts are blood-first beasts. The higher the concentration of blood in the body, the stronger the dragon's power. It has a suppressive effect on low-level dragon beasts. It can cause trembling all over and weaken combat effectiveness, or coma and death in severe cases. You're right. Then Mu Feng seemed to come to his senses and said in shock, Can your pet dragon power suppress them? I think their dragon bloodline is very strong. No problem. Yi Zhiwei didn't explain much. Maybe she didn't want to say it, or maybe she felt it wasn't the right time. They didn't ask any more questions. Everyone had a secret. There was no need to keep asking. It would easily create gaps. Okay, let's go ahead and attack the opponent's Storm Dragon and Spark Dragon directly. Wang Chen ordered decisively. Akai recalled the golden shield again, and the four beasts gathered together, preparing to launch a third attack. Seeing this posture, several people on the other side quickly took a defensive stance. The green mist of breath of life disappeared into the bodies of several pet beasts, and they suddenly felt full of power. Akai rushed out directly, followed closely by Inu, and Xiaoqing followed at the back and also followed forward. Konoha Rabbit doesn't have such powerful buffing skills, so he can only give Double Dragon a simple treatment. Then the two dragons were ready to attack, but just when everyone thought they would collide again, Xiaoqing, who was behind the team, flew high and made a crisp and childish dragon roar, which even made people doubt that it was not a dragon roar at all. Roar. As soon as this sound came out, the Storm Dragon and Spark Dragon on the opposite side suddenly trembled, and they were not in a ready-to-fight state. Just when Akai and Inu launched their attack, the strange thing was that Inu seemed to be affected and was a little depressed, which was a bit like the state after being affected by Long Wei. However, there was no time to pay attention to this. Akai continued to attack. Under the continuous light flash and shadow ball attacks, the Storm Dragon and Spark Dragon were beaten to the point where they were unable to fight back. After a while, they were caught and thrown out of the field by Akai alone. What's the matter with you? You slipped up at the critical moment. Wang Chen looked at Inyu's appearance and then asked Xiang Mufeng. Yi Zhiwei took 2 steps forward and said, There is only one possibility, and that is that Silver Feather also contains dragon blood and is a descendant of the dragon. After hearing this, Mu Feng finally confirmed his thoughts and said, I have never heard the elders in my family say that Silver Feather also contains dragon blood. Strange, is there any secret in this? Don't think about it. It turns out that Silver Feather does contain dragon blood. Just wait until you get home and ask. Wang Chen advised him not to think too much. Is there any need to continue this battle? The Su family brothers and sisters have no fighting ability, and the result of this competition is already obvious. You won, but tomorrow's assessment will not let you do this. We will not lose. This was also the first time Su Jinyan failed in this way, and he was very unwilling to do so. No problem. Wang Chen responded with a smile. Let's go. Su Jinyan and others left without staying any longer. After Su Jinyan and his party left the venue, they dispersed to prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Brother, Yi Zhiwei has come to Holy Dragon Academy, and Wang Yushi is accompanying her. She doesn't hide her identity at all. I don't know what's going on. In the past, the prince and princess never left the imperial city and studied abroad. I can't understand this 9th princess either. Su Jinyan couldn't understand either and shook his head. However, this is just using dragon's power in public. It's too bullying. She restrains us too much. It doesn't matter. Those in the trial tower tomorrow are all illusions, and Long Wei can't be used. Our strength is only slightly stronger than theirs. Okay, I'm just a little unwilling, huh? Su Qianyue stamped her foot and walked forward. Holy Dragon Academy, Trial Tower. Wow, it's so spectacular. The freshmen around them saw it for the first time and were a little shocked. There is an ancient tower standing in the center of the academy. It has a brown hexahedral shape, with layers stacked upward. Unknown symbols and some pet animal patterns are engraved on the tower. There is a wide door on each side, which can accommodate many people. Because they were participating in teams, the freshmen present were basically in groups of 5, each finding a place to wait, chatting with each other, and discussing tactics. Not long after, Chu Lingfeng, the dean of the combat department, came over from afar. The students all cheered up and were not idle. Behind the dean were 2 teachers, probably the teachers in charge of the college. Dean Chu is also a resolute person. When he arrived, he said without any nonsense, "The trial tower is the secret trial realm of the Holy Dragon Academy. It has 99 floors inside, and each floor is guarded by guardian beasts. As a freshman assessment, groups of 5 are allowed to take the assessment. If you want to enter later, you can only go alone. If you challenge alone, there will be rewards every 10 levels, and this ranking can reflect your true strength to the greatest extent, so the academy will also reward you based on the ranking. You will spend most of your time in the academy here in the future. Even many teachers at school are constantly challenging you. You will learn a lot from the battle, and the rest is up to you to understand." After Dean Chu said a few words, he left the trial tower. The dean was still quite busy, so he left the rest to the 2 teachers he brought with him. One of them said, "Before each student enters, pour your spiritual power into the crystal ball in front of the door to record your breath. The records in the tower can be saved. At the same time, there is a ranking list outside to record your ranking." Another teacher continued, "Do you have any questions? If there are no questions, you can start." "Is there a time limit for the assessment?" a student asked. "The assessment lasts all day today and ends at 12 o'clock in the evening. During this period, you can continue to challenge, and don't try to use anything that can temporarily increase your strength. Only your own strength can be used in the trial tower." The teacher said seriously, "Teacher, can I change teammates during the challenge?" A student thought of a question. "I know what you are thinking. The pet beasts on each floor of the trial tower are the same, so I want to use attributes to restrain them. You can pass the level with different teammates, but sorry, you can't change teammates, and you can't change who you are when you enter. What's more, you can only enter alone in the future, so don't be so clever." "I understand." The classmate who asked the question just now seemed a little embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed. "Then let's get started, don't waste time." Then the 2 teachers sat under a shed nearby and rested. They were responsible for all the problems of the freshman's day and had to wait nearby. "Do you know the pet beasts on each floor inside?" When Wang Chen actually heard someone ask the question, he thought that someone must know the distribution and details of the pet beasts in the trial tower. After all, so many people come to challenge it every year. It's not difficult to know this, but the effect is actually limited. Each level of pet beast remains the same, either through hard power or through restraint based on attributes. We can only try our best to form teams with people with different attributes, but we will still encounter situations where we are restrained. This is inevitable. Mu Feng explained. Actually, it still has some effect. Seniors and seniors must have experienced it. Although everyone has different pet beasts and different clearance methods, we can still understand the skills of the pet beasts in the tower and respond accordingly. Yi Jiwei said calmly on the side. "You have forgotten that Jiwei is an expert on pet animals and is most interested in these. She will introduce them to us, so there is no need to worry." Wang Yushi said proudly. "That's great, let's go." Wang Chen smiled after hearing this, and then said. The 5 people followed the crowd to the trial tower and randomly selected a door. There were crystal balls in front of each door. They may have been installed so many to prevent overcrowding caused by too many people. The 5 people looked at each other, put their hands on the crystal ball together, and injected their own spiritual power into the crystal ball. Then the names of the 5 people appeared on the ranking list next to them. The 5 people were divided into a red box, indicating that the 5 people were a team. After a few seconds, they were brushed off by other people's names. Wang Chen walked at the front and pushed the door open. It was very empty inside. The 6 doors were not connected to each other. Each one was an independent space, but in the end they all led to the same place. How should we enter the trial? Why is there nothing here? Fu Qian looked at the empty room with only a few people and felt a little scared. Ding, do you want to enter the first level of trial? A clear voice sounded. What's the sound? Fu Qian was startled. What the hell? This is the established procedure. Mu Feng held Fu Qian's clothes to prevent him from moving. Enter the first level of trial, Wang Chen said calmly. Then a door appeared in front of him. It was obvious that if he stepped through this door, he would reach the first level of trial. This trial tower must have been made by a strong person in the space system. Behind each door is an independent space. It is incredible that it can accommodate so many people at once. Even though Yi Jiwei had a lot of experience, she was also surprised by such a trial tower. After walking into the space door, there was a ripple in the air, and then it disappeared. As soon as the perspective changed, the 5 people had arrived at another place. Is this space transformation? It feels like I'm here after just one step. Wang Chen also entered the secret realm during the assessment, which also had something to do with space. But this time the feeling was clearer. Look ahead, that's the pet beast on the first floor. Mu Feng pointed forward, where there was a pet beast standing. Get ready to fight. Wang Chen, as the strongest member of the team, naturally assumed the command position. Akai stood in front of him. The golden shield was also standing on the same side as Akai. Above him was Silver Feather, in the middle was Xiao Du Drop, and at the end was Xiao Qing. Seeing everyone getting ready to attack, Yi Jiwei slowly spoke. This is an elite-level mid-level Cyclops with no attributes. Is the first level really that simple? They only sent a pet beast with no attribute. Wang Yushi asked curiously. In the public's perception, attribute-less pets are unremarkable, lacking elemental power, and simply cannot compare to attribute-based pets. For example, many of those who awaken attribute-less pets during the awakening ceremony do not choose the path of a beastmaster. Its strength is indeed not great, but its physical attributes are still better than many pets of the same level. Then let's just play normally. Akai and Silver Feather will be in charge of the attack, Golden Shield will protect the rear, Little Dewdrop will provide control, and Little Green will provide buffs, Wang Chen quickly commanded. The 5 pets on the field began to take on their respective tasks according to their master's orders. Actually, attribute-less pets don't mean they're weak. On the contrary, they have stronger bodies, which makes up for the disadvantage of not being able to use elemental power, and they are not affected by attribute weaknesses. It's just that they are too weak in the early stages, and they only have considerable combat power when they reach the Domain Lord level. Yi Jiwei vindicated attribute-less pets. I see. The others nodded in understanding after hearing her explanation. However, it is too difficult for them to grow up. They can only grow up with the support of a large family. Many families will also invest resources to cultivate a pet with good talent. While the group chatted, the battle nearby was drawing to a close. Under the barrage of their various skills, the Cyclops was unable to resist and eventually became ethereal, dissipating into the air. First floor cleared. Proceed to the next floor. The familiar notification sound then rang out. Yes. With a confirmation voice, the group passed through the portal again and arrived at the second level. Red Demon, a fire-type pet, mid-elite level. Yi Jiwei quickly described the pet's condition upon seeing its appearance in the second level. Ha ha ha. A little figure dressed as a devil floated in the air, its whole body red, with 2 small cow horns on its head, bat-like wings, and a thin, pointed tail, making a sharp sound like a baby's laughter. The Red Demon is a very special pet. Besides the regular fire attribute skill Fireball, its most troublesome skill is Heartfire Burning, which can cause confusion in pets, making them irritable and difficult to control. Fortunately, its level isn't too high, so you can use your mental power to suppress its emotions, Yi Jiwei explained, introducing its skills and how to deal with it. Wang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood, and the others also said okay. It has to be said that having a teammate who understands everything is really reassuring. Before Wang Chen could speak, Wang Yushi spoke first. I am of the water attribute. Let me do it. I have a counter effect on its skills. No problem. Wang Chen had no objection to this. Okay, Mu Feng agreed. Its defense is very weak. If you can withstand its skills, and all of you attack together, you should be able to defeat it, Yi Jiwei suggested. Let's go then. Little Dewdrop. Use Chaotic Bubble, then use Rapid Water Bomb. Wang Yushi launched the first attack. Akai follow-up. Silver Feather, attack. Wang Chen and Mu Feng followed closely behind. Haha. A burst of laughter rang out, and the red demon emitted a red light all over its body and launched several fireballs. The three attacking pets were affected by the red light, and their movements slowed down. Little Dewdrop's reaction was relatively normal, but Silver Feather's eyes were already bloodshot, and he was somewhat out of control. Akai's eyes were already bloodshot, so it was not noticeable, but he did not have any excessive reaction. I have a question. Logically speaking, its skills should also affect humans, right? Are we all right? Mu Feng asked doubtfully. That's right. In real battlefields or chaotic places, many beast tamers attack each other. Once a person dies, the beast loses its composure. However, these illusory beasts cannot see us inside this trial tower and will not attack us. Yi Wei, with her extensive knowledge, answered this question. Battlefield, a chaotic place, Wang Chen muttered to himself. The others didn't say much either, since none of them had actually been there. They were all just students who had only been awakened for a year and weren't yet ready to enter society. While the group was still talking, the red demon let out a scream and fell to the ground. Little Dewdrop's skill also affected the red demon, weakening the effect of Heartfire Burn. Silver Feather also temporarily regained his clarity. Akai took the opportunity to launch a close-range attack, quickly and continuously striking until the red demon was knocked to the ground. Then, the three beasts used ranged attacks to bombard it. Finally, under the continuous attack, the red demon could not withstand it. Great! We've passed the second level. Let's move on to the next one, Fu Qian said happily. You're so easy, you just lay there and got through the test. Should I kick you out? Mu Feng said angrily, grabbing Fu Qian's collar. Oh, let go, let go. It's not my turn to shine yet. You guys are all too strong, defeating them in no time. Don't worry, the pets later on will definitely be stronger, and will need me to block their attacks then. Fu Qian quickly said, eager to prove his usefulness. Don't scare him. We know it's not your turn to shine yet, and besides, your teammates can't be changed. Wang Chen smiled, and pulled Mu Feng and Fu Qian apart. Next level. The space rippled slightly as the group stepped out of the door and entered the third level. The pet beast of the third level was a blue crab with huge claws. It's a giant crab, a water attribute pet, and its strength should be at the mid-elite level. Yi Wei introduced the pet as usual, then turned to Fu Qian, pointing to the crab with one hand. This time we really have to rely on you. Its giant pincers are extremely powerful and can cause huge damage even to pets of the same level. Apart from your golden shield, the four of us cannot withstand its attacks at this stage. Haha, great. We're counting on you this time. Mu Feng laughed heartily upon hearing this, patting Fu Qian on the shoulder. All right, watch out. I still have some special moves to show. Fu Qian touched his nose and said smugly, I forgot, you only used one skill from beginning to end, and you still had a trump card up your sleeve. Mu Feng nodded. All right, then I'll leave it to you. The giant crab's weak point is its abdomen. Its entire body is very hard. The only way to defeat it is to flip it over and attack its abdomen. After Yi Wei finished speaking, everyone sprang into action. Gurgle, gurgle. When the giant crab saw several pets suddenly rushing towards it, it raised its pair of giant pincers without saying a word, stretched them back, gathered water energy, and the pincers turned aquamarine. Then it suddenly sprang forward. Golden Shield. Use Absorption Shield. Fu Qian quickly used his hidden skill. With both hands raised, the shields and the golden shields merged, forming a pale golden membrane. The giant pincers struck this membrane, but could not advance an inch. Well done, you managed to block that. Mu Feng praised the skill, seeing how powerful it was. My skill is consuming a lot of energy. You guys need to act quickly. Fu Qian urged, looking at the situation on the field. The absorption shield absorbs the attack and distributes it to various parts of the membrane, ultimately reducing the damage received by more than half. If it weren't for the huge consumption, this skill would be invincible if it could continue indefinitely. Fu Qian explained the power of his skill to everyone, unable to resist showing off. How long can it last? Wang Chen asked the most crucial question. It can only last for about 30 seconds at the moment. Let's finish this quickly, we can't delay any longer, Yi Wei said hurriedly. This giant crab is much stronger than us. If we don't have any skills to stop it after these 30 seconds, things will get difficult. Kai, lift it up so his belly is facing up. Little dewdrop, chaotic bubble. Silver feather, wait until its belly is exposed, then unleash your full power. Xiaoqing, the breath of life, the entwining of wood. In addition to using amplification skills, Yi Jiwei also used many wood-type exclusive skills. Entangling skills are used by almost all wood-type pets, and their main purpose is to bind enemies. Bang thud. A sound like armor falling from the sky rang out. It turned out that the giant crab had been knocked unconscious and had fallen from the sky, making the sound. Great, we've passed another test. Wang Yushi said happily, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. How are you? Do you want to continue? Or take a break? Yi Jiwei asked with concern. How are your pets doing? Wang Chen asked. Fu Qian, I think it's all right. Mu Feng, I'm fine. Wang Yushi. Continue clearing the level. All right, let's continue then. But we still need to go out and replenish our energy in between. Seeing that everyone was okay with it, Yi Jiwei stopped trying to dissuade them. The difficulty increased in the following levels. By the 4th level, their strength had reached the late-stage elite level, and their attributes were different from those in the previous levels. However, with the team's concerted efforts, they were still able to cope, although it took some time. Trial Tower, Level 6. This wood spirit is really troublesome. None of us can control it. Only the Fat Man's Golden Shield has the attribute advantage over the wood spirit, but it is completely useless and has no effect at all. After clearing the level, Mu Feng pointed at Fu Qian and started to complain. The tree demon in the 6th level had really caused them a lot of trouble. None of them could effectively damage the tree demon. In the end, it was Akai who once again held the golden shield and hit it one by one until the tree demon was finally defeated. Now that we're here, let's rest for a bit. The deadline is midnight, so let's go out for dinner and let our pets recover. Wang Chen felt it was time to go out and rest. Having successfully passed 6 levels, the pets were either injured or exhausted, and it was time for them to rest. Then, that familiar voice rang out. Proceed to the next level? No, we're withdrawing, Wang Chen said loudly. The group then arrived at the main hall just inside the tower entrance. On the leaderboard outside, Wang Chen and his companions were currently ranked 2nd. Their completion speed was already quite fast, surpassing most others. Stepping out of the tower, the sunlight was blinding. Wang Chen shielded his eyes with his hand and looked at the names on the leaderboard. He nodded in approval. It seemed his team was quite strong. Wang Chen could also hear many people outside discussing the contents of the trial tower. Ugh, this is really tough. Our team can't get past the 3rd level. That crab's attack is too strong. Just one touch and you're down. And our team doesn't even have a single defensive pet. A few people sitting in the distance were discussing intensely. Who says otherwise? We're the ones who are in a worse situation. That red demon in the 2nd level caused some of our pets to suddenly attack and injure our own people instead. One of the boys slapped his thigh in anger. Others looked at the leaderboard with envy, shook their heads, and sighed. I think everyone is basically stuck on the 4th level. The strength of the elite late stage is much stronger than that of the mid stage. There's no way we can get past it. Look, some people ahead of us have already reached the 6th level, and the number 1 has even reached the 7th level. Some people said dejectedly, our team is ready to give up. The gap is too big. Boss, do you have any food for our pets? Wang Chen and his friends decided to go to the restaurant on the 2nd floor, spend some money to get some high-quality ingredients, and let their pets have a good meal so they could recover quickly. On the 2nd floor, there were people specifically in charge of feeding the pets. The chefs glanced at the 5 pets in front of them and said, Hello, what would you like to eat? If you don't know, we have plenty of food here for your pets to choose from. Do you have windflower? 10 of them, please. And a bottle of honey wine. Any kind of flour will do. Mu Feng ordered first. I'll just give you 5 pieces of grade 1 metal. Any kind will do. My golden shield isn't picky. It'll eat anything. Wang Yushi held Xiao Ludi in her arms, thought for a moment, and then said, Premium plum juice. My little Ludi loves sweet and sour water the most. Yi Jiwei seemed to be asking Xiao Qing as well, and slowly said, I want a dose of wood spirit essence. Wang Chen watched them order food one by one, not knowing what Akai liked to eat. He'd been feeding Akai intravenous fluids all this time, which was really unfair to him. But what they ordered? What kind of dish is that? I've never heard of it before. Boss, could you show my Kai to us? I don't really know what he likes, Wang Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. Okay, this way please. The restaurant and warehouse are located on the second floor. Wow, so many ingredients. Wang Chen exclaimed, looking at the huge storage room filled with all sorts of ingredients. The second floor mainly serves the beast tamer's pets. There's a lot of food stored here. You can tell us the attributes of your pet. Generally speaking, pets like to eat food of the same attribute, the owner explained carefully. Do you have any with the dark attribute? Wang Chen thought the dark attribute was relatively rare and wondered if they had any here. Although they are relatively rare, they are still available. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before speaking. In order to serve all kinds of pets, someone planted a dark tree, which takes 5 years to bear black fruit. This black fruit is very popular among dark attribute pets. The shopkeeper led Wang Chen to a secluded counter, and after opening it, he found many dark and translucent fruits inside. Wang Chen let Akai sniff it, and then he showed an excited expression, with drool almost dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he made woo-woo sounds. Then he looked at Wang Chen expectantly. Wang Chen, through his innate ability, understood what Akai meant by his cry. It smells so good, I want some. He patted Akai's head, then asked the vendor the price. How much is one? 10,000 for one. So expensive? Wang Chen had money, but he still felt it was too expensive. There's really no other way. Dark attributes are rare to begin with, and raising them is very expensive, the shopkeeper explained with a smile. Wang Chen saw that there were about 20 or so inside, and thinking that he couldn't let Akai down, he said, It's okay, I'll take them all. After finishing their meal, the group returned to the trial tower, found a place to rest, and retrieved their pets into their sea of consciousness to recuperate, preparing for another challenge that evening. We've been pushed down, we're now in 5th place. Mu Feng could see the change in the rankings from afar. Su Jingyan and the others are still in 1st place. They've reached the 8th level. The 2nd and 3rd place players have also reached the 7th level. If we want to get the reward, we need to reach at least the 8th level, or even the 9th level. Wang Chen analyzed the situation of the next level. What do you think about the pets the Academy will provide if we get into the top 3? Fu Qian suddenly asked, already imagining what it would be like to choose a pet. There's absolutely no need to worry about that. The pets that Holy Dragon Academy rewards with will definitely have good talents. They should all be quite strong. However, choosing a second pet is very important, as it relates to your future development direction. Yi Jiwei was also a little conflicted, but her only dilemma was which pet to choose as her second pet. Then he looked at the others and asked, What are you all thinking? Mu Feng laughed heartily. Of course I'll choose the handsome one. The more handsome the better, like my silver feather will do. The others stared at him speechlessly. What's the use of being handsome? Fu Qian wondered. You don't understand. Mu Feng chuckled, looking somewhat lewd. If it were me, I'd want a mount-type pet to improve mobility, as my golden shield's movement speed is a drawback. Fu Qian stated his needs. Wang Chen, what about you? What type do you want? Wang Yushi asked curiously. I'm not sure either. Akai's abilities are pretty good in all aspects. If possible, I'd choose a support-type pet to buff Akai. Wang Chen thought for a long time. Akai already has wings and can fly, and he has both ranged and melee attack methods. Although his defense is a bit weak, his endurance and recovery are strong. It's better to choose a buff-type pet to maximize Akai's abilities. You two will probably choose some powerful pets, right? Wang Chen looked at the two girls, one a support type and the other a control type, with basically no burst damage. That's right, I don't want to become a beast tamer who specializes in support. I want to sign some pets with strong attack power, and my little Qing can help them. It's similar to your idea. Yi Jiwei also expressed her thoughts. After they finished speaking, Wang Yushi shared her thoughts. As for me, I feel that my little dewdrop is weak in every aspect. It only has some control skills. I think it would be best to find a flying attack pet, which would be great for aerial combat. It seems everyone has their own ideas, but for now we still need to try our best to get 1st place. Otherwise we'll only be able to pick up what others have left over, Wang Chen said, glancing at the leaderboard. As darkness fell, the day had passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the students had already gone home, having given up knowing they couldn't make it into the top 3. About 5 or 6 teams remained outside, probably waiting for their final push. Wang Chen checked the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He then stood up and said, "It's about time. Let's go in." "Okay, you've rested long enough." "No problem." After reaching a consensus, the group re-entered the trial tower. A familiar voice rang out, and without a doubt, they were directly admitted to the 7th level. Outside the trial tower, in the teacher's rest area, Dean Chu quietly approached and asked, "What's the situation inside the trial tower now?" Dean, it's you." The two were chatting when they were startled by the sudden voice. "There are still 6 teams inside competing, and several teams outside may also challenge again," one person explained. They're all very promising talents, mostly in the top 10 of Zone A." Then, looking down, Wang Chen, how come he's ranked 6th? "Oh, their team has been resting all afternoon and just went in for the challenge. I reckon they'll definitely be in the top 3. "I knew it. Their team's strength is definitely more than that." Dean Chu nodded. "Dean, you think highly of Wang Chen?" someone asked curiously. "Wang Chen is quite remarkable. His family isn't particularly well off, yet he ranked 10th. The others all have some form of family support. I believe Holy Dragon Academy is where he will soar to great heights. He will excel even more than the others." Dean Chu praised Wang Chen without reservation, though the others were unaware of this. "I see. Actually, I think he's quite promising, but I feel his pet is rather unusual," another teacher said, expressing their opinion. He himself said that the pet beast is named Akai. A name alone can reveal a lot of information. "It is very likely that it is the first inheritor to appear," Dean Chu said solemnly. "The successor. A powerful pet that can only appear once at a time and can only be summoned again after it dies. The last recorded dark-type inheritor seems to have been from a very long time ago, probably dating back 1,000 years." Dean Chu watched for a while, then said, "Let's look forward to their performance," and left. Inside the trial tower, the 8th level. While the conversation was taking place outside, Wang Chen and his group had already passed the 7th level. The 7th level was not actually that difficult. The pet was a wind-type flying bat, which did not deal much damage, but its flight speed was very fast, and its sonic attacks were quite annoying. In the end, Yi Jiwei came up with a solution. She had all 5 pets shout loudly, disrupting the sound waves in the air and confusing the flying bat, allowing them to work together to defeat it. The pet in the 8th level is covered in dazzling lightning, making it instantly recognizable as a lightning-type pet. Yi Jiwei continued her introduction as usual. Electric Crazy Boar, lightning type, with a frenzied personality and extremely strong attack power. It is good at using the power of lightning to coat its entire body and charge forward like a boar. Are there any weaknesses? When it charges, it lowers its head, which limits its vision, allowing you to dodge. It only charges in a straight line. Secondly, its weak point is its abdomen, where the fur is thinner, making it easier to defeat. "Okay, I have an idea. Akai will lure it to attack, and then Little Dewdrop will use Chaos Bubble on Akai. Akai will dodge in advance so that it can hit it. Then everyone can focus fire on it. If it doesn't work the first time, we can try a few more times. We'll eventually succeed." Wang Chen immediately came up with a solution after hearing about its characteristics. The others also noticed that Wang Chen had a great talent for combat. Every time Yi Jiwei explained the characteristics of a pet, he would formulate an effective tactic based on the existing pet skills in the shortest amount of time. "Okay, let's do it this way." The others also thought it was a good idea. Humph humph. The electric boar growled, its body trembling, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, its hind hooves scraping the ground, ready to charge at Akai in front of it at any moment. With a whoosh, the pig shot out like an arrow. So fast. Wang Chen was shocked. The lightning element was indeed extraordinary, with both its speed and attack being among the best. "Get out of the way, Kai." Chaos Bubble. Wang Chen and Wang Yushi shouted at the same time. Just as the thunder boar was about to hit Akai finally reacted, flapping his wings to rise into the air and dodge the fatal blow. If he hadn't dodged, Akai would have even lost his fighting ability. The Chaos Bubble was launched in the direction of its collision, and the thunder boar unsurprisingly crashed directly into the bubble. Although it shattered the bubble, it was still affected by the chaos, becoming somewhat dizzy and disoriented, spinning in place and losing its desire to attack. Attack now, Wang Chen quickly said. The sounds of whoosh 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 and boom 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 as the skill struck the thunder boar echoed continuously, accompanied by its mournful howls that sounded just like the sound of a pig being slaughtered during the Lunar New Year. It was a truly pitiful sight. However, after 4 or 5 seconds, the thunder boar that had been lying on the ground stood up, becoming even angrier, its eyes turning bloodshot, as if it had entered a berserk mode. Akai repeated the same pattern once again, was attacked continuously, and finally collapsed to the ground, turning into a phantom. These pets are very strong, but without a beast tamer to command them, they can't even unleash half of their full power. After passing through the 8 trials, Wang Chen also realized that these pets were all quite strong, but they couldn't unleash their true power, so he easily found a way to break through. That's right. When pets level up and evolve, they not only increase their strength, but also their intelligence. High-level pets have a high degree of autonomy. Even without anyone to command them, they can unleash their full potential. Yi Zhiwei nodded, agreeing with Wang Chen's words. We've already covered all sorts of attributes in the previous levels. Do you think we'll see any pets with light or dark attributes? Mu Feng asked curiously. Very likely. Wang Chen was also looking forward to encountering pets with light and dark attributes. The 9th level did not feature the light and dark attribute pets that everyone was hoping for, but it was still a relatively rare attribute. A water-type mutated ice-type. Ice Helmet Hedgehog, an ice-type pet, possesses sturdy ice armor and high-damage ice spikes. Its weaknesses are slow speed and its abdomen, which is a weak point, but it's generally difficult to attack its abdomen. When an enemy gets close, it will curl up. Yi Zhiwei's expression was solemn. This time, she had truly encountered a troublesome pet. This is really troublesome. Our pets are basically not effective against ice type, but are actually countered by it. Only fire type can cause effective damage. As Wang Chen spoke, he thought of Chu Haoyu. His little fireballs had explosive damage and could easily break the deadlock. Carry out regular attacks first, test its attack power and defense power, and then formulate tactics based on the situation. Wang Chen could not think of a feasible way to defeat it for the time being. So Wang Chen and Mu Feng took command, and Akai and Inyu used long-range attacks, Shadow Ball, and Air-Breaking Feather. The ice-helmeted hedgehog is timid. When he sees a skill shooting towards him, he is so frightened that he huddles up in the armor and shoots the ice spikes on the armor around, rotating and firing at 360 degrees without any blind spots. Jindun quickly jumped out and stood at the front, blocking the ice spike shots. However, the ice spikes had an armor-piercing effect. Under the continuous shooting, Jinduan's shield could not withstand it and had to activate the absorption shield. The expressions of everyone standing aside and giving instructions changed, and they looked embarrassed. Fu Qian cried sadly. The damage is so high. Even my golden shield can't bear it. Not only does it have high damage, but its defense is also very strong. Skills can't cause any damage to it at all. Mu Feng held his chin in his hand and shook his head. We can only find a way to knock it away and attack it from below. Otherwise, we won't even be able to break through its defense. Wang Chen said, but what should we do? We can't even get close to it. Wang Yushi was a little angry. The first few levels were basically easy, but this time she ran into trouble. The situation on the field was completely one-sided. An ice-helmeted hedgehog was holding down 5 pet beasts, and they could only flee in all directions. Brother Chen, how are you doing? Do you have any ideas? Fu Qian asked anxiously. In the past, it was Wang Chen who formulated the tactics every time. This time, he subconsciously asked Wang Chen. After hearing this, the other people also looked at Wang Chen, and they all regarded Wang Chen as the backbone of the team. What can I do? I knew you could do it. Listen to me, it's like this. Currently, only the golden shield can resist the ice-helmeted hedgehog's attacks. If you want to get close, Akai can. So my plan is to first approach Inyu with a golden shield and resist the attack, then throw the golden shield behind the ice-helmeted hedgehog. Akai then uses Shadow Strike to move directly into the shadow behind it, catching the golden shield at the same time. It was covered with ice spikes, which required the help of the golden shield. The golden shield was used as a racket, and the ice-helmeted hedgehog was used as a ball. Finally, it was knocked into the air. In the end, Xiao Du drop controlled it, Xiao Qing increased it, and everyone attacked with all their strength. It's so strong. This is possible. I didn't expect it to be like this at all. Fu Qian was filled with admiration after hearing this. Yi Zhuwei simulated the feasibility of the tactic in her mind, and then said, "It's a very good tactic, but it requires a strong tacit understanding. Otherwise, Akai will be injured." "I believe you. After all, we have been cooperating for such a long time." Wang Chen showed a firm look. "Okay, I won't disappoint you. Let's get started." Mu Feng was not pretentious and promised that he could believe it. "Inu, grab the golden shield to block the ice spike, approach it, and then throw the golden shield behind it." Ding ding ding. The sound of ice spikes hitting the golden shield kept ringing. Silver Feather struggled to fly in the air. After finally getting close to the ice-helmeted hedgehog, he used all his strength to throw it away. Golden shield curled up and quickly descended from the air to the ground. When it reached about 2 meters behind the ice-helmeted hedgehog, Akai, it's now Shadow Strike. Then Akai's figure disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived behind the ice-helmeted hedgehog and stretched out his right paw. The golden shield immediately grabbed it and fixed it on Akai's right arm. Little dewdrops, chaotic blisters. Akai hit it into this blister. The steel armor shield, golden shield, turned into a dark metallic color. Akai also swung his right claw with all his strength and hit the ice-helmeted hedgehog hard. With a thud sound, the little ice-helmeted hedgehog flew out in the direction of the bubble and crashed directly into the bubble. The ice-helmeted hedgehog was controlled, and all its defenses were forced to release. It kept struggling in the water bubbles, and its pink belly was exposed. Breath of life. Shadow ball, continuous fire. Wind silver breaks, sky-breaking feathers. Water bomb attack. The sound of boom, boom, boom kept ringing. It was the sound of bombing the ice-helmeted hedgehog. The stronger the defense on the back, the more deadly the weakness in the abdomen. Under the infinite bombardment, the ice-helmeted hedgehog was directly knocked unconscious, and then turned into a phantom and dispersed. The 9th level is passed. The exterior of the trial tower. It was already dark outside, but there were still more than a dozen people standing near the ranking list. Just after Wang Chen passed the 9th level, the outside ranking list changed, and his ranking rose to 3rd place. Damn it, that ice-helmeted hedgehog is so powerful. How could they pass? One of them stood up quickly and said with an ugly expression, "Haha, Sun Shiyue, you can't pass the 9th level yourself, and you blame others. If you have the ability, go and pass the level and regain the top 3. What's the use of yelling here?" A person next to him sneered. "Chui Hao, stop making sarcastic remarks. If you hadn't happened to be a fire pet and restrained that ice-helmeted hedgehog, it would have been hard to say otherwise." Sun Shiyue also retorted, "It's a joke. I do have the fire element, but it's not something I can control. There are all kinds of attributes in it. I remember that Wang Chen's team didn't have the fire element. How could they pass? Think more about your own problems." Chui Hao sat on a chair nearby and said with a smile, crossing his legs. There were 4 people sitting next to him, all of whom should be his teammates. "But it's really interesting, but I don't know if anyone from the remaining 2 teams can pass the 10th level. That 10th level is a light beast." Chui Hao sighed. Several people around him were also unwilling to give up. The 5 of them basically had no power to fight in front of the pet beast. Squeak. The door opened, and while the 2 were talking, another group of people came out of the trial tower. "Oh, it's Su Jinyan who came out. Didn't he succeed in the challenge?" Chui Hao looked at the rankings on the rankings that had not changed. The 1st place was Su Jinyan at the 9th level, the 2nd place was Chui Hao, and the 3rd place was Wang Chen. The teams led by Su Jinyan and Chui Hao both failed to pass the 9th level, but Su Jinyan ranked 1st. The teacher in charge told him that the challenge process inside can be seen, and the teacher will rank teams at the same level based on the challenge process. "Su Jinyan, haven't you cleared the level yet?" Chui Hao said with a smile to the few people who had just walked out. "Almost. The light beast is really strong. Only by breaking through to the elite level and with the cooperation of several people can we capture it." Su Jinyan shook his head and said with emotion, "Why don't you leave? What are you doing here?" Su Qianyue asked in confusion as she saw a group of people gathered outside in the middle of the night. Haha, I just want to see who is in the top 3 at the end. What if I get kicked out? Chu Haoyu smiled and greeted Su Qianyue. They seemed to be familiar with each other. Su Jinyan looked at the top 3 people, all of whom he knew, and now only Wang Chen's team was left in the trial tower. Wait here for a while and see if they can pass the 10th level. Su Jinyan also found a place to sit down and wait. Time passed minute by minute, and just when the time was about to reach 12 o'clock, the ranking finally changed. Wang Chen, who was in 3rd place, directly passed the 2 of them and ranked 1st. It really worked. It's amazing. Chu Haoyu stood up after seeing it and said in surprise, I see that there is only one Wang Chen in their team who is ranked 10th, and Mu Feng is ranked 11th. Although the others are also in the top 30, their configuration is not high. How can he pass? Everyone in my team is in the top 10. Su Jinyan thought of their battle yesterday. Apart from Yi Jiwei's Xiaoqing, only Wang Chen's dark pet beast was special. What's more, light and darkness restrained each other and could defeat the sunny doll. Hey Yushi, come on. How did you pass the 10th level? You're too strong. Su Qianyue saw a group of them walking out and shouted quickly, eager to know how they passed the level. It's finally done. I've been here for a day. You should go back and rest quickly. When the 2 teachers saw that everyone had come out, they took the leaderboard away and told others to rest. Why are there so many people waiting for us? Huh. Mu Feng had already seen that their team ranked 1st. He laughed at so many people and said proudly, I don't think it has much to do with you. Chu Haoyu said coldly, so what? I also made a contribution. Su Qianyue interrupted him and pulled Wang Yushi and Yi Jiwei to ask for details. Tell me what happened. Wang Yushi looked at Wang Chen, but Wang Chen nodded to her and told her, actually, we are also lucky. That sunny doll is really strong. When the light skill is used, all the pet beasts are affected and their strength is seriously weakened. It is also difficult for us to cause damage to it. Its skills are powerful and its movement speed is fast. There is nothing we can do against it. Still relying on Jiwei's Xiaoqing, the sunny baby was fortunately not too strong. The wood element was tolerant to the light element, and it withstood its attack. After that, Akai and Xiaoqing cooperated to defeat it. Is it that simple? Several people felt incredible after hearing this, but they didn't ask any more questions. There must be a problem. Wang Chen took a deep breath. In fact, Wang Yushi was right. The main person who defeated Qingtian Baby was Akai. Although light and darkness restrain each other, the light system can cause serious damage to the dark system, and the dark system can also cause damage to the light system. It all depends on which beast's energy is more pure and powerful. So when Akai tentatively attacked the sunny doll, he caused considerable damage to it. Then, under Wang Chen's command, Akai wrapped the dark energy around his body and slowly consumed it to death. That's it. That's just luck. He happens to be a dark attribute. Su Qianyue pointed at Wang Chen, a little unconvinced. If she could have found him to form a team at that time, she would be number 1 now. Haha, you can choose a pet among the top 3, there's not much difference. Wang Chen comforted. I'm not here for the Academy's pet. If there's something I want, I'll sign it. If not, I'll ask my family for it. I'm just a little bit unwilling to be ranked 2nd. Su Qianyue snorted. It's getting late. I'm going back to rest. You should also go back early. Wang Chen pulled Mu Feng and was about to leave. Then everyone present dispersed and returned to their respective dormitories. The Academy announced that it will open the secret realm of pet beasts. Except for the 15 members of the top 3 teams in the trial tower, the rest can enter the secret realm of pet beasts and find the second pet beast to break through. They are not allowed to compete with each other. Teachers will be responsible for their supervision. Fighting caused by fighting for the pet beasts is prohibited. What's going on? Look what's in that big box in front of you. Is it a reward for us? Mu Feng crossed his arms, nodded forward, and asked Wang Chen. Early in the morning, the college sent out another notice to gather all the students in the previous square, saying that it would open a secret realm and allow everyone to sign a second pet beast and break through to the elite level. However, this time the principal did not come. Only 2 deans came. One was Chu Lingfeng, the dean of the combat department, and the other was Su Biao, the dean of the literature department. Wang Chen did not expect that and did not know what she was doing. Dean Su looks to be about 50 years old. and the years have left traces of time on her face, but it is difficult to conceal her youthful beauty, as well as the intelligence and elegance that exudes from the inside out. I saw her walking up to the high platform, followed by Dean Chu dragging several large boxes on the ground. "Hello, classmates. I am Su Biao, Dean of the Department of Literature. I have gathered everyone here to distribute a magic weapon to everyone. This magic weapon was prepared a few years ago and is only available to college students for free." Then he took out something the size of a half-brick from the box. I named it the Beastmaster Illustrated Machine. It was jointly produced by our School of Liberal Arts and the School of Manufacturing, specifically to serve students who often fight outside. For a moment, everyone in the audience was attracted to the illustrated machine, wondering what it was for, especially serving those who are fighting outside. Wang Chen looked at the stage and muttered, "Not to overwhelm everyone. Just point the illustration machine at the object in front of you, and its specific details will be revealed. For example, point it at a pet, and its name, attributes, level, skills, and some living habits will be revealed. Aiming at the treasures of heaven and earth, the name, level, picking method, and preservation method will be displayed. This way you can bring it back in complete form without wastage." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the audience. This, if it's true, then this is an artifact. Wang Chen was shocked after hearing this. Such a magic weapon was delivered for free. Mu Feng also nodded in approval. However, this object is not omnipotent. As species change, there will definitely be many unrecorded species, and there are also some species in dangerous areas that have not been recorded. If you encounter them, you can bring them back to the Academy for research, and of course there will be rewards from the Academy. After saying these words, Dean Su left, leaving only Dean Chu standing there. Distribute all the identification machines. You can bring them with you when you enter the secret realm of pet beasts this time to find the pet beast that suits you. Dean Chu waved his hand, and all the identification machines in the box flew into the air and fell into everyone's hands. Wow, the dean's hand is so cool. Hearing the discussions among the students in the audience, the dean couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. This is an identification machine. I feel that the material is not particularly hard and is easily damaged. Please keep it well. Wang Chen turned over the magic weapon and looked at it. All right, time is of the essence. Everyone, gather at the #1 secret realm behind the Academy's playground. Teachers will be there to guide you into it. Now go ahead. The top 3 teams from the trial tower assessment, 15 people, stay behind. Upon hearing this, all the students rushed over, eager to grab a front row and enter the secret realm as soon as possible to gain an advantage. There were only a few people left on the field. Wang Chen, Su Jingyan, and Chu Haoyu, along with their respective teammates, gathered together. Although they had formed a team temporarily on the day of the assessment, their relationship had become closer because of their shared battle. "It's time for us to choose our pets." "I'm so excited," Fu Qian said excitedly. "I'm actually quite curious about this identification machine. I've never seen one in the capital." Wang Yushi walked over with Yi Jiwei. "Hey, Wang Chen, why don't you give it a try? I just tried it, and it records the details of my little dewdrop inside." Akai. Wang Chen then summoned Akai, actually wanting to see if Akai had any records. Wang Chen raised the testing machine and scanned it at Akai, who looked at it curiously and rubbed his head against it. "Okay, stop fooling around. Let me scan it." Beep beep, unknown. The identification machine emitted a mechanical sound. As expected, Akai is a pet beast that has never appeared before. Wang Chen had already considered this possibility. "I'll give it a try." Mu Feng also wanted to give it a shot. Name, Silver Feather. Attribute, Wind. Level, Common. Skills, Wind Silver Strike, Sky-Piercing Feather. Habits, it likes to fly freely in the air, loves to eat wind element plants, and doesn't like to eat meat. Wow, this is really detailed. It not only includes skills, but also details about preferences. Mu Feng was immediately shocked. Then Wang Chen looked at Yi Jiwei, and the others also realized what was happening and looked at Yi Jiwei as well. "Why are you all looking at me?" Yi Jiwei suddenly realized that several people were looking at her, and she felt a little embarrassed. "This identification machine is somewhat, similar to you, Yi Jiwei," Wang Chen said after careful consideration. "How can you talk like that?" Wang Yushi rolled her eyes at him. Yi Jiwei wasn't angry. She smiled slightly and said, "Actually, I also think this thing is very convenient. It saves me a lot of effort. And it's not that I'm saying it's bad, but the information recorded by the appraisal machine is still too little. It's not very useful for combat. For example, when you encounter a pet beast, it doesn't record its weaknesses. With this identification machine, I can get basic information about the pet with a simple scan, and I can also quickly recall more information about them. Now that you mention it, it's true. It seems that human resources can't be replaced by this testing machine after all." Wang Chen nodded to show that he understood. "Haha, well said." A hearty laugh rang out. It turned out that Dean Shu had walked over from a distance and overheard Yi Jiwei and Wang Chen's conversation. "What you said is very good. The identification machine has only been widely used in the last 2 years. The reason why it has not been completely opened up for sale is because incomplete information in the wild can cost you your life. This identification machine is only meant to help you understand pets more quickly and easily and increase your experience. The information inside should not be taken as gospel. Firstly, the skills displayed may not be complete, as some pets may awaken additional skills. Secondly, mutated pets are quite common, so the information on the identification machine may be completely wrong. Thirdly, there are numerous pets on the Beast Taming continent, spread across various regions, with many offspring and hybrid varieties, making identification impossible. Thank you for your guidance, Dean," Wang Chen and the others said gratefully. "No need. You're all my students. I'm just giving you a few pointers." Dean Chu waved his hand. "Come on over. The Academy has selected 30 suitable pets for you as a reward. If you're not satisfied, you can make your requests, and the Academy will do its best to help you find them." The 15 people stood together. Dean Chu placed the list and photos in front of them and said, "Choose in order of ranking. Let me know when you've chosen. If you have any questions or need more detailed information, feel free to ask me. Please choose carefully. It concerns your future paths." "Understood." Wang Chen took the list and opened it to look at it. The others also gathered around and began to choose their favorite pets. Seeing Wang Chen frown, Yi Jiwei explained, "The pets at the front are all quite unique, each with powerful skills, but the ones at the back are even more powerful." She then took out the last list and handed it to Wang Chen. "White tiger." Wang Chen spotted the first tiger cub in the row at a glance. It was snow white with black stripes, and the faint king character on its forehead indicated that it was the king of beasts. "The Academy actually has such a pet beast? I remember the white tiger has a top-tier bloodline." Wang Yushi also squeezed her head in. "It's probably not a direct descendant of the white tiger spirit beast. It likely only contains a trace of its bloodline," Yi Jiwei said, looking at the photo. Upon hearing this from afar, Dean Shu also spoke up to explain. "This white tiger should be the most valuable among this batch of pets. Several hundred years ago, one of our students went to the Kanglan dynasty, the origin of the white tiger bloodline, and was fortunate enough to obtain a trace of white tiger essence blood. His pet left behind offspring, and this little white tiger is its descendant. Furthermore, it has undergone a mutation, changing its attribute from metal to ice." "Wang Chen, you choose first." The group wanted Wang Chen to make the selection. "I don't want it. The white tiger's role doesn't suit me. Don't you two want a highly aggressive pet? You can choose one." Wang Chen shook his head. Yi Jiwei looked at Wang Yushi, wanting her to choose first, but Wang Yushi quickly shook her head, pointed to another pet, and said, "I don't want it. I want that unicorn more." The unicorn is called the white jade unicorn. It is pure white and smooth, and with the white wings spread on its back, it looks even more sacred. The most unique feature is the jade-like spiral unicorn on its head. This one is nice too. So beautiful. It suits you perfectly. Yi Jiwei couldn't help but smile when she saw it. "Then I'll take this white tiger." Mu Feng suddenly turned to a page, jumped up instantly, and said excitedly, "It's so cool. I want this one, the white feather peacock." A white peacock, with its tail feathers spread, stood proudly on the grass, looking very beautiful. As for being handsome, it certainly had a touch of that. "What kind of taste do you have? What does this have to do with being handsome?" Fu Qian pouted. "You don't understand, do you? Just imagine, when I'm wearing a white robe, standing with my hands clasped behind my back, perched on this white peacock, slowly flying through the crowd. I'd absolutely captivate countless young women. Mu Feng said, fantasizing as he spoke, and even let out a hee-hee laugh. But the others thought about it and were speechless. Wang Chen shook his head, trying to shake the image out of his mind. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be showy. This white peacock is also of the wind attribute. Is that all right? Should we reconsider? Wang Chen felt something was amiss. My mind is made up. I'm different from you. I just love these wind-type birds and beasts. From now on, I'll focus on developing skills in speed, flight, and reconnaissance. I want to be the fastest man, Mu Feng said confidently. Then I'll take this one, the mountain god pig. It's practically a pet made just for me, Fu Qian said happily. Wang Chen also looked over. The mountain god pig was an earth-type creature with thick skin and a body covered in earthen armor. It had powerful limbs, and its charge caused the earth to shake. It also had 2 horns on its head, which grew vertically, just like rhinoceros horns. It's really good. Not only will your defense be stronger this way, but you will also have greater mobility. You will be able to be more flexible in future battles. We have all chosen, but you haven't chosen yet. Haven't you found the right one yet? Yi Jiwei walked to Wang Chen and asked. I'm a little confused. I looked at a few auxiliary beasts, but I still didn't like it. Wang Chen shook his head, very confused. I'm not sure about this either. Although I've been cultivating my mental power, I'm not sure I can break through to the intermediate level. Wang Chen was a little worried. If he didn't break through to the intermediate level and forcibly signed an intermediate pet beast, his mental power would be damaged. The dean just asked me to ask you to see if you are willing. He went to get the information about the pet beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the dean swiped and jumped down from the air to stand next to Wang Chen. Wang Chen was shocked and said, Dean, you are too scary. Stop talking nonsense, here it is. Dean Chu handed the information to Wang Chen. A very cute elf appeared on the paper, with icy blue hair, a slender body, 2 pairs of blue transparent wings on its back, with snowflake patterns, and a cold air around it. The identity of this snow elf is actually not simple. Elf-like pet beasts are actually very rare in our Holy Dragon Dynasty. You are like the Earth Elf Sun Minchi. You are the only one this year. You will definitely be strongly supported. This snow elf was a pet beast jointly bred by the Shuan Dynasty and the Elf Forest. Later, our 2 countries had exchanges and exchanged many top-level pet beasts. It was one of them. We at Holy Dragon Academy only had 2. After reading the snow elf's introduction, Wang Chen felt instantly satisfied. He closed the document and said firmly, Dean, this is the one I chose. Have you thought about it? It's risky for you. Although your mental power is indeed strong, it would be safer if you had some treasures. Treasure? By the way, I have a spiritual power fruit. Can I break through after taking it? Wang Chen remembered that the Beastmaster headquarters had given him a reward before. Yes, it is very possible that after the breakthrough, the mental power will increase. Dean Chu said the feasibility. That's no problem. When can I get my pet? The 5 of you go ahead. I have already said hello. Go directly to the Academy's training house. You have already received everything you want there. By the way, there will be a teacher there to guide you in signing the contract and breaking through to the elite level. Thank you, Dean. Let's go first. The 5 members of Wang Chen's team left, leaving only 10 people on the spot, selecting the remaining pet beasts. Su Jinyan had been watching the situation on Wang Chen's side. When he heard about the elite mid-level, he couldn't help but clench his hands. As long as he successfully broke through, he would lead them and become the first among the freshmen. Although the gap between the elite-level beginners and intermediate levels is not that big, for geniuses, as long as you fail to keep up with them, you will never be able to keep up with them. It seems that I need to do more spiritual training in the future. Su Jinyan murmured to himself. The pet breeding house is a place that specializes in cultivating some rare pet beasts. It is also responsible for raising some pet beasts without owners. For students, as long as you meet the conditions, you can redeem points. If you contribute to the college, you will also be rewarded. My name is Yuan Meng. I am a senior in the Department of Literature. I am also your senior. I work in the training house. Dean Chu has greeted me, and I have already called the teacher. A girl in work clothes stood at the door to greet them. Let them come in. A female voice came from inside, which made Wang Chen feel a little familiar. Okay, teacher, then follow me in. There are many pet beasts inside, so be careful. Okay, thank you, Senior. When you walk into the door, it is said to be a breeding house, but it is not an exaggeration to call it a small biosphere. In order to adapt to the survival of various pet beasts, different natural environments are simulated, such as forests, swamps, deserts, ice fields, grasslands, etc. Wang Chen took out the identification machine to check. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. There was no weak pet beast here. These pet beasts were either of high level or had rare attributes and skills. It's surprising. I was shocked when I first came here. These pet beasts are very humane and friendly. The senior introduced with a smile. Not long after walking, he saw a wooden house. Outside the house stood a woman and 5 pet beasts. No wonder Wang Chen felt that the voice sounded familiar. The woman was the Dean Su of the literature department who appeared before. Hello, Dean Su. Several people greeted him one after another. Don't be restrained. You are the best people in this class, and I feel safe leaving these children to you. Dean Su touched the pet beasts one by one, and the beasts were very affectionate with the dean. You 4 should break through first. I'll watch Wang Chen alone. I can take care of him in case of an accident. Thank you very much, Dean Su. Wang Chen said gratefully. Put your hands on the pet beasts and sign the contract silently in your mind. As long as the pet beasts don't resist, it will succeed. I have already told these little guys that you are all their masters. Don't worry about breaking through. Dean Su pushed the pet beasts forward. The 4, white tiger, white jade unicorn, white peacock, and mountain god pig, followed the instructions and started to sign the contract. Take out the spiritual power fruit and take it first before signing. However, you will feel a little uncomfortable after taking it. You have to endure it and persist until the signing is completed. Okay, I understand. Dean Su waved, brought the snow elf over, and pointed at Wang Chen. Then the snow elf looked at Wang Chen curiously, came to his side, wrinkled his nose and sniffed, and then lay on Wang Chen's shoulder. Is this? Wang Chen was at a loss and didn't understand what this meant. This is so magical. Wang Chen took the snow elf off his shoulders, held it in his hands, looked at it, and asked softly, Do you like me? Uh-huh. The little guy laughed as crisply as a silver bell. Then are you willing to sign a contract with me? Will you fight with me? Wang Chen continued to ask. Haha. The snow elf directly stretched out its little hand, and it had already expressed its intention with actions. Okay. Wang Chen immediately took out the spiritual power fruit from his pocket. He just went back to the dormitory to take it out and take it with him. He ate the mental power fruit in 3 strokes, 5 divisions and 2. Then Wang Chen felt that his brain was swollen, as if someone had been stuffing things into his brain, and it became very heavy. This is a manifestation of the growth of mental power, but the inability to vent it. It is like a full water glass with a thin film on top, but water is added to the water glass out of thin air, causing the water glass to become deformed. The only way is to break the thin film and let the water flow into a larger container. Sign the contract quickly. Dean Su quickly reminded from the side. Wang Chen silently said, sign a contract in his heart. In the sea of consciousness, Wang Chen and the snow elf stood opposite each other. Then the 2 bodies seemed to be connected by a white line, as if establishing some connection. Wang Chen knew that this was the success of the contract. People and pet beasts would form a contract line, which would not be broken unless one party dies. This also gives the pet a unique spiritual aura, which cannot be signed by others. The owner can also take it back to the sea of consciousness to rest at any time like the natal pet. After signing the contract, Wang Chen felt that his consciousness was shaking, as if it was about to expand and explode, and the swelling in his head was relieved. Everyone else signed the contract naturally and broke through to the elite level, which has been completed. But Wang Chen seemed to be a little more difficult. The process was slow, but his mental power was slowly improving, mainly because the previously reinforced mental power was slowly being released. Is he okay, Dean Su? After all, as brothers, Mu Feng and Fu Qian were still very concerned. Dean Su observed it for a while, and after making sure it was okay, he said, It's okay. It's just because his mental power is strong and he ate the mental power fruit. So it took a little longer to break through, and his mental power keeps increasing. It feels so good to break through to the elite level. It's really good to have another pet beast with great strength. After hearing that everything was okay, Mu Feng laughed and expressed his feelings. Others were also very happy and summoned the new pet beasts one after another to cultivate their feelings. Because of the breakthrough, the natal pet beast must evolve, and it needs to be completed in the sea of consciousness. After a while, Su Jinyin and the other 5 also walked in, and it seemed that they were also about to sign contracts for pet beasts. Qianyue, you are here too. Wang Yushi said hello after seeing her. Hey, why hasn't he woke up yet? Su Qianyue saw that everyone except Wang Chen was still meditating. Oh, the dean said that his mental power is strong, and he has eaten the mental power fruit. So his mental power has been increasing. He will be fine in a while. Wang Yushi explained. Several people received their respective pet beasts and started to break through. Su Jinyin took away the Stegosaurus, Su Qianyue took away the wood-horned dragon, Ling Yichen took away the flame monkey, Lu Yi took away the fiery bird, and finally Sun Mengqi took away the daisy flower demon. The beasts taken away by these 5 people were no worse than those of Mu Feng and others, and there were even 2 with dragon bloodline. Ling Yichen and Lu Yi received 2 fire-based pet beasts that were famous for their attacks. Sun Mengqi, on the other hand, received an auxiliary beast. It seems that he may take a purely auxiliary route in the future. Finally done, Wang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, then stood up, shook hands, jumped twice, and stretched his muscles. After reaching the elite level, the physical fitness does not change much. Strength, jumping ability, etc. have increased, almost twice as much as ordinary people. You're awake, how do you feel? Yi Jiwei came over and asked. I feel great, the mental blockage is gone, and my physical fitness has improved a lot. Wang Chen said his feelings truthfully. Wang Yushi smiled and said to Yi Jiwei, Oh, Jiwei, why do you care so much about him? No way. I just want to know what it would be like to break through the next level, so I can record it. I haven't seen anyone who has made a breakthrough before. Yi Jiwei's face was slightly red, and her words were a little awkward as she retorted. It is estimated that there are very few people like me who have been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. However, at the moment of breakthrough, the head was very swollen, and the accumulated mental power seemed to be squeezing the head to explode. It was slowly relieved. Wang Chen also said a word of help for Yi Jiwei, and then mentioned some of the discomfort of breaking through the next level. That's it. It seems that the long-term accumulation of mental power will have a certain impact on breakthroughs. Yi Jiwei also noted it down. Wang Yushi looked at these 2 serious people, looked left and right, and said, TCH, that's boring. Well, I'm fine then. Yi Jiwei then left. Wang Chen was still stunned. He was still chatting just now, and left after saying a few words. Mu Feng walked over and watched the 2 women leaving one after the other. He smiled and said, TSK, why don't you take her down? What are you taking? Wang Chen was confused, not knowing what he was laughing at. Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you really stupid? I think that Yi Jiwei cares about you. Whether it's true or not, there are always signs. Mu Feng nudged him with his elbow and sighed. Don't you like beautiful women very much? You always look around and stare at the girl wherever you go. You always want to show off in front of the girl. Wang Chen asked doubtfully. Oh, they are destined to be people I can't get, so I gave up long ago. Mu Feng shook his head. Why? Wang Chen asked strangely, what was destined or not? Although I don't know the specific background of those people, they should all be descendants of famous families in the imperial city. I know, for example, the Su family brothers and sisters, Wang Yushi and Yi Jiwei. Their future marriages will definitely be out of their control, and they will marry each other. That's it. Wang Chen thought of what Jing Yiming had said to him for a meal and chat before. Whatever. It's none of my business. Wang Chen ignored him and went to find Fu Qian, asking about his physical condition. Has there been any change in your body? Fu Qian thought for a while and shook his head. It doesn't feel like much has changed. The defense seems to have been strengthened, but it's of no use. It's just that my skin is thicker and I can withstand beatings better. Okay. Will the type of pet beast you sign affect the physical changes of the beast master? Wang Chen thought about this question and asked casually. You are right. Dean Su came over at some point. Dean Su, you're here, what's the matter? Wang Chen asked. Well, you have used the identification machine. I am very interested in your pet. It happened to have a breakthrough this time. In a few days, it woke up and came to the literature department to find me. I will give it a test and record the information. We will keep it confidential for you and will only record the most basic skills. If you don't want to, you can refuse. No problem, Dean Su. I just want to test Akai's strength. Wang Chen agreed without hesitation. I remember you said there would be a reward. What it was? Well, we will give you credits based on the importance of the information. You don't have credits yet. Once you know the benefits of credits, you will think of ways to earn credits. Once you have credits, you will become stronger quickly. That's right. I'm looking forward to it. Wang Chen nodded. Okay, just remember. I'll go over there and have a look first. Dean Su went about his own business. Wang Chen then began to add content to the Sea of Consciousness. The space used to be small, so to save trouble, he only created a tree and a small lake in the middle. Now that more snow elves have joined, it is necessary to provide a suitable environment for them. Snow elves like to be in the snowfield. Based on the scene described in the book, Wang Chen created a snowfield as big as half the Sea of Consciousness. A bowl of water must be balanced. Whether it is Akai or the snow elf, they are their pets. You cannot favor one over the other just because Akai is your destiny. Seeing the snow elves playing happily, Wang Chen felt relieved. On the other side, Akai was wrapped in darkness and formed a black ball under the tree. However, Wang Chen could still contact it and learned that it would take about a day to come out. Due to the breakthrough of freshmen, the college gave everyone a day to rest, and then they had to choose tutors. However, it was said that they were choosing tutors, but in fact, tutors were choosing students. Generally speaking, there are about 2,500 freshmen, and there are only 100 places. Most students are in large classes. Teams like Wang Chen, Su Jinyan, and Chu Haoyu, who won the top 3 in the freshman assessment, will definitely be the target of competition among teachers, and even the dean will personally take action. 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 3rd day, dormitory area. Wang Chen, have you received the news? The dean told me to gather in the playground. It is estimated that the selection of mentors will begin. Mu Feng started shouting from a distance. Okay, here we come. Wang Chen also walked out of the room and closed the door. The two were walking and chatting, and Wang Chen asked, how should I choose a mentor? It's actually very simple. For people like us, you don't have to think about it. There will definitely be a bunch of tutors vying to take you in. The tutors will introduce themselves, what they are good at, how they treat you, etc. You just choose the one you are interested in. Okay, you know the teachers in the academy. Which one do you think is better? If you ask me to tell you, I can't tell you. You'll know when you get there. College playground. Shenglong Academy covers a very large area, especially the playground. There are many battlefields, chain repair fields, and other places. It is necessary to ensure that most students can repair their chains without hindrance. Aren't all the students here? When Wang Chen arrived, he found that nearly half of the students were missing. Of course, the students who came here are all students from the combat department and the auxiliary department. The manufacturing department and the literature department did not participate in the assessment. They have to choose their tutor based on their final grades. Only those with outstanding performance will have a tutor. Mu Feng explained. Who are those people around? Wang Chen found that there were students standing on the playground. The instructor and the dean were on the high platform, and there were some scattered people sitting in the surrounding auditorium. Those, mainly the seniors, may be here to join in the fun. Mu Feng didn't care. From the audience, a voice with a chuckle sounded. It's another year of freshmen entering, and the Beastmaster Battle Club is also recruiting new members. The speaker was a boy sitting with his legs crossed. I have to come here on this hot day. I really don't want to recruit new people. A beautiful girl held a book on her head, trying to block the sun. If you don't come, others will grab it. After the tutors are selected, the clubs will rush over one by one and grab everyone. Another boy with a dark appearance said coldly. A few seats away, a few good-looking girls also came with light makeup. The leading girl said, you are the only ones from the battle club this time? President Guo Feilong is not here. It's just to recruit a new member. Our president is here, but you, Lu Yusin, what are you doing here? The pretty girl from before frowned. Presidents usually don't care about recruiting new people. This time, the presidents of the auxiliary club are here, and I have a bad feeling. Sister Li Ping, don't worry. I heard that some of this year's freshmen are very strong. so I just came to take a look. Lu Yusin sat down and said calmly. The three members of the fighting club looked at each other and considered whether to call the president. But the president was very busy, and becoming stronger was the main business, and he would not normally participate in such things. If you don't seize the time to improve your strength and prepare for the Beast Master competition, you are still hanging around here. Do you think our president is very idle? The girl replied for the sake of face. Is it just a short time? If the loss is due to this little time, then I think he himself is not good. Lu Yusin said unceremoniously. The members of the dueling club were so angry that they stood up and clenched their fists. What? You want to do something? You're not afraid of making people laugh. After Lu Yusin finished speaking, she stopped looking at them and turned to look at the students on the playground. On the playground, all the students have gathered, and all the freshman tutors on the high platform are also in place. There are 14 in total. Each tutor can choose about 7 or 8 students. As the head of the 4 colleges of the combat department, Dean Chu spoke first. Each of you has reached the elite level. Your performance at the beginning of the semester is seen by every one of our teachers. Those students who are messing around and want to hang out can leave. The instructor is destined to miss you. The dean's words are really rude. Wang Chen looked at the dean on the stage. Dean Chu has this qualification. As the youngest dean of the combat department, his strength and talent are outstanding. I hate those who waste resources the most. Mu Feng nodded. Dean Chu looked at the students in the audience. No one left, maybe because they felt embarrassed. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will become weaker. This is what I want to say. College resources are reserved for those who dare to fight. The college does not skimp on resources for outstanding students. The students selected by the tutor this time all have 100 credits, and the others do not. As soon as these words came out, there was not much movement among the freshmen, but some senior students around were surprised. Here, we didn't have these 100 credits last year. What's going on this year? Someone asked curiously on the stage. I don't know. It may have been decided by Dean Chu. Dean Chu has just taken office and intends to reform the college system. Didn't you find that the college allocates fewer resources to each student? Lu Yusin, as the president of the first club, is still familiar with some of the decisions made by the school's top management. Dean Chu did not give them time to discuss and continued. But others don't have to worry about not having a tutor. Anyone who performs well in the assessment and meets the credit requirements can also apply for a tutor. Finally, in order to let the instructor see your strength after breakthrough, there will be a simple test. If you persist longer, the instructor will look at you favorably. Test? What kind of test? How can we test it with so many people? Asked a new student. Before anyone could react, an invisible pressure fell on the freshmen, and some students with weak foundations fell to the ground. No need to worry. This is the dean's mental pressure. The longer you hold on, the better. There is no need to pay attention to the students who fell to the ground. A teacher said quickly. Time passed by, and more people fell to the ground. They were all helped out of the playground. Some left directly, and some sat in the audience and watched. They are so strong. They are all elites. Why can they persist for so long? Someone said reluctantly, with a hint of doubt. The amount of mental power, mental tenacity, and willpower are all influencing factors. Just because you are not good at it does not mean that others are not good at it. Some senior students showed disdain. Oh, by the way, what does that sentence say? Sometimes the gap between people is bigger than the gap between people and dogs. But he didn't say anything. Maybe he felt in his heart that what he said was right, and he couldn't refute it. There were now only 200 people out of more than 1,000. It was only now that the instructors straightened their bodies and observed carefully. There was no doubt that the students who had performed well in the assessment had basically persisted. Dean Chu nodded and said with satisfaction, students who do not make it far in the assessment are destined not to persist longer under pressure. Shenglong Academy will start to select the best from the best this year. This group of people is the main training target. A teacher worriedly asked, is this going to be okay? Other students won't have any objections. I heard that some students are dissatisfied with the school's reduction in resource allocation. Alas, the instructors were also very angry after hearing this. There are always some students who feel crushed after entering the academy and feel that they are worthless compared to those geniuses, so they surrender themselves. The academy will equip each student with chain repair resources, which they sell in exchange for money and start enjoying themselves. At worst, they will be expelled in their senior year. Dozens more people fell on the field. The pressure exuded by Dean Chu had already reached the middle level of elite level. It was still too much for a new elite level student, but Wang Chen was still very relaxed. Yu, are you really okay? Mu Feng could hardly open his mouth and finally managed to say these words. Wang Chen also moved his body and said relaxedly, "It's okay. I just feel a little depressed, not as much pressure as when I broke through. I feel like I'm dying." Wang Chen turned around to see how many people were left and then encouraged Mu Feng. "Just hold on. There are more than 100 people left on the field. As long as you persist to the top 100, you will definitely have a mentor." An instructor on the field saw Wang Chen's actions and showed interest in his eyes. "That kid is interesting." Everyone else is gritting their teeth and persisting, but he looks relaxed and is still chatting leisurely. Dean Chu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Wang Chen, ranked first in the trial tower assessment, and also signed a contract for an elite mid-level pet beast." Seeing that the dean is so happy, "Do you want to accept him as a disciple?" asked a mentor. "I'll forget it. There's no need for me to guide you in the early stage of chain repair. It's up to you to take charge." "Haha, did you hear that? Dean, this is because we are weak." A mentor laughed. "You think too much. The mental coercion has now exceeded the middle level. At the later level, only a few 20 or 30 people are left, such as Su Jinyan, Chu Hao, and Wang Chen. The members of the team can basically hold on, but they have reached their limit. Only Wang Chen feels the pressure slightly." With a gudong sound, Fu Qian was the first to fall down, followed closely by Lu Yi and Sun Mingqi from other teams. Most of Wang Chen's remaining pet beasts are related to dragons. Su Jinyan, Su Qianyue, Yi Jiwei, Mu Feng, and even Wang Yushi are insisting. As the pressure in the air shook and reached the peak of the elite level, the sound of dong 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 sounded, and the remaining dozen people fell down like dumplings. Only Wang Chen was left on the field. It could be said that everyone in the entire playground was watching Wang Chen, including the dean, tutors, seniors, and freshmen. Then Wang Chen actually took 2 steps forward and slowly raised his right fist to indicate that he had won. "Haha, this kid is interesting and he suits my taste. Let me accept him as my disciple." A man with short hair touched his short hair and said with a smile, "Hey, Tang Jun, what do you mean? I want to be your disciple if it suits you." And I said it suits me. A mentor retorted. Seeing that several instructors were about to start a quarrel, Dean Chu quickly stopped him and said, "How you choose depends on what he wants. What are you arguing about here? Why don't you introduce yourself more later?" "Okay, the test is over. Now it's time for the introduction of the instructors. After that, you can choose each other." Dean Chu signaled the instructors to start. "Let me go first. My name is Tang Jun, combat type, good at melee attacks." The short-haired man who was on the stage just now came out first to introduce. Under his leadership, one after another mentors came out and introduced Ma Wenlong, combat type, good at long-range attacks. Wu Shiyun, assistant department, good at command, control, and assistance. A female instructor wearing a light yellow skirt came out last. The instructors have finished their introductions, and the rest is the mutual selection session, which will last for a day. I'm so confused. I feel like all the tutors have their own characteristics, and each one is good. Wang Chen held a dozen lists in his hand, all sent by his tutors. After the introduction, the instructors sent out invitations one after another. However, there were many people, and they did not stay on Wang Chen for too long, leaving Wang Chen time to think. "I'll go. Every instructor has sent you an invitation." The list in Mu Feng's hand was smaller. "What? You don't have one?" Wang Chen looked at the list in his hand. "I have to think about it again." Fu Qian's voice suddenly remembered. "The 2 of them are here." Then Fu Qian, Yi Jiwei, and Wang Yushi came over. "Have you chosen a mentor?" Wang Yushi asked first. He was still hesitating. "I chose mentor Ma Wenlong." "What about you?" Wang Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked curiously, wondering who they would choose. "I will choose the last mentor Wu Shiyun, mainly to learn control and command skills." Wang Yushi explained. "I haven't decided yet. In fact, I don't want to choose among these 14 mentors. None of them suit me, or I don't really need the help of these mentors." Yi Jiwei said tangledly. "Then what do you do? Don't choose." "Actually, I want Dean Su from the School of Liberal Arts to be my tutor." She is very knowledgeable and is the best fit for me. I want to ask her. Yi Jiwei expressed her thoughts. Oh, yes, you don't necessarily have to find these people. To be honest, these tutors are only good at a certain aspect, and they always feel that they are almost the same as me. Ask the dean, he feels pretty good. Wang Chen thought to himself. Then you guys go find your mentor first, and I'll go find the dean to ask something. After saying that, Wang Chen left and chased after the dean in the direction he left. Fortunately, the dean didn't go far and was walking slowly on the road. When Wang Chen saw it, he ran over quickly. Oh, Wang Chen, what do you want from me? Dean Chu was a little surprised when he saw it was Wang Chen. Shouldn't he be choosing a mentor at this time? Dean, after reading the information of the new student tutor, I would like to ask about your route as a beast master. Dean Chu seemed to understand that this little guy looked down on those instructors. He smiled and said, I take the all-round route. The top beast masters are basically all-round styles. Those beast masters who only focus on one will only become stronger under certain conditions. My strength has just exceeded the king level, and I have signed 6 pet beasts. With the king level, I can get the second attribute. Now I have no beast master who can completely restrain me. I understand. I came to see you, Dean, because I hope you can be my mentor. I just want to sign a pet beast with all attributes and join the all-powerful school. Wang Chen requested sincerely. Dean Chu pondered for a moment, hesitating whether to agree or not, and whether it would have a bad impact, but he didn't want to give up on this good idea. After hesitating for a long time, Dean Chu finally spoke out the pros and cons of being his student. If you choose me as your tutor, I am usually very busy, so I may not be able to give you much help with daily issues. If you have questions about chain repair, breakthroughs, or pet beasts, you can come to me, and I will give you a lot of freedom. I understand, but I still want you to be my mentor. Wang Chen said firmly. Okay, then you are my disciple, Chu Lingfeng. You can go back today and take the next classes carefully. The academy will tell you all the precautions before the domain lord level. Listen carefully. Dean Chu left. Great. Wang Chen stood happily, then remembered something and walked towards the School of Liberal Arts. Each college has its own building, which houses the offices of teachers and deans, as well as many research rooms. School of Liberal Arts Building, Office of Dean Su. Wang Chen casually stopped a student from the School of Liberal Arts, asked about the dean's office, and then went to find it by himself. Yi Jiwei should also have come to see Dean Su just now. Dong dong, Wang Chen knocked on the door. Please come in. Dean Su's voice came from inside, and Wang Chen remembered her voice. Wang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. As expected, Yi Jiwei and the dean were sitting inside, seeming to be chatting happily. Wang Chen, what are you doing here? Yi Jiwei asked doubtfully. Dean Su said before that he would come here to record Akai's information when he was free. Anyway, I have nothing to do today, so I came here. Wang Chen explained. That's it. Today is the time to choose a tutor. I wonder who Wang Chen has chosen. Dean Su asked curiously. I chose Dean Chu. I remember Dean Chu is not the freshman tutor, right? Yi Jiwei asked. Actually, when I heard you said you wanted to find Dean Su as your mentor, I thought of it. I specifically asked for Dean Chu's information. I felt it was a good fit for me, so I went to him and agreed. Wang Chen briefly explained the whole process. You too, you ghosts. But who wouldn't want to take more care of an outstanding child? You two are very good children. Most of the students in the liberal arts college are not as good as Jiwei. They not only have a wide range of knowledge, but also have great strength. Wang Chen, you can come to me at any time in the future. If you have any questions, just ask. It is necessary to know more about pet beasts. I will, Dean Su. Wang Chen listened carefully to the dean's teachings. The dean stood up and said, You two come with me, and I will take you to the Pet Beasts Laboratory. College of Liberal Arts, second floor of the Pet Research Room. The research laboratory building is divided into 6 floors, and there are 3 underground floors. Each floor has a different function, and the materials used to build the laboratory are rare metals, so the safety can be said to be very guaranteed. Hello, Dean Su. Researchers coming and going greeted each other. The second floor is a simple testing ground. You can test the basic abilities of the pet beasts. The data can best reflect the potential of the pet beasts. You can summon the pet beasts. By the way, Jiwei, you can also give it a try. Wang Chen had already known through the psychic link talent that Akai should be called Caesar after evolving. Caesar, Little Green Dragon. Both beasts have completed evolution. Generally speaking, ordinary pet beasts have three forms: ordinary level, elite level, and lord level. Each of them evolves once. The form will also change, but it is generally reflected in the size becoming larger, the color becoming darker, the pattern becoming more complex, etc. With the appearance of Akai and Xiaoqing, there were two loud roars. At first glance, you will think that Akai and Xiaoqing have not changed much except that they have grown in size. However, after careful observation, you will find that the golden horn on Akai's head has become sharp, like a blade, and it also has patterns. The hind limbs have become thicker and can walk upright, and the forelimbs have become anthropomorphic, but they still have white claws. There are a few more golden stripes on the abdomen and back. The black and gold complement each other, and paired with the raised head, it looks extremely noble. Finally, there are the two pairs of wings. The wings at the front are extremely wide, and the wings at the back look a bit normal. Wang Chen's first reaction was that he could fly on Akai, because Akai's size had become at least twice as big as before, and his length was at least about 4 meters. It can be used as a mount when it is on all fours, and it can stand upright when fighting, making it more flexible and versatile. Xiaoqing's changes have also been huge. Originally, he still looked like a green snake, but now he can already see the appearance of a green dragon. The horns on his head are more slender, and short limbs have grown. With its twisted dragon body, it flies freely in the air, exuding dragon power from time to time. Wow, these two pet beasts are very handsome, and their auras are very powerful. The two beasts attracted the attention of the surrounding staff. Let's all disperse. Do whatever you need to do. Dean Su walked around Caesar several times, touched it with his hands, and said with emotion, "Yes, they are all top bloodline. Yours should be the Qinglong bloodline. It seems that the bloodline is not shallow. This Akai, or Caesar, I have not thought of a pet similar to it in my mind." Then Dean Lao, "Akai, don't be nervous. It's just a simple test." Wang Chen still wasn't used to being called Caesar, so he still called him Akai, in private, which seemed more intimate. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen regretted it after the test. He thought it was a simple test of strength and speed defense, but he didn't know that he had to test more than 40 experiments, such as avoidance test, burst test, endurance test, resilience test, skill test, etc. Each item has a machine monitoring Akai's physical condition in real time. Throughout the afternoon, Wang Chen accompanied Akai during the test. Akai wanted to leave several times, but Wang Chen persuaded him to stay and promised to prepare some dark fruits for Akai. Seeing such misery, Yi Jiwei found an excuse to run away, leaving Wang Chen alone. "I'm so tired. I will never go to the liberal arts college again." Wang Chen returned to the dormitory and fell on the bed. However, although the whole process was tiring, it also allowed Wang Chen to truly understand Akai's physical data. The final data showed that Akai's physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary elite level and mid-level beasts, and was even higher than those with king-level talents. However, during the skill test, Wang Chen did not test all the skills. He only tested the power of the skills that had been revealed before. The 3 new skills that had broken through to the elite level had not yet been used. Office of the Principal of Shenglong College. There are 3 people sitting here, Principal Chui, Dean Chu and Dean Su. All 3 of them are looking at this piece of data about Caesar. Well, he must be the inheritor. Let's seal up his information. Principal Chui put down the information in his hand. "Yes, Principal." Dean Su nodded in agreement. "I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing." Dean Chu sighed. "You don't have to do anything special. The better you protect him, the easier it will be to attract the attention of others. If you want to become stronger, you must be able to withstand pressure from the outside world." Principal Chui looked at the ceiling and said silently, "Classes are full on the first day, and it's not even 8 o'clock yet." Mu Feng said weakly, "Aren't we tutored by our tutors? Why do we still have to go to class?" Wang Chen was also a little confused. "Yesterday, the college sent out a class schedule. Then I understand." Wang Chen suddenly realized that he indeed knew very little about these things. It is estimated that children of sects like Mu Feng and children of aristocratic families like Yi Jiwei should have understood these things since they were young, otherwise they would not understand them so well. Teaching Building Number 1, Classroom 101. When Wang Chen arrived outside the classroom, he saw that Mu Feng was still walking up and asked, "Aren't you in this classroom?" "We don't share the same classroom. This classroom is allocated according to the type of pet beast. You will know when the class starts soon." Mu Feng went upstairs without going into details. When Wang Chen walked in, everyone was looking at him and talking about it. Wang Chen didn't care and casually found a remote location to sit down. "That's Wang Chen, ranked first. I heard that he didn't choose a mentor. There is no choice. I just go to the dean directly. The dean is his mentor. Is it so strong?" "What? It's not that amazing at all. I've already asked about it. He signed a contract with an elite level and intermediate level pet beast, so he can withstand the pressure for so long. If I reach the intermediate level, I can do it," someone said disdainfully, and the voice was a bit loud, as if he was deliberately letting others hear. Wang Chen also smiled and said nothing. Seeing that Wang Chen had no reaction, they thought he was just like that and nothing great. "What are you barking at? Why don't you try signing an elite level mid-level pet beast? Do you have the guts? Do you have the strength?" However, some people couldn't bear it and stood up to retort. "You? If you dare to go out and fight with me after class, do you dare?" the man said with a red face. This person actually found a very powerful pet beast in the secret realm, and some looked down upon the first few people. "You don't think that I don't know? You just signed a good pet beast in the secret realm." The person who refuted him also knew some things. "I thought the first place team was so awesome, but it turned out to be a coward. I think it won by relying on other teammates, haha." The man was extremely arrogant and mocked. There was laughter from the people around. "Okay, let's have a competition after class, but there's no point in just dueling without any luck, and winning you won't do me any good. If only someone could mock me and lose nothing even if I lose, how busy I would be." Wang Chen stood up, looked at the man, and said calmly, "Okay, what do you want to bet on?" 100 points. Everyone around said in surprise. Everyone in this class basically has a tutor. Yesterday, everyone received a special credit card made by the school, and they were all assigned 100 credits. This? It's a bit much, how about 50? The person who was provocative before suddenly became a little wilted. "Don't you dare anymore? If you don't dare, just stop making noise here." Wang Chen continued to fight back. The man didn't want to lose face in front of others, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, let's go to the battle hall after class, 1v1. "Okay." Wang Chen sat down. The interlude before class ended, and then the teacher came. She was a beautiful teacher who looked very young. "Hello, classmates. My name is Li Fei, and I can be considered your senior. I graduated from the School of Liberal Arts and became a teacher in our school. The courses in the combat department are different from those in other colleges. These theoretical courses are very few and can be completed in a few weeks. The rest are practical courses, so I won't take you long. But if you have any questions, you can ask me anytime." Teacher Li Fei's enthusiastic attitude aroused the favor of many students. The general knowledge on Beast Master levels is actually mainly about the transformation of pet beasts and Beast Masters at the Domain Lord level. This is why we have divided you into different classes. This is because a lot of research shows that different types of pet beasts can transform in different ways. For example, our class is all animals. Generally speaking, the first choice is body fusion. That is, the pet beast and the Beast Master are fused together, and the combat power is greatly improved. Secondly, you can also choose weapons. As long as you hold the weapon, you can get the blessing effect brought by the pet beast. There is also a rarer kind, the soul type, which only a few pet beasts can do. The power of the pet beast is integrated into the human body, and the soul is revealed around the body. Just visualize in the sea of consciousness when you have a breakthrough. Only then did Wang Chen realize that the Domain Lord level transformation could be controlled independently. So what would he choose then? The class passed quickly. Wang Chen carefully memorized a lot of the knowledge taught by the teacher, especially some precautions on the direction of Domain Lord level transformation. The second class did not change the classroom, but only changed the teacher. It talked about attribute restraint. Most people know this, but the teacher will explain it in more detail, including complete restraint, semi-restraint, etc. Ding ding ding. A bell rang, meaning that the morning class was over. Everyone only remembered the bet the two made before class, and they all wanted to watch the show. For a while, no one left, and everyone looked at Wang Chen and Li Hao. Let's go to the battle hall. Wang Chen stood up, looked at Wang Hao, and walked out of the classroom alone. Let's go, let's see the fun. Others quickly spread the news, and the entire corridor knew about it. Most people were still very interested. Watching other people fight can help them understand their strength. Who wants to fight? Someone else was asking. The first place winner, Wang Chen and Li Hao, had a fight before the last class and even made a bet with 100 credits. A student who knew the details explained that this was no secret. Why don't you go check it out? I also want to see how strong Wang Chen is. Hey, look, it's so lively over there. What are you doing? After class, Su Qianyue came down from upstairs, followed by Su Jinyan, Yi Zhiwei, and others, who were probably all assigned to the same classroom. Classmate, what are you talking about? Su Qianyue was born to like liveliness, so she walked over and asked. When everyone saw such a beautiful girl asking them, they immediately told the whole story. After listening, Su Qianyue hurried back and pulled the others to go. You guys come with me quickly. Wang Chen and Li Hao are dueling in the duel hall. They are betting 100 credits. Come and have a look. Everyone else was surprised, knowing that Wang Chen was not the kind of person who liked to cause trouble, but they were all interested. After all, he hadn't made any moves since the breakthrough, so it was just a good idea to see him. Academy Arena, Venue 10. The two of them stood directly on the battlefield, facing each other. Seeing more and more people around him, Li Hao directly summoned his pet beasts, a flaming bull and the other a diamond orangutan. Wang Chen looked at the King Kong that kept beating its chest. The aura was not weak. It seemed that this was the powerful pet beast he signed in the secret realm. After all, you have just broken through to the elite level. I am a higher level than you, so I will give you a pet beast. Don't deny it when the time comes. Wang Chen was not worried at all, and was still provoking him. You dare to look down on me. You will cry when my two pet beasts beat you up. Li Hao said viciously, even saying that he would only use one pet beast. Caesar, come out. A black vortex floated, and Akai slowly stepped out of it. His huge body caused a strong suppression to the opponent. Even though he did not take action, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Caesar was extremely powerful. The moment Li Hao saw Caesar, he panicked a little. He really didn't expect Caesar's suppressive power to be so strong, but he still said stubbornly, it's just a showpiece. Look at my combination skills. Come on, Flame Bull, King Kong Orangutan. Moo Coax. The flaming bull was covered in flames and rushed forward. The gorilla orangutan patted its chest twice and ran forward quickly on all fours. Bull Crash and King Kong Iron Fist. The moment they were about to approach Caesar, Caesar disappeared and appeared behind them. This is the teleportation skill shown in the data. You can teleport behind the enemy through shadow. It's hard to catch him. Li Hao thought about the information he knew. King Kong went to hold him back, and the flame bull took the opportunity to attack it. Although Li Hao was a bit arrogant, he still had strength. It's not that easy. After Akai's breakthrough, his skills were updated, and some other skills were added. Wang Chen thought about which skills to use. Let me test the sword on you, Shadow Imprisonment. Caesar stood with his legs upright, holding his right paw in the direction of the two beasts. Dark chains were instantly generated under the opponent's feet, binding them in place. Damn it, what kind of skill is this? Get out of here. Li Hao was a little anxious when he saw that they were being controlled before they even implemented the plan. It's over, Akai. Use the light of destruction. Wang Chen spoke slowly. Caesar opened his legs slightly and gathered black energy from the corner of his mouth, shooting out like a laser, hitting the King Kong orangutan, and then swept to the right and hit the bull. Boom, boom. The sounds of the two pet beasts falling to the ground were heard one after another. With just one blow, the two pet beasts were knocked down and lost the ability to fight. The people watching this battle were in an uproar and were shocked. Is this the strength of the number one in the grade? So scary. Wang Chen took Akai back, then took out the credit card and shook it. 100 credits, here you go. Li Hao was extremely reluctant in his heart, but under the gaze of so many people, he was too embarrassed to refuse the payment, otherwise he would never be able to hold his head high in the academy. Here you go. Then he took out the credit card, touched the two cards, and 100 credits were transferred to Wang Chen's card. I already have 200 credits within a few days of starting school, which is a faster rate of earning credits than many people. I'll see what the credits can be exchanged for later and exchange them for some delicious food for Akai. Wang Chen thought about the role of the credits. He couldn't just keep them and not use them. Hey, Wang Chen, you are too strong. Wang Yushi ran over and said in surprise. After all, Wang Yushi and Yi Jiwei are also teammates with Wang Chen. In addition, Wang Chen is so strong. It is worth making friends and communicating more. Haha, I'm also surprised by Akai's strength. Maybe it's because he has a solid foundation and accumulates knowledge. Yi Jiwei was not surprised. During Caesar's test that day, Yi Jiwei also watched Caesar for a long time and understood that Caesar was very strong. Even his own blue dragon and white tiger might not be able to beat him. Let's go eat together. After all, we came here right after class and everyone hadn't eaten yet. So Wang Chen suggested. Okay. Wang Yushi agreed. Yi Jiwei also nodded and did not refuse. By the way, which class are you in? I don't know anyone in my class. Wang Chen asked casually. We have a small class, and the main members are pet beasts with dragon blood. Jiwei, Mufeng, and the Su brothers and sisters are all in the same class. Oh, that's it. Then what form will you, domain lords, choose? Wang Chen wanted to ask what the children of these aristocratic families would choose. Okay, I have never learned weapons. It seems that I will take the path of fusion in the future. Not necessarily. You can learn. There is a weapons class in the afternoon. You can try which weapon you are good at. It's not too late to practice now. By the way, Yi Jiwei, what about you? Wang Chen asked again. I should choose the combat cavalry class. Yi Jiwei hesitated for a moment before speaking. War cavalry? What is this? Wang Chen asked with a puzzled look on his face. The teacher didn't seem to have mentioned it just now. How do I put it? To put it simply, combat cavalry does not fuse and does not change weapons. It means that a person rides on a pet beast, and both the beast master and the pet beast can attack. For example, this is the case with dragon knights. Yi Jiwei explained. I don't think this is anything special. Now you can ride a pet beast to fight. Wang Chen still had some doubts. The domain lord level battle cavalry is still different. When the battle cavalry is formed, the beast master can obtain the skills of the pet beast and can also let the pet beast fight. I don't know the specific situation. I need to truly embark on this path to understand it. This was probably the first time Wang Yushi heard Yi Jiwei say this. Jiwei, why do you want to be a dragon knight? It feels weird. Okay, actually I also saw it in ancient books. You should know about the 4 spirit beasts, Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. The book records that after gathering the 4 spirit beasts, you will gain great power. I didn't originally think that I needed one of my natal pets, and after I signed the contract with White Tiger, I had some thoughts in this regard. I have to go home and ask my family for details. The bloodline of the 4 spirit beasts is very rare. I actually can't guarantee that I can collect them all. It's still early anyway. Yi Jiwei said a lot in one breath. Wang Chen was also interested in it at first, but when he heard that there was a request for his natal pet beast, he gave up. Since there were classes in the afternoon, the 2 girls left after eating, probably going back to the dormitory. However, Wang Chen took the credit card and wanted to see what he could exchange for it. After all, he had just earned 100 credits. Credit Redemption Center. Wang Chen followed the direction of the arrow in the college and found the Credit Redemption Center. There were quite a lot of people here. When he walked into the hall, it was divided into many windows. There were elixirs, magic weapons, materials, courses, food, etc. Basically everything related to improving strength. No wonder the dean said that you can quickly improve your strength with credits. Wang Chen was dazzled by what he saw. What do I need now? I just broke through, and I am not in a hurry to increase my mental power. Since I broke through across levels, Akai's strength has not yet reached the middle elite level. I need to raise Akai's level first, but I still have a dozen energy blocks. Then to lay a solid foundation for Akai and Snow Elf, we need some items that can increase the power of the pet beast to master the elements. Wang Chen analyzed it carefully, and then walked to the magic weapon section. The people sitting at the counter must also be students. It is estimated that these are students from the Faculty of Arts who come here part-time to earn credits. Hello, can I see what magic weapons are available here? Wang Chen still wanted to see what magic weapons were available. It would be more reliable to choose by himself. There are many magic weapons here. You can tell me your needs, and I will help you select them. The senior sister who served you smiled and responded clearly. Ice attribute, dark attribute. Credits within 200. Preferably a magic weapon that can condense the beast's control over the elements. Wang Chen said his request little by little. Then the staff worked on the machine for a while, and finally handed him a list. These are all the magic weapons that meet your requirements. These are all good things. Every one of them is useful. What if I buy them all and give them to the snow elf? Wang Chen couldn't help but think. The little snow elf wore a necklace around his neck and 2 beads on his hand, unleashing his ice skills wantonly. Generally speaking, if magic weapons with similar effects are worn together, the weak ones will be blocked, so just choose one. The staff explained patiently. Oh, that's it. Let me take a look. Then he read all the magic weapons on the list and frowned. Why is there only one magic weapon in the dark department? Because dark-type pet beasts are relatively rare, all dark-type items are relatively small, and most of them are high quality. Dark bracelet, 50 credits. The wearer's dark skills will be slightly enhanced. Wang Chen looked at the information and was a little unclear about what this small increase meant. Seeing Wang Chen looking at this dark magic weapon, the staff quickly introduced, this dark magic weapon is cheap. Since no one bought it for a long time, the college reduced the price. It originally required 200 credits. Wang Chen was a little suspicious, but he was still very moved. It was really cheap. After hesitation, he decided, dark bracelet, frost spirit snow bead. I want these too. Okay, swipe your card here. Walking out of the credit exchange center, Wang Chen still felt a little distressed. He only had 50 credits left. He wanted to see how to earn credits when he had time. Although it was painful to spend the credits, it was really reassuring to hold the magic weapon in his hand. When I go back in the evening, I'll give Akai and the snow elf a surprise. Wang Chen watched the 2 beasts sleeping in the sea of consciousness. Students, I think the teacher has told you the details about the transformation of pet beasts in the morning. This class is a weapons class, but not every weapon will be taught to you. I just learn a general idea and see which weapons you are suitable for. The teacher of the weapons class in the afternoon is a tall and thin man wearing training clothes. He looks like an outsider. Teacher, if we want to choose pet beast fusion, can we not take this weapons class? As soon as these words came out, many people agreed. I think it's best to listen. First of all, you haven't reached the domain lord level yet. Although there are pet beasts to fight, the beast masters themselves are also fighting. In school, you are fighting pet beasts. When you leave the school, you will do whatever you can. When the teacher said this, his face was grim. Second, even if the pet beast is fused, you can still use weapons, but you need a magic weapon, which will be stronger. Now I have said these 2 points. If you agree, you can stay. If you don't, you can leave. The classroom suddenly fell silent, and those who had previously had opinions stopped talking. They felt that what the teacher said made sense. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, whips, maces and hammers, and sticks and crutches. We have everything here. You can choose what you are interested in and try it out first. From now on, I will teach the same thing every time in class until the end. Teacher, what should I do if I want to learn a certain weapon in depth? The weapons class does not teach you to be proficient in a certain weapon, but only to have some understanding, so some students asked. Good question, then it depends on your credits. There are many teachers in the school who are good at a certain thing. You just need to redeem it at the Credit Redemption Center. The teacher's face was no longer serious, and he said a little playfully. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other at Wang Chen and Li Hao. Everyone knew that the two had a duel at noon, and Li Hao was killed instantly, losing 100 credits in vain. Okay, stop looking. Let's all have a try. The teacher clapped his hands and said. After a class, Wang Chen tried various weapons and felt uncomfortable. However, Akai's body is so big. After the fusion transformation, these small weapons will definitely not be usable, so the sword, halberd, and halberd may be suitable. The last lesson is the taxonomy of pet beasts, which mainly talks about the categories of pet beasts, what shortcomings, specialties, etc. they have, and how to deal with unfamiliar pet beasts and strange beasts based on their appearance. Wang Chen felt that this course was quite useful and took a lot of notes. I will definitely have to leave school one day and face various dangers. At that time, the identification machine will not work. The main task of freshmen in the first month of school is to take classes, master a large amount of beast master knowledge as soon as possible, and then complete tasks according to their own abilities, earn credits, and improve their strength. Shenglong College advocates independent learning. You earn credits and learn knowledge by yourself. No one will help you. When Wang Chen returned to the dormitory, he quickly summoned Akai and the snow elf. The snow elf was lying on Akai's shoulders, looking very cute, and reminded Wang Chen of Beauty and the Beast. Look what I bought for you. Wang Chen took out the dark bracelet and frost and snow spirit beads he bought today from his backpack and handed them to them. Woo! Phew! They were very happy to hear their voices. Wang Chen also understood the meaning of the two beasts through his talent. I like them very much. Let me put it on for you. Wang Chen walked over and put the bracelet on Akai's right wrist. Whenever he used dark skills, the dark bracelet would be activated and the skill damage would be enhanced. Woo! Akai raised his right hand and waved it excitedly in the air. The snow elf on the other side saw it and hurriedly flew into Wang Chen's arms, also wanting him to put it on for her. Okay, let me help you put it on. Where do you want to put it on? Wang Chen coaxed while holding the snow elf. The snow elf twisted around, thinking about where to wear it, and finally pointed to his neck. Then I'll get a rope and tie it up for you. The snow elf raised its head and exposed its neck. Wang Chen put it on and let out a giggle laugh. He happily held the spirit bead and flew around. Wang Chen felt that the snow elf meant it's ice cold and very comfortable. Snow elf, this spirit bead is for you to repair your chain. From now on, you can use it to practice your ice elemental power. Be obedient. Wang Chen persuaded him in a gentle voice. After all, the snow elf is so cute, no one wants to scold it. Yeah. The snow elf also nodded. I saw that after the snow elf injected the ice attribute power into the spirit bead emitted light and looked very beautiful, but it died after a while. In fact, Wang Chen was very curious about how this spirit bead was used. The snow elf told him his feelings. It turned out that as long as the ice elemental power was injected into this spirit bead, it would glow if it remained stable in the bead. If the element changed, it would be extinguished, thus achieving the purpose of exercising the elemental power. From now on, you two can repair your chain in the dormitory during the day. I will leave the energy blocks for you. Wang Chen took out a box containing more than a dozen energy blocks from his luggage and said to them, Kacha. Akai picked up an energy block and ate it in one bite, making a loud crunching sound. The snow elf held it and slowly absorbed it. What's going on? Eating it directly. Wang Chen was confused and quickly asked Akai if something was okay. Ugh, is that so? Akai means, feeling? Very full, but tasteless. It seems that Kai just ate, but did not absorb the energy, so he is very full. It seems that he should buy more to prepare. There is also this dark energy block. Eat it sometime. It can increase your dark attribute energy. Wang Chen warned. Wow. Akai nodded. On the weekend of the first week, various clubs began to recruit new members, such as the Fighting Club, the Auxiliary Club, the Alchemy Club, the Production Club, the Cute Club, etc., and the entire Academy Square was occupied by various sheds. Early in the morning, Mu Feng called Wang Chen and Fu Qian to go find a club together. What's the point of joining a club? I don't want to join. Wang Chen looked at the leaflets everywhere as he walked on the road. The simplest reason is that clubs have benefits and rights. Take the Battle Club and the Auxiliary Club, for example. These two clubs determine most matters of the entire battle department. All strong people will join these two clubs. Mu Feng said simply. I understand the Battle Club. The name of the Auxiliary Club is Auxiliary. Can it also compete with the Battle Club? Wang Chen was a little confused. Oh, I just want to join the Auxiliary Club this time. The Auxiliary Club has two major characteristics. Mu Feng said with a lewd smile. What? First, beauty. Second, assistant. Mu Feng said with his fingers. I also want to join. Fu Qian also replied. You didn't see it, Fu Qian, huh? Mu Feng ran to the other side and hugged Fu Qian and teased. Actually, I also want to find a girlfriend during college. I feel that there are more girls in auxiliary societies. Fu Qian said shyly. There are two red greenhouses on the left and right sides of the northernmost part of the Academy Square, which are the Fighting Club and the Auxiliary Club. The other clubs must surround them, otherwise no one will notice them. Mu Feng took Fu Qian to the Auxiliary Club. Before they reached the place, three beautiful seniors ran over with flyers. When Mu Feng saw this, his face lit up with joy, and he reached out to say hello. Unexpectedly, the three girls jumped directly over him and ran to Wang Chen's side. You are Brother Wang Chen, right? You are here to join our auxiliary club. Come on, my sister will take you to sign up. Then two people on the left and right held Wang Chen's hand, and one behind him pushed him forward. Here, don't push me, I will leave. Wang Chen was forced to move forward, while looking at Mu Feng and Fu Qian, wanting to ask for help. Oh, I hate you, Wang Chen. Mu Feng hurriedly followed with a sad face. Quickly give way. Wang Chen wants to join the auxiliary club. One of the seniors shouted, pushed away the crowd, and lifted Wang Chen to his seat. Here, I haven't said that I want to join the auxiliary club. Wang Chen saw that the situation was not good and said quickly, do you still want to join the fighting club? It's full of muscular men who know how to fight and have no brains. You can't go there. The beauty who registered the information said pitifully. No, I didn't go there to see it either. Wang Chen still wanted to struggle. Wang Chen, why are you so ignorant? Beautiful sister, don't worry. If you let me join, I will persuade him to join the auxiliary club. We are good buddies. Mu Feng said quickly. And I, Fu Qian, Wang Chen is my eldest brother. Fu Qian quickly agreed. You too. Wang Chen saw that he was about to be betrayed and quickly interrupted them. Oh, Wang Chen, just accept it. For the sake of our two brothers. Mu Feng and Fu Qian looked at Wang Chen pitifully. Wang Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Okay, then I'll join the auxiliary club. Okay. The new senior is also very happy. In fact, it was because their club president decided to recruit Wang Chen after seeing Wang Chen's performance. This would be a great help to the fighting club. But at this moment, a discordant voice sounded, which seemed very harsh amidst the laughter. It's really worthless. I think the first place among the freshmen is nothing. The trial tower assessment also relies on teammates. I heard that he used his high level to extort 100 credits from his classmates, and now he has joined a girly club like the auxiliary club. I think it's just like that, bah. A few meters away from the shed of the auxiliary club, the leader was holding his hands on his chest, raising his face and saying arrogantly, and then spat. Wang Chen didn't know this person at all, but when he saw Li Hao behind him, he understood the whole story. Li Ji, what do you mean? You are deliberately causing trouble, right? Our president will not let you go. The members of the auxiliary club shouted angrily. Li Hao, it seems that you are a little unconvinced. At that time, everyone knew that you provoked me first, and I only used a pet beast. With a casual blow, you were defeated. Wang Chen sat on the chair, twisted his body, looked at the group of them, and said lightly. Li Hao's face was red, and he didn't give him any face in front of so many people. He mocked him in public. He was about to say something when he was stopped by Li Ji. What a sharp tongue. The first freshman is so strong. A pet beast can defeat 2 elite beasts with a casual blow. I think it is more than enough for you to beat 3 of us pet beasts with 2 pet beasts. Do you dare to accept my duel challenge? Li Ji said calmly. You are shameless. Wang Chen is only at the elite level, and you are already at the lord level. What's more, the difference between the lord level and the elite level is not as simple as a pet beast. A senior sister stood up to speak for Wang Chen. Wang Chen, do you dare? Li Ji looked at Wang Chen with burning eyes. What's your relationship with that guy? Wang Chen was a little curious about the relationship between them and asked Li Ji to help him like this. He is my cousin, Li Ji said casually, not caring. It seems you are not convinced if I don't fight. Okay, then I accept the challenge. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. No one around them expected this scene. They didn't expect Wang Chen to agree. How dare he challenge the elite level to the lord level? When Li Ji saw that he had taken the bait and succeeded, he said, See you on the duel field. Then he left quickly, not wanting him to regret it. Wang Chen, you are too impulsive. You might as well hide until the time comes. Mu Feng also felt that he was too impulsive. Where can I hide? Besides, I'm not afraid of him. It doesn't matter if I lose. If I win, he will lose his dignity. Wang Chen said optimistically. Okay, as long as you think it's reasonable. Mu Feng stopped trying to persuade him. Wang Chen, you shouldn't agree. This is not an ordinary duel. He deliberately tricked you just now. You don't know that duels are unlimited, which means that he can destroy you and kill the pet beast without any responsibility. If you really don't want to go, I will talk to the president and ask her to come forward, and we can solve it casually. The club senior said worriedly. No, thank you, senior. Just let me solve what I promised. Once the information is filled out, I will join the auxiliary club and leave today. Wang Chen also realized that things were not as simple as he thought, so he stood up and put the registration form on the table. Well, Wang Chen, you will also be a member of the auxiliary club from now on. If you need any help, just ask. We have many enthusiastic big sisters in our club. The seniors greeted each other and said goodbye. Wang Chen also nodded and waved his hands, and left with Mu Feng and Fu Qian. This matter is a little troublesome. I didn't know that there were no restrictions on the duel. I thought it was just like a normal battle. Mu Feng also said worriedly. Why don't we ask the president of the auxiliary club for help? Fu Qian was also worried. When he heard that he could kill pet beasts, he looked frightened. Improve your strength. I will buy energy blocks and improve the strength of a Kai and Snow Elf as soon as possible. Then we will have to fight together. Okay, I support you. I'll go with you. I also want to buy some pet beasts for me. My Silver Feather also lacks energy blocks after evolving into Silver Wind. Mu Feng said. Fu Qian also shouted to buy energy blocks. My Golden Shield has also evolved into a Golden Shield Guard. My appetite has increased greatly. I have to eat a lot of metal every day. Why not switch to metal energy blocks? Let's go then. The three of them walked towards the college's purchase office. I heard that you agreed to the duel challenge with the sophomore? Dean Chu asked casually while sitting in his desk, busying himself. That's right. I don't know who sent the news, but almost everyone in the college knew it at once. It was said that Wang Chen, the #1 freshman, was extremely arrogant and threatened that Li Ji was nothing. He could beat two of them with just one pet. You don't have to accept the senior students challenging the junior students, Dean Chu said solemnly. After all, there is a big difference between the two, so it is inevitable to be a little worried. Since you have agreed, prepare with all your strength. If you win, it's best. If you can't beat him, surrender will be fine. In fact, the three realms before the Domain Lord level are not much different in strength. Your Caesar and Snow Elf are both top beasts, so they may not be able to defeat him. Dean Chu had a serious expression 1 second, and said with a smile the next second, as if he was very confident in Wang Chen. I understand. This month is enough for me to improve the strength of my pet beast to another level. Wang Chen didn't care at first, but as the rumors became more and more intense, Wang Chen became filled with unknown anger. That Li Ji and Li Hao went too far. Wang Chen decided to let his strength speak for himself and let them use their tricks to defeat them. So yesterday afternoon, Wang Chen bought a lot of resources and decided to upgrade to the lower elite level within a month, so that Akai, with the help of magic weapons, would have a chance to fight against the Lord level. Moreover, Wang Chen also inquired and found out that Li Ji had just broken through the Lord level, and the three pet beasts were all at the beginning of the Lord level. The entire academy was discussing this matter for a while, and there were many occasions when the two of them made appointments to fight each other, but it was rare for freshmen to challenge each other across classes like this. Nowadays, many people want to chat before and after tea. There are some who support both of them, but most of them are not optimistic about Wang Chen. In the fighting club office, there are more than a dozen people sitting here. They are all senior members of the fighting club and the backbone of the club. They are basically junior and senior students. The one sitting at the front is the president. Do you think Li Ji is mentally ill? What good will this do to him? No matter he wins or loses, it will bring trouble to our dueling club. Someone spoke first and said angrily, I suggest that Li Ji be kicked out of the fighting club. Someone else suggested following him. But there are also different voices. Anyway, Wang Chen has been taken away by the auxiliary society and will probably not join us. More than a dozen people held their own opinions, and the discussion centered around Wang Chen. Okay, this matter is not easy to deal with, but Li Ji was at fault first. After their battle is over, if Li Ji wins, forget it. If he loses, he will just leave. President Guo Feilong finally decided whether Li Ji should stay or go. Among college students, clubs are very important. Since there are no teachers responsible for many student affairs, students are mostly managed in the form of clubs. Being kicked out of the club can be said to be unpopular behavior. The auxiliary club on the other side is also having a discussion, and it seems more lively here. Some young and beautiful girls are chatting here. The only bad thing about the other boys is that the person they are discussing is Wang Chen. President, Why don't you put pressure on the duel club and ask them to cancel the duel? What if that Li Ji kills him? The girl who was recruiting new recruits wanted to ask the president to take action. When there are so many people watching, his mentor is still the dean, and he will not let anything happen to Wang Chen. President Liu Yusin was also confused as to why Wang Chen would accept the duel. Is he so confident? If he really defeated Li Ji, it would be really scary. You should take care of yourselves and prepare for the high school Beast Master exchange competition at the beginning of the year. The president waved them back. After Wang Chen agreed to Li Ji's challenge, Yi Jiwei and Wang Yushi also came to visit Wang Chen. Yi Jiwei looked worried, while Wang Yushi cursed. Is that Li Ji sick? Why did he challenge you, and you agreed? Wang Yushi looked at Wang Chen with an unkind expression. Wang Chen smiled and said, Actually, I didn't know that there were such rules in the duel challenge at the time. But this can be regarded as pressure on me. But I am also confident. This time I broke through to the elite level. I may be a little inflated. I want to test my strength. Wang Chen's face was not worried at all, but was filled with a confident smile. Yi Jiwei looked at him, a little stunned, and quickly came back to her senses and said, Let me see the situation of your pet beast. I have made a plan here. Akai Snow Elf. What plan are you making? Wang Chen was a little strange. In this way, my mentor is actually a nutritionist. He will make a diet plan for Akai, when to eat energy blocks, what foods to eat, and how long to wait between them. This way, he will become stronger to the greatest extent. In addition, because you took Akai for detailed tests before, the instructor also prepared elixirs to make Akai as strong as possible within his ability. Wang Chen was really surprised after hearing this, and secondly, he was very moved. Thank you so much. I need this very much. He took the plan and started reading it. Wang Yushi pouted and said, Jiwei talked to her mentor for a long time before giving you this plan. Normally, she wouldn't make such a detailed plan to become stronger. I can only give you a recipe. Oh, why are you talking about this? Yi Jiwei blushed a little when she was told that, and quickly pulled Wang Yushi to leave. Yi Jiwei, thank you. This is very important to me. If you need any help in the future, just ask. Wang Chen looked serious. It's still very expensive to buy all the things above. If you don't have money, you can tell me. It's okay. I also saved some money, but I'm worried about having nowhere to use it. That's good. Let's go then. We will come to see you challenge in a month. After that, the two of them left. Wang Chen sat on the sofa, looking at the pile of materials on the plan, and frowned. Akai needs 5 energy blocks a day, a total of 150 blocks. King Kong Pill, which increases defense, Power Pill, which increases attack, Rapid Travel Pill, which increases speed. 1 pill of 3 pills every 3 days, which will expire after about a month, totaling 30 pills. You need to eat dark attribute ingredients once every 10 days until you can't eat anymore. Beast Masters also need to take items that can increase their mental power, such as condensing pills or spiritual power fruits. They can take them at will within their own tolerance. Afterwards, they must strengthen their mental power to prevent their mental power from becoming empty and affecting their foundation. It can be seen that this plan is very radical and requires the consumption of a large amount of foreign elixirs and materials. If taken for a long time, the strength will definitely improve quickly, but this will damage the foundation. Fight. The exchange center of the school actually has these things, but Wang Chen has no credits, so he can only buy them with money outside. Although it is a bit expensive, credits can buy a lot of things that money cannot buy, so you can't spend them randomly. Wang Chen thought of the place where he worked during the summer vacation, and the name, Wuya, appeared. He went to buy it from her. For one day, Wang Chen did nothing. He went out for a walk. When he came back, he carried a big box and spent all the money he saved during the summer vacation in one day. I bought energy blocks for 2 million, elixirs for 3 million, and the rest were bought for various materials. I'm completely poor. I don't have a penny. Let's get through this month first and start working on the mission next month. Wang Chen muttered as he returned to the dormitory and put down the box. After a week, almost no one talked about this matter. It seemed that everyone had forgotten about it. Wang Chen also enjoyed his leisure time. He just went to class, ate, and repaired his chain every day. During class, Wang Chen did not communicate with other people, and Li Hao never looked for Wang Chen again. Even when Mu Feng and Fu Qian came to him, he was still repairing his chain. There was no news about the weekly club activities, but everyone knew that Wang Chen was preparing for war, so they did not disturb him. During this period, Wang Chen visited Dinshu once, but it had nothing to do with the challenge. Wang Chen came to ask about some things at the Lord level, and what kind of pet should he sign for his third pet. There is nothing special about the Lord level, except that your pet will evolve to the final stage. Generally speaking, pet beasts have 3 stages of evolution. The Lord level means that the pet has a complete form and complete skills. However, the gap between pet beasts with different potentials will be very large. For example, in terms of skills, pet beasts with higher potential will have more skills. Dean Chu answered questions for his students. Then he also expressed his views on the signing of the third pet beast. Each attribute has its own characteristics. Since you have decided to follow the path of all series like me, I think you can sign a pet beast with 5 element attributes. Your Caesar and Snow Elf will be very good together. You can build a pet team around them. Wang Chen nodded, feeling that what he said made sense. However, Wang Chen felt that there were so many pet beasts that his eyes were dazzled and he didn't know how to choose. Do you have any recommendations? Wang Chen asked. What kind of pet beast is this? Why have I never heard of it? This is a very special pet beast. They cannot move, so they cannot be transferred. Over time, a forest of ancient Tianyuan trees has been formed. As long as you can gain its approval, you can enter your Sea of Consciousness and protect your Sea of Consciousness, which can strengthen your mental power to a certain extent. So amazing. Where are they? After hearing its introduction, Wang Chen's interest was instantly aroused. Have I not finished yet? The advantages and disadvantages of this kind of ancient tree are very obvious. The disadvantage is that it cannot move after being summoned. The advantage is that it will increase the physical strength of your pet and control the enemies within its attack range. Their location is in the Kingdom of Wood. You can go there during the winter vacation. Wang Chen was still very moved by this ancient Tianyuan tree. He kept his mentor's words in mind and prepared to go and see it when the time came. By the way, take this. Dean Shu threw a small bottle to Wang Chen and said nonchalantly, "This is a weakened version of the violent blood pill. It can be fed to pet beasts at critical moments to increase their combat effectiveness. However, do not use it until there is a life or death crisis. The effect will be a little big later. The violent blood elixir is a level 4 elixir. If you take it directly, you will explode and die. So I made this weakened version, and the effect will be weaker." It seemed that the instructor still cared about him very much, and even specially obtained this elixir. Wang Chen stood up, bowed, and thanked him seriously. "Thank you, teacher. Okay, let's go if you have nothing to do." Hurry up, hurry up. Today is the duel between Wang Chen and Li Ji. Let's go to the duel arena quickly, or there won't be any seats left. That morning, the streets were filled with students rushing about, shouting as they ran. Really? Let's go. The duel arena, as the name suggests, is a rather bloody place. It was built hundreds of years ago, when beast tamers were very bloodthirsty, and several pet beasts would often die in a single battle. However, due to educational reforms, those bloody duels were banned. But the conflicts among the beast tamers could not be resolved, and many people died in private. So the place was preserved. The dueling arena is usually deserted and hardly anyone comes. But today, with another duel taking place, most people rushed over to watch the excitement. Mu Feng and his group arrived at the dueling arena early, but strangely, Wang Chen wasn't there. Mu Feng had gone to Wang Chen's dormitory early that morning, but he wasn't there. Li Ji was already waiting at the dueling arena. "Where's Wang Chen? Everyone else is here. Why isn't he here?" Mu Feng asked curiously. "I don't know." The others shook their heads, also wondering what Wang Chen was up to. Some people nearby were getting impatient and started shouting, "Where's Wang Chen? Is he scared and too afraid to come?" Yes, everyone's waiting here." As Wang Chen's good friend, Mu Feng naturally had to speak up for him and retorted directly, "No one asked you to come here. If you don't want to wait, go back now. What are you yelling about here for? And who are you?" "I think Wang Chen is just scared, humph." After waiting for 5 minutes, Wang Chen finally entered the venue, where only 2 people stood facing each other on the vast field. "I didn't expect you to actually come. I thought you would hide and not show up," Li Ji mocked. "Isn't my standing here exactly what you wanted?" Wang Chen said calmly. That's true. You've been caught by a tiny fish hook, and you'll be stuck here today. Don't be too confident, or you might end up losing more than you gain. There are no referees in the dueling arena. Once both sides reach an agreement, they can start on their own until one side surrenders and admits defeat. However, there is a penalty. To prevent a large number of people dueling for no reason, the penalty is set at 300 credits, which takes quite a while to accumulate. Enough talk, let's begin. Wang Chen waved his hand and summoned his pet beast. Roar! After a roar, Akai appeared. Compared to a month ago, Akai's aura was much stronger. Although his appearance had not changed much, he had become more composed. Just standing there, he could create invisible pressure. People would believe that he was a Lord-level pet beast. Wow! The snow elf still looked as cute as ever. Her blue hair became even more crystalline, and the aura she exuded was even colder as she silently floated beside Akai. That's truly astonishing. You've reached the late stage of the elite level in just 1 month since the start of the semester. But you're still too green to defeat me with that much. Li Ji's pupils dilated when he saw Akai. He was genuinely shocked. He then suppressed his astonishment and calmly said, "Wow, no way. How is this possible? We all broke through together. How come it's already at the later stage?" Everyone on the sidelines was shocked. They had never heard of anyone being able to advance a level in a month. Come forth, Rock Elephant Lord, Longhorn Yak, Iron Fist Kangaroo. For a moment, the field resembled a zoo, as the pets signed by Li Ji all had relatively low potential and were heavily influenced by animal bloodlines. First to appear was an elephant clad in a layer of rock armor, the Rock Elephant Lord, Earth type. Next was a yak covered in red fur and with 2 horns on its head, the Longhorn Yak, Fire type. And finally, a muscular creature with a huge iron fist that demonstrated its attack power, the Iron Fist Kangaroo, Metal type. This duel is going to be intense. Apart from Wang Chen's snow sprite, all 4 of his pets are melee pets. It's 1 against 3. I wonder if Wang Chen can hold on. Lu Yusin said with a smile as members of the battle club and the support club sat in the nearest audience seats. President, you're still laughing. Wang Chen is in danger. He's fighting 3 opponents at once, and his level isn't even as high as theirs. How could he possibly win? A female member said anxiously. What's the panic? Sit down and watch carefully. That Caesar isn't that simple, Lu Yusin said calmly. While everyone was still discussing, the scene had already started to move. With a wave of his left hand, the snow elf created an ice ring that attached itself to Akai. The ice ring is a buff skill that increases a pet's reaction speed and attack power. With a wave of his right hand, snow began to fall across the entire area. Snowflakes Descend is an area of effect skill that reduces the speed and reaction time of any enemy pets that come into contact with it. Shadow Strike rushed directly to the yak's back. Shadow Imprisonment rendered it unable to move, and finally used Dark Sky Piercing Flash to hit the yak's back, leaving behind a trail of blood and instantly rendering it unable to fight. Dark Sky Piercing Flash is an advanced skill of Ghostly Flash. It is faster, more powerful, and also has a piercing effect. Akai wanted to continue the pursuit, but Li Ji reacted quickly, commanding the Iron Fist Kangaroo to resist Akai, and then quickly recalled the yak. Damn it, it's too fast. It appeared right behind me, and I was restrained. It was impossible to defend against. I lost a pet beast before the fight even started. Li Ji also realized that he had been careless. His information about Akai was too outdated. Now that it had evolved and leveled up, its strength was incomparable to what it used to be. When they saw Akai defeat one of the pets with lightning speed, screams erupted from the crowd, and the freshmen were particularly excited. Wang Chen, Wang Chen. Everyone was chanting Wang Chen's name, and now they all felt that Wang Chen could defeat Li Ji. Iron Fist Kangaroo, use Iron Fist Charge. Rock Elephant, charge. Li Ji issued 2 commands in quick succession. The 2 pets surrounded Akai from the left and right. The Iron Fist Kangaroo attacked and entangled Akai, while the Rock Elephant charged at Akai from behind, trying to stomp him to the ground. With a bellow, 2 thick forelimbs were about to press down on Akai's body. If he were pressed to the ground by such a heavy beast, he probably wouldn't be able to stand up. However, Kai's hands were locked by the Iron Fist Kangaroo, and he was unable to break free for the time being. The situation was very critical, and the timid girl had already closed her eyes, too afraid to look. Frost Shelter. At the critical moment, the snow elf conjured an ice shield around Akai, which the elephant's leg managed to break through, though a cracking sound was heard, and it was about to collapse. I didn't want to use that move, the damage was just too strong, but now I have no choice but to use it. Wang Chen looked at this critical scene. Darkness withers away. Akai was enveloped in black flames, which gradually spread towards the Iron Fist kangaroo, landing on its body. The Iron Fist kangaroo showed a painful expression on its face and let out a painful cry. Akai continued his pursuit, each attack leaving corrosive marks on its body, eventually obliterating its flesh. Rock Elephant, go and stop him. Li Ji saw that the situation was bad. Iron Fist Kangaroo was bleeding all over and would not make it if this continued, so he quickly withdrew. It's clear now you've lost. Wang Chen yawned and said nonchalantly. It was as if defeating him was a trivial matter, something he had all expected. Li Ji clenched his fists, truly unwilling to accept it. Damn it, I don't believe you're that strong. You're definitely just putting on a brave face and bluffing. He sneered. He won't shed a tear until he sees the king of hell. Kai, just let the snow elf finish it off. Wang Chen gave him no more chances. The rock elephant was indeed tough and thick-skinned. Its rock armor could effectively resist the effects of dark decay. However, the penetrating power of dark sky-piercing strike was not to be underestimated. It quickly shattered the elephant's armor and eventually collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the force. Wang Chen was not one to be merciful, but Akai and the snow elf's frequent use of skills was also consuming a lot of stamina. In addition, after Li Ji quickly said, I admit defeat, Wang Chen did not continue to fight. Remember to transfer the 300 credits to my card. Then Wang Chen walked out of the dueling arena with a flourish. Ignoring the audience who were nearly going crazy, they chanted Wang Chen's name. Only a few people looked grim, but there was nothing they could do. After watching Wang Chen leave, Guo Feilong, the president of the battle club, slowly said, he's incredibly talented. You can't be envious. Don't mess with him. Ordinary Lord-level players can't beat him at all. The club president was also stunned. She had thought Wang Chen would win, but the chances were slim. Who knew he would win so soon after the start? Almost a complete rout. That's great. What do you think about him participating in the college Beast Tamer competition? It'll definitely give them a surprise. President, the people from other colleges are not comparable to someone like Li Ji. Wang Chen is a bit of a stretch. Some people thought the president was exaggerating. It doesn't start until March next year. There's still so much time. Who can say for sure? The president said casually before leaving. As the two left, everyone dispersed, and the dueling arena became deserted again. Since Wang Chen's pet was unharmed, he returned to his dormitory. However, Li Ji's pet was seriously injured, so he rushed to the infirmary. After the day of the duel, no one mentioned it again. The next day, Li Ji transferred 300 credits to Wang Chen's card and left without saying a word. Wang Chen calmed down and slowed down the chain repair speed to solidify his foundation. He had been a bit overconfident in his efforts to break through his strength. During the duel, he could feel that Akai's control was not high, and he could not perfectly release his skills each time, which caused a lot of energy to dissipate. The number of classes at school has also decreased significantly, and attendance is mostly voluntary, with students choosing only those that interest them. Conversely, the number of students attending courses requiring academic credits has increased, as everyone is busy completing assignments to earn credits or pursuing their own interests. Everyone is focused on improving their skills and striving for good grades in the final exams to be noticed by their advisors. Students in the School of Manufacturing and the School of Literature have it simpler, with classes and practical exercises as usual. They learn to forge magical artifacts, refine elixirs, cultivate spiritual plants, and raise pet beasts, among other things. Wang Chen was repairing a chain in his dorm when Mu Feng came over and said, Wang Chen, I looked at a few missions yesterday. Let's go together. Who are they? Wang Chen didn't open his eyes, continuing to focus his mental energy. Wang Chen was now able to multitask, chatting and repairing the chain at the same time. The three of us will make money. It's not about having as many people as possible to complete tasks. Credits are limited, so we should try to balance the two, making the tasks as easy to complete as possible while also considering credit allocation. What mission? I've only looked at the general outline, but there are two types of tasks that are suitable for us. One is to assist local guards in capturing criminals. The other is to go into secret realms to collect the supplies that our clients need, which are usually guarded by strange beasts. Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and asked about some details, such as the strength of the criminals and the approximate strength of the secret realm. But Mu Feng didn't look at them in detail. Let's go check it out tomorrow. More battles are always good. They can increase practical experience and solidify your foundation. After that duel, Wang Chen noticed that Akai's foundation was more solid, which should be related to fighting with all his might. The mission hall is a common feature in every university, containing information posted by local security forces, merchants, research institutes, and even the military. This serves two purposes. It provides training for students and also offers some compensation to the university. These missions are divided into DCBAS based on different levels of difficulty. With our current strength, we can basically only accept D-level missions. Mu Feng walked to the machine that automatically accepts missions. The criminal gang of 3 has been apprehended. They stole a large number of energy blocks and then fled into Chicken Mountain. The guards have already secured the key roads, and someone is needed to go in and assist with the arrest. Strength requirement: Lord-level Beastmaster or Elite-level Beastmaster team. Reward: 300 credits, and a certain amount of energy blocks allocated based on contribution. Collecting spirit fruits, level 3 secret realm, guarded by Lord-level beasts, may contain unknown dangers. Strength requirement: Lord-level or Elite-level team. Reward: 100 academic credits, and a concentration pill based on the amount of spirit fruit brought back. Capture pet slimes to make slime condensate. There is no limit to the number you can capture. Each slime will be purchased for 10 credits. There are no other rewards. Skill requirement: Elite level or above. So many missions. It seems we can only do these D-level missions. I just saw that C-level missions require a Lord-level team to complete, but the rewards are really good. Mu Feng sighed as he looked at the missions. Wang Chen also selected tasks one by one until he saw one. His pupils contracted. Kill cult members. Strength requirement: Domain Lord level or above. Reward: 1,000 credits for Lord level and 5,000 credits for Domain Lord level, depending on strength assessment. Choose any level 3 materials. What is this cult? The reward for killing one person is so generous, Wang Chen asked. A cult? They're a bunch of lunatics. Nobody knows who their leader is or what their purpose is. Every time they appear, they wreak havoc, kill people, plunder resources, and kidnap beast tamers, Mu Feng said solemnly. We are not qualified to do these tasks yet. Those cult lunatics are at least at the Domain Lord level, and they always appear in a fusion state. Let's take this one: apprehend criminals. The rewards are good, and there are people to help with the mission. We just need to be careful. Each person can get 100 credits. Wang Chen made his choice after considering all factors. By the way, have you prepared your weapons? Mu Feng asked. No, I don't. Wang Chen only used it during weapons class. He never used it otherwise. You'd better buy an alloy weapon. A commonly used knife will do. Even if you're not an expert, it will still be able to defend yourself in case of sudden danger, Mu Feng explained. You bought it too? I've never seen you use it before. I've loved archery since I was a kid, and I'm already an expert at it. A few days ago, I accumulated enough credits to exchange for a composite bow made of level 3 alloy. Fu Qian is a coward, so he bought a shield, and now he's a pure damage-tanking guy. Okay, I'll buy one too. Wang Chen also thought what he said made sense. Level 3 alloy battle blade, 300 credits. So expensive. Wang Chen arrived at the exchange center and glanced at the level 3 alloy weapons. The battle blade was the most expensive, while the bow and arrow were the cheapest. Why is that? Wang Chen pointed to the prices of the sword and the bow and arrow. The bow and arrow only cost 100 credits. Bows and arrows are indeed cheap, but that's the price of the bow itself. It doesn't include arrows, which have to be bought separately, Mu Feng explained. A staff member nearby chimed in. The battle knife is the best-selling weapon. Even if you don't use it for self-defense, it's useful for hunting or gathering missions. Ordinary weapons simply can't penetrate the bodies of many high-level beasts. After some persuasion, Wang Chen finally gritted his teeth and bought the level 3 alloy battle blade. He barely had time to enjoy the credits he earned before they were all gone. Now he was out of credits again, and had already spent 300 credits without even completing the mission. The next morning, Wang Chen and his two companions arrived at the mission center and used their credit cards to accept the D-level mission they had chosen the day before. The system then displayed that the mission had been accepted and information about the team members. The system then published the details of the entire task to the identification machine. After the Academy's debugging, the identification machine was found to be able to not only identify items, but also send and receive information, just like a telephone. Location: near Jishan, outskirts of Bintan, Bihua Province. Set off. Pingcheng belongs to the western Bihua Province and is only a second-tier city. Jishan is in the suburbs, with only a small number of residents living around it. Shenglong Academy was built later, so it is mostly surrounded by suburbs and is not particularly far from Pingcheng. Chu Haoyu is at Jinan College in Bihua Province. I wonder how he is doing. Wang Chen thought of his good brother when he saw the familiar name. All three of their pets are capable of long-distance travel. After arriving outside the city by car, they rode their pets towards their destination. However, Fu Qian's pet cannot fly, making it a bit slower. At the Pingcheng Guard headquarters, the guards were all busy. Upon hearing that the three had come here on a mission, the receptionist quickly notified the captain. You must be students from Holy Dragon Academy. A man in his 30s came out. His square face and neatly dressed guard uniform gave him a reassuring air. Hello, my name is Wang Chen, and I'm the team leader for this mission. You can just call me Captain Sunday. I'm the captain of the Pingcheng Guard. After shaking hands and exchanging greetings, the group began to discuss business. Our guards have now sealed off all the access routes to Chicken Mountain, making it difficult to proceed to other areas. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that they might take risks and escape through jungles, cliffs, waterfalls, or other such places. A day has passed, and they are carrying a large number of energy blocks. Even if they are incredibly fast, they cannot escape, so they are definitely still in the mountains. So what do we need to do? Captain Sun took out a map from the side and spread it on the table. It should be an aerial view of Jishan Mountain, with all the terrain and passages marked on it. Your mission is to drive them onto the roads we're guarding, or arrest them on the spot. There are 2 Lord level and 1 Elite level among them. We don't have enough manpower, and we need manpower in other areas as well, which is why we issued this mission. Since you are students of the Holy Dragon Academy, I believe in your abilities, Brother Sun explained, stating their mission and adding a brief explanation. All right, let's set off now. Time is of the essence. Wang Chen stood up, put away the map, and said to Captain Sun, Here, take this. It's a signal flare. If you fire it after completing the mission or if you encounter danger, we'll provide immediate support. Captain Sun handed him a pistol. At the entrance to Jishan, there were only 3 people guarding the place, which shows that the guard team was indeed short-handed and had no choice but to issue the mission. Without hesitation, the 3 summoned their pets and went into the mountains to search each area one by one. They made a big commotion to either attract you or force you to come out of the mountains. Mufeng rode Silver Wind to scout ahead, bow and arrow at the ready, while White Peacock observed from a distance. Fu Qian rode Mountain God Boar, moving slowly and cautiously surveying the land and jungle. Wang Chen rode Akai, flying low behind Mufeng, directing the search with a map, checking each area one by one. These criminals have gone quite far. They've explored most of the map, and we still haven't seen them, Mufeng said, cursing. The 3 of them had scouted most of the area in one go and were quite tired, so they rested under a large tree. They ate some food themselves and also fed their pets energy bars. There are only the waterfall area in front and the cliff on the right left. These 2 places are indeed easy to hide in, especially the waterfall. There is a cave behind the waterfall marked on the map, which is a good hiding place. There is space inside and fish and meat. It can hide for a few days without any problem. Wang Chen marked the cave and analyzed the criminals' hiding places. Are you all rested? Let's set off. It's getting dark, so let's try to finish before then. Wang Chen looked up at the sky and prepared to leave. Okay. Mufeng and Fu Qian also agreed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the waterfall crashing down made the area very noisy. We've arrived. The waterfall area is just ahead. So what do we do now? Should we go straight in or? Mu Feng asked. Let's try to fool them first. Listen up, you three inside. I know you're behind the waterfall. If you come out now, your punishment will be reduced. But if you wait for us to go in, we'll kill you without mercy. Wang Chen shouted loudly and sternly. A full minute passed without a sound or a figure appearing. Looks like they're not here. Let's go, Wang Chen sighed. He then pulled the two of them back to their pets and hid them in the jungle. What do you mean? Fu Qian was confused. Didn't they say there was no one here? What are they doing hiding here? Let's wait and see. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, a person rushed out from behind the waterfall. He was dressed in black and wearing a baseball cap, and he kept looking around furtively. Upon seeing someone emerge, Wang Chen quickly focused his attention, held his breath, and observed his behavior. Fu Qian, you stay here and keep watch. Mu Feng, the two of us will follow him and find an opportunity to tie him up. Wang Chen whispered the instructions, and then quietly followed. Huh? Am I alone? What if the others come out? Fu Qian said, somewhat frightened. You just stay here and hide. Even if the other two come out, you stay here too. We won't go too far. Once we get to an open area, we'll tie the guy up, Wang Chen reassured him. Okay. The criminal dressed in black stopped after running a short distance. He stood under a tree and seemed to be digging something. Wang Chen and Mu Feng followed quietly. Haha, those idiots in the guard team. They think they can fool us with just a few words. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, wondering who the fool was. After digging for a long time, they finally unearthed a small box. Great. The most valuable thing this time is these level 4 energy blocks. All the others combined aren't as valuable as this. If someone hadn't been scavenging around behind, they wouldn't have buried it here. It turned out that these thieves had noticed Wang Chen and his group sweeping around. To prevent losing everything if they were caught, they buried the valuable items and planned to dig them up later. Now that we've dug it out, let's not leave. Wang Chen and Mu Feng walked out directly. However, before they could finish speaking, Akai and Yin Feng had already made their move. But the man reacted quickly and summoned his 3 pet beasts in an instant. Name, Ghost-Face Serpent, Attribute, Wood, Level, Lord, Skills, Venom Splash, Entangle. Name, Curly-Horned Argali, Attribute, Earth, Level, Lord, Skills, Charge, Knockback. Name, Giant Fire Ant, Attribute, Fire, Level, Lord, Skills, Fireball, Flame Body. This was Wang Chen's first time using the identification machine in the wild. He was able to scan the other party's information in just a moment. Based on the information he had learned in class, Wang Chen also learned about the other party's weaknesses. Mu Feng, prioritize attacking the ghost-face snake. Its venom can be sprayed from a distance, and getting hit will be troublesome. My Akai will entangle the remaining 2 pets. Okay, I understand. Wang Chen and Mu Feng unleashed their strongest power. With the help of the snow elf, Akai spared no effort in using his stamina and skills, attacking the giant fire ants with dark light of annihilation, while attacking the horned argali with dark sky-piercing flash. For a moment, Akai was actually dominating the two of them, forcing them to retreat steadily. The fact that they were resorting to theft indicated they weren't wealthy, perhaps even impoverished, so the pets they could acquire couldn't possibly be very strong. These 3 pets only had the potential to be Lord level, meaning their strength had already reached its peak. On the other side, Mu Feng ended the battle in an instant. After evolving, Yin Feng's skills became more powerful, and he also awakened an acceleration skill called Wind's Protection and a powerful offensive skill called Heavenly Wings. Silver Wind spread its wings, emitting a purple light, and a large number of feathers gathered into a line, rushing directly towards the ghost-faced serpent, surrounding it and constantly scraping against its body. White Peacock also used spreading its tail to confuse it, and then used White Feather Shot to finish off the ghost-faced serpent. Surrender, you've already lost. Wang Chen looked at the fallen ghost-faced snake, the giant fire ants surrounded by the argali sheep, and said coldly to the man in black. The man in black looked left and right and realized he couldn't escape, so he raised his hands and slowly squatted down. Just as Wang Chen was about to step forward to tie him up, the man in black pulled out a knife from behind and slashed at Wang Chen. Call out. A black arrow pierced the arm of the man in black who was holding the knife. A scream rang out, and the knife fell to the ground. Be careful. Mu Feng put away his bow and arrows. Wang Chen looked at the man in black on the ground, walked over and punched him before tying him up with a rope and gagging him with a cloth to prevent him from speaking. Thank you. It's all right. That's just how it is outside. People can be wicked. In places with poor security, murder and robbery happen all the time. Is it difficult to manage? Wang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled, as he had never heard of such a serious situation in his neighborhood. The stronger the strength, the harder it is to manage. So this situation is more serious in the north. The north is martial, and there are a lot of exotic beasts and secret realms, which attracts many powerful beast tamers, making it difficult to manage. Mu Feng was quite knowledgeable about this aspect. How did you know? To be honest, I was born into the Fengyu sect, which is located in a secret realm in the north. When I was a child, I often went out with my family and frequently encountered this situation. Mu Feng did not hide anything and told his story. Let's go back and surround the other two as well. Wang Chen put away the box that the man in black had stolen. The two returned to their hiding place and found Fu Qian still there. They asked what was going on and found that no one had come out. So the three of them headed in the direction the man in black had come from, intending to surprise them. Boss, why isn't second brother back yet? Could something have happened to him? One of the two men inside the waterfall was also dressed in black, but without baseball caps. One of them, a short-haired man, said, "There were a few people shouting outside just now, probably the guards. The second brother is so clever, he shouldn't get caught," said the man with the scar on his face. "Wait 5 more minutes. If they're not back by then, we're leaving." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stood up and shouted in one direction. "Who's there? Who's there?" Wang Chen and his two companions came over and blocked the entrance to the cave to prevent them from escaping. "Where's the second brother? What did you do to him?" the scarred man asked. "We've already handcuffed you. You'd better surrender if you know what's good for you, or we'll hurt you," Mu Feng said arrogantly. "You're young, but you're arrogant. If you want me to surrender, then let your strength speak for itself. Looks like you won't give up until you've hit rock bottom. Just go for it," Wang Chen said, stepping forward. The three summoned all their pets, and the two men in black also summoned 5 pets. But in terms of strength, they were completely overwhelmed. Within 2 minutes, the man in black and his pet fell to the ground, while Wang Chen remained unharmed. Too easy. Is this really a Lord-level Beastmaster? Fu Qian wondered. Fu Qian recalled the scene from the battle just now, where the Golden Shield Guardian stood on top of the mountain god boar's head, blocking all the pet's skills, which couldn't harm it at all. After the Golden Shield Guardian breaks through, its defensive capabilities increase even further, and it gains the Steel Armor Barrier skill, which can conjure a 10-centimeter thick iron gate-like shield out of thin air. The mountain god boar also boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, and can also enclose itself with an earthen wall. Wang Chen walked in from outside. After knocking down the two men, he went out and fired a signal flare, also bringing the man in black to the waterfall. Akai grabbed the 3 criminals and their pets, throwing them together, and waited for the guards to arrive. An hour later, Captain Sun arrived with 4 team members, each riding a speedhound. Excellent. As expected of students from Holy Dragon Academy, this is incredibly efficient. They caught the criminal gang in less than a day. Captain Sun laughed heartily. While Captain Sun was chatting with Wang Chen, the 4 team members had already tied up the criminal gang and put them on the speed dock, while also counting the number of stolen energy blocks. Report to the captain, 3 level 3 energy blocks are missing. They must have used them. The rest are intact. Good, very good. Mission accomplished. Let's go down the mountain. The 3 of you have completed your mission perfectly. In addition to the academic credits, we will also reward you with 10 level 2 energy blocks. Pingqing's resources are limited, and this is the maximum reward I can give you, Captain Sun said, while showing an embarrassed expression. Although these 3 individuals are not particularly strong, the energy blocks they stole are worth over 1 million. If they cannot be apprehended soon, there is a risk that they might use or transfer all the energy blocks, resulting in significant losses for Pingqing. It's all right, Captain Sun, I understand. We'll be leaving now to go back to school. It's getting dark. Why don't you rest here for the night before you leave? Captain Sun glanced at the sky and tried to persuade the three to stay. No need, we're pressed for time. Wang Chen wanted to go back to school to continue taking on missions and earning credits. This feeling of doing missions was really great. All right then, we won't keep you any longer. I'll take you to collect your rewards. Captain Sun stopped trying to persuade you. The three of them left Pingcheng before dark and discussed their mission plan for the next day on the way. What mission are we taking on this time? Mu Feng asked. After returning to school, the three prepared to continue their tasks. They earned 100 credits in a day, which was a decent pace, but still too few. Let's take on some other types of tasks and see which type earns credits faster. These two quests, the one for collecting spirit fruit and the one for collecting slime, are both located in the Pure Spirit Realm. The Pure Spirit Realm is a level 3 realm, also known as a Lord-level realm. Realms are classified into different levels based on the highest level of pets they can accommodate. When school started, the school's pet realm was level 2, filled entirely with elite-level pets. There are many reasons for the formation of secret realms. The most common reason is that the terrain changes drastically, forming an independent space that encompasses the surrounding area to form a secret realm. Another reason is that powerful beings create secret realms on their own. King-level beings cannot do this, but Emperor-level beings probably can. After the death of ancient powerful beings, their sea of consciousness will also form secret realms after changes, and they may even retain their pets and inheritances. Therefore, every time a secret realm appears, it signifies opportunity and resources, which may change the fate of the Beast Tamer. However, this Qingling secret realm is a fully developed secret realm that closes for a period each year to allow its resources to regenerate. It's currently open, so many people are posting quests to collect its resources. I have no objection. Mu Feng also thought it was feasible. I'll listen to you. Fu Qian only needed to follow the two older brothers. By the way, you need beast taming beads to capture slimes. Buy more beast taming beads. You can use them later. If you come across any rare pets, you can capture them and sell them for a good price. Mu Feng reminded him. Okay, by the way, are beast taming beads expensive? Wang Chen asked as he walked after accepting the mission. Hey, those things are cheap. The lowest quality beast taming beads are $1,000 each, but they can't hold your pet for too long. You have to let them out every few days, or they'll get damaged. What if it's a better beast taming bead? This was the first time Wang Chen had ever heard of different qualities of beast taming beads. I know that. Fu Qian answered before Mu Feng could speak. Prices range from a few hundred to millions. Those worth 1,000 are not only unstable in their internal space, but also cramped and have a harsh environment, making them unsuitable for larger pets. The pet beads worth tens of millions have stable internal spaces that can be used for a long time. They simulate the sea of consciousness inside, making the pets very comfortable. You've used it. Mu Feng looked at Fu Qian with suspicion, having assumed that Fu Qian came from an ordinary family. To be honest, my family is in business. For safety, we employ many powerful beast tamers, and we also bring along powerful pets, so we often use those luxurious beast taming beads, Fu Qian said, scratching his head sheepishly. Your surname is Fu. You wouldn't happen to be from the Fu group that deals in metals, would you? Mu Feng guessed. Yes. I didn't realize you had such a powerful background. Wang Chen had never heard of the Fu group before, so he asked, the Fu group? What does it do? They buy and sell metals, from high-grade alloys and rare metals to ordinary ironware. It's just that the scale is very large, and they have a long-term cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Gold. They are also the largest metal merchant in our Holy Dragon dynasty. Mu Feng was quite familiar with some of these forces. It's not that exaggerated. Although Fu Qian said this, a proud look still appeared on his face. Now that I've told you all, feel free to come to me if you ever need anything in this area, and I'll give you a rock-bottom price, Fu Qian assured him. Okay, I'll come to you for making weapons and such from now on, Mu Feng said with a smile. No problem. All right, let's go buy the equipment first. Wang Chen interrupted their conversation. To prevent future capture-type missions, Wang Chen bought 30 beast taming beads himself, mainly because any more would fill his backpack. Mu Feng and Fu Qian also bought 20 or 30 each. By the way, do you have any storage magic items? It's so inconvenient to carry a backpack every time I go out, and I can't carry too much stuff. Wang Chen asked Mu Feng after buying the equipment. Wang Chen also noticed that everyone was carrying a large package, which seemed very inconvenient. What if some materials were too big to carry back? Storage magic items do exist, but they are quite rare. Storage magic items involve spatial attributes. Besides some magic items that have been passed down through generations, they can also be crafted. This requires treasures with spatial attributes and a highly skilled craftsman. Both of these are extremely rare, Mu Feng explained. Don't think about it now. Once you reach the Domain Lord level, you can explore the secret realms and try your luck. Secret realms usually contain items that contain spatial power, or you can save up money and go to the auction house. These spatial magic treasures are definitely not sold normally. They can only be obtained through auctions. The Qingling Secret Realm is located in the southern suburbs of Lingmu City. These low-level secret realms can be moved by human power, so there are many secret realms around Lingmu City, all guarded by soldiers. Only qualified beast tamers can enter. Take a look. A detailed map of the Qingling Secret Realm is on sale for a bargain price of only 100 yuan. We'll buy all the spirit fruits, regardless of size or quality. We buy wolf pelts, whole wolf pelts, and price them based on their quality and condition. Before the three even reached the secret realm, they were drawn to the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. A large number of merchants and beast tamers had gathered around the perimeter of the realm to trade. Because there were certain requirements for entering the secret realm, ordinary people couldn't go in. A market had been set up around it. The surrounding vendors would post various tasks, primarily for beast tamers from the general public, but not for those from academies, mainly because the rewards were lower. The three ignored those people. Their things were unnecessary for Wang Chen and the others. The academy had maps, and the Qingling Secret Realm had already been thoroughly explored. Please show your beast tamer certificate. The three were stopped as soon as they reached the entrance to the secret realm. A small base had been set up there, staffed with rotating soldiers. The three presented their beast tamer certificates. After everyone broke through to the elite level at the beginning of the semester, the academy had issued certificates to all students through the local Beast Tamer Association. Subsequent breakthroughs required students to go to the local Beast Tamer Association to obtain their certificates themselves. The guard opened and inspected the items before returning them, saluting to signal the three to pass. Thank you. After expressing their gratitude, the three of them passed through the gate and entered the secret realm. According to the map, the spirit fruit tree is in the north. You need to cross a pack of wolves, and then there are the mighty apes guarding the spirit fruit tree. The slime community is in the northwest, and they are scattered. It will take some time. The pure spirit secret realm is a small secret realm, not very big. Wang Chen had already memorized the map. We have the advantage this time. We're in the air, while the wolf pack and the ape pack are on the ground. Mu Feng, you take Fu Qian, and Fu Qian, you summon the mountain god boar and the golden shield guardians to defend on the ground. We'll be responsible for dropping off the resources we've collected to you. No problem. Then let's get started. Is flying really this amazing? Fu Qian sat on Yin Feng's back, enjoying the gentle breeze. Mu Feng was sitting on the white peacock. He had summoned his pet beast, intending for the white peacock to carry Fu Qian, but the white peacock flew away, refusing to carry him. So, this is the final scene. Whoa! The three had already flown into the wolf pack's territory, where howls echoed across the ground, but the wolves couldn't harm them. Other beast tamers without flying pets could only proceed cautiously or fight their way through. After a 30-minute flight, the spirit fruit trees came into view. Each tree was very tall, but the fruits it bore were quite small, only the size of an apple, and were guarded by a large number of mighty apes. What should we do? Mu Feng asked, looking at the situation below. Let's go down first. Wang Chen lowered his altitude and landed on the ground. The three of us will just wait on the ground. Let Fu Qian protect us. Akai and your white peacock will harass them, attack the mighty apes to distract them, and then let Silverwind steal it. It's fast and more likely to succeed. Wang Chen had already figured out the collection plan. Then let's move out. The three issued the order and began the battle plan. While Akai went to carry out the battle plan, Wang Chen and the other two took out the packages from their backpacks, tied them to the mountain god pig, and then put the spirit fruits in the bags and let it carry them. The three of them stood there watching as Akai and the white peacock kept harassing the giant apes in the distance. But they just couldn't hit them, and they were so anxious that they jumped up and down on the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wang Chen could hear the angry screams of the giant apes from a distance, and he scratched his head in frustration. The largest giant ape was probably the leader, and its strength, as determined by the assessment machine, was at the Lord level. It stood at the top of the tree, and every time Akai and the white peacock descended, it would suddenly jump up, trying to grab them. However, Akai was also wary of it, deliberately lowering his altitude each time and dodging abruptly, intentionally teasing it. Meanwhile, Infeng had already stolen a large number of spirit fruits and brought them back. Finally, the other giant apes noticed something was wrong and started shouting loudly. The entire group was in an uproar, ignoring Akai and the others, and returned to the tree to guard the spirit fruit. They found us. It's not easy to steal them now. Mu Feng realized there was no chance to steal the fruit. I've finished counting. There are 10 spirit fruits now, not too many. Fu Qian put away the collected fruits. Let's attack them from a distance and see if they fall for it. Wang Chen thought for a moment. Since you're not bothering us anymore, then we'll attack you. White feather attack and dark light. Beams of laser light and feathers struck the giant apes in the tree, causing them frequent pain, but they remained unmoved, staying in place and rotating every now and then. Hey, these guys are pretty shrewd. Mu Feng looked at them baring their teeth and refusing to leave, feeling a bit of a headache. After all, it's a primate pet. As its strength increases, its intelligence also improves. Wang Chen was also a little worried. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen came up with a plan, clapped his hands and said, I've got it. We can go fishing. Fishing? The two people next to him were a little confused. Where could they go fishing in this place? Wang Chen pointed to the 10 spirit fruits he had put away, and then to the group of giant apes there. Oh, I understand. Okay, same as always, but with a slight change this time. Fu Qian and I will ride the mountain god boar, and Mu Feng, you ride the white peacock. You two will use these 10 spirit fruits to lure them away. Infeng will go and steal the fruits, and this time Akai will also go and steal them while attacking the remaining giant apes. That's the plan. Wang Chen formulated the plan again. I have no objection. Fu Qian thought it was a good idea after hearing this. Fatty, can you handle it? What if those giant apes insist on attacking you? Won't it be too dangerous for the two of you? Mu Feng asked worriedly. It should be fine. Don't go too far. Even if those giant apes insist on killing us, as long as we hold them off for a while, Akai will be back. Wang Chen had a lot of faith in his teammate. All right then, let's do it this way. The three of them followed Wang Chen's plan exactly, and it really worked. The aura of the 10 spirit fruits attracted the leader, who led a group of giant apes to chase after the mountain god boar. They were quite fast and would catch up in no time. At this moment, Wang Chen threw the bag to Mu Feng in the air and flew in another direction. They were indeed attracted. In their eyes, there was only that bag of spirit fruits, and nothing else mattered. The leader led his underlings out of the territory. Akai and Infeng had already entered the territory and were picking the fruit without restraint. The remaining giant apes were relatively weak and could not harm the intruders at all. Ultimately, having no other choice, the giant ape abandoned the intruders and sent one of them to retrieve the giant ape, while the rest screamed loudly in an attempt to attract the leader's attention. Upon hearing the sound, the leader, who was in pursuit, hurriedly stopped and ran back. On the way, he encountered his henchman who was responsible for finding the leader. The two beasts chattered for a moment, and then the leader roared and rushed back. Akai retreat. Wang Chen and Wang Hui traveled a distance and reached the range of the mind link, then directly notified Akai. Their speed was much faster than the giant ape leader's return speed. Wah! Upon receiving the order, Akai stopped his actions and left with Silverwind. When the giant ape leader returned, several fruit trees had already been picked clean, leaving only some trees further away unharvested. The giant ape troop was furious and could only rage helplessly. Haha, this is awesome. We've struck it rich this time. Mu Feng, standing to the side, laughed heartily as he looked at his haul. Wow, there are 32 spirit fruits in total. If we use them ourselves, they can last us a long time, Fu Qian said, swallowing hard. Using all of it to complete tasks is a bit wasteful. How about we split it equally among the three of us? You can decide for yourself whether you want to hand it in or not. But I suggest you hand in a portion, collect the credits, and keep some for yourself. Wang Chen thought it made sense and suggested it. Wang Chen and I will each take 11, and you will take 10. Is that okay? Mu Feng said to Fu Qian. No, 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 you should take more. I didn't help much, you've taken too much, Fu Qian quickly said. He hadn't done anything else this time except run around on the ground a few times while collecting the spirit fruits. Don't say that. You protected our safety. Although we weren't actually in danger, you still played a protective role. Wang Chen patted Fu Qian on the shoulder, indicating that he should accept the gift without worry. Then I'll accept it. You guys are truly my good brothers, Fu Qian said, moved. Stop being so sentimental. Next destination, the Northwest District. Capture the slime. Slimes are slime-like, jelly-like creatures that mostly live together in groups, but scatter when threatened. They are very fast in water and are difficult to catch if they escape into the water. We've arrived, but don't land yet. The three of them had reached the slime cluster, and Wang Chen looked down at the bouncy slimes hovering in the air. If we rush down to catch them, they'll run around and become harder to catch. Mu Feng thought about the characteristics of slimes and was a little worried about how to catch them. The three of us caught them from 3 different directions, herding them from the outside towards the center to prevent them from running around. Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. Let's proceed like this, and this time we'll just collect as many beast taming pearls as possible. Wang Chen starts from the lower left side of the triangle. Fu Qian is on the lower right side, and Mu Feng, who is the fastest, is at the top. Slimes are arguably the lowest level pets. Due to their species, it's rare to find a Lord-level slime. Most are considered quite good if they reach elite level. Wang Chen sat on Akai's back, flew around the sky, and then casually swept dark light to stun a large number of slimes. Then he could put the beast taming bead into the unconscious beast. In a short time, more than a dozen were captured. However, during the intervals between captures, the remaining slimes ran away. Although Akai tried his best to rush them to the center, these slimes were completely unintelligent and ignored him, continuing to run around everywhere. After a period of catching, the three of them had captured all the slimes they could see. However, each of them was still a few slimes short of their target. What should I do? I'm still missing 3. Fu Qian said with a troubled expression, holding 3 empty beast taming beads in his hand. Me too. I'm still missing 2 more. Mu Feng was faster and bought more beast taming beads. Then let's look around. Let's finish up the rest and leave the secret realm. We've been here for quite a while. It's time to go, Wang Chen said, checking the time. Wang Chen and Akai slowly searched the ground. The slime wouldn't have gone too far. It must have found a place to hide nearby. They could find it if they were careful. As Akai walked, he sniffed the air, while Wang Chen, holding a knife, looked around cautiously, fearing potential danger. Humph. Akai sniffed a few times, then suddenly pointed in a direction and showed Wang Chen an excited expression. Found it? That's great. Wang Chen smiled when he saw that it was found so quickly. No. Then Wang Chen heard that what Akai meant was not that he had found a slime, but rather a very tempting smell, which might be something to eat. Wang Chen was worried about the potential danger. Anything that could attract Akai's aura was definitely unusual. However, seeing how excited Akai was, Wang Chen couldn't bear to refuse it. Is it far from here? Wah. Akai shook his head. It's not far. Let's go take a look. Wang Chen jumped onto Akai's back, and led by Akai, they flew in one direction, eventually stopping at the entrance of a dark and damp cave. Is it inside? Wah. Akai nodded vigorously, his mouth practically watering. Let's go in then. Wang Chen followed Kai slowly forward. The entrance to the cave was very damp and slippery to walk on. There are still slimes here. It seems this is a hiding place for some slimes. It wasn't a wasted trip. I can finish the rest here. Wang Chen hadn't walked far when he saw a slime in a small pit next to him. Go, Kai. With a few light swings, Akai knocked out all the slimes and subdued them effortlessly, filling all 30 beast taming beads. Continuing forward, they finally saw what captivated Akai. A small black branch growing out of the middle of a small pool, with a dark object hanging on it, somewhat like the dark fruit they had bought at the restaurant. only shrouded in black mist. Let me see what this is. Wang Chen was very curious about what it was, so he took out the identification machine to scan it. Name: Black Mist Fruit. Level: Tier 3 Fruit. Harvesting Method: Harvest by wrapping your arm with dark energy. Preservation Method: Requires storage in a box made of dark attribute materials. Must not be exposed to light, or can be consumed directly. Ugh, I can't preserve this either. Wang Chen looked at Kai. Kai, just eat it. Wah! Look how excited you are. It seems Kai really likes these dark fruits. You should buy more when you have money in the future. Click, click, click. Kai finished the black mist fruit in a few bites, a satisfied look on his face, and then returned to Wang Chen's side, barking twice. I felt very comfortable after eating, with a warm current flowing through my body. I don't feel anything else for now. Wang Chen slowly savored the feeling that Kai was describing to him. Let's ask again when we get back to school. Now let's go back. It's time to leave the secret realm. After leaving the cave entrance, Mu Feng and Fu Qian had already completed their mission and were waiting in place. Why are you so slow? Mu Feng asked as Wang Chen approached from a distance. It's nothing. We were just delayed a little because we went into a cave. Mission accomplished. Let's leave now. The three of them rode their pets directly to the edge of the city. Flying was prohibited within the city limits, as there were too many beast tamers there, and causing a riot would be very serious. At the mission center, Wang Chen inquired in detail about the delivery mission of the spirit fruit. Delivering one fruit would earn 100 credits and 3 concentration pills, but delivering more would not reward credits, only increase the number of concentration pills. The staff noticed he was carrying a large bag, which they assumed contained a lot of spiritual fruits, so they explained the situation to him. Wang Chen understood that the concentration pill was much better than the spirit fruit. The pill's effects were milder, while the spirit fruit, being unprocessed, could cause a rapid increase in mental strength after consumption, potentially leading to a violent outburst. It was best not to consume too much of it. Here are 10 spirit fruits. See how many mind concentration pills you can exchange for them. Wang Chen then emptied all the spirit fruits from his backpack. 100 credits plus 3 concentration pills, and then one of the 9 spirit fruits can be exchanged for 6 concentration pills, for a total of 57 concentration pills. The staff member took out a box from the warehouse and also printed the credits on the card. I forgot, there's also the slime quest. 30 slimes. Wang Chen took out another 30 beast taming beads. Each one is worth 10 credits, for a total of 300 credits. Here you go. The staff swiped another 300 credits onto the card. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had earned so many credits and more than 50 concentration pills in just 2 days, which was more than enough to last until he reached the Lord level. By the way, why don't we ask Yi Wei about the black mist fruit? We don't need to trouble Dean Su with such a thing. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Wang Yushi's voice rang out, and then she opened the door. Wang Chen, what are you doing here? Wang Chen took 2 steps back, looked at the dormitory room number, and asked in confusion, I didn't go to the wrong room. I knocked on Yi Wei's room. Why are you the one who came out? I came here to see Zhi Wei. It's normal for 2 girls to be together. But you came alone. What are you up to, a lone man and woman? Wang Yushi asked suspiciously, staring into Wang Chen's eyes. Yi Wei's voice came from inside the room. Oh dear, what are you saying? Wang Chen must have something important to discuss with me. Come in. Yi Wei walked to the door, opened it, and let him in. I came to see you because I really have something I want to ask you. I didn't think it was necessary to ask Dean Su, so I came to see you instead. Wang Chen walked into the dormitory. This was his first time entering a girl's dormitory, and he was a little excited. He found that it was indeed different from the boys' dormitory. The most distinctive feature was that it was clean and tidy, and there was no pink everywhere as he had imagined. Yesterday I found a black mist fruit in the secret realm, but since I didn't have the right tools to collect it, I let Kai eat it. Is that okay? The storage conditions for black mist fruit are quite demanding. You did the right thing. Forcing it back would have rendered it ineffective, Yi Wei said slowly, sitting on the sofa and pondering the knowledge in her mind. There are relatively few records about black mist fruit. According to previous records, pets feel very comfortable after eating it. It should subtly improve the pet's physical meridians, allowing it to hold more energy and release skills faster and more powerfully. So don't worry, there haven't been any side effects found with the black mist fruit yet. Your guy's strength should improve a lot in the next few days. Congratulations. That's great. Thank you for telling me all this. The testing machine is indeed limited in its effectiveness. We'll have to rely on you in crucial moments. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Let me treat you to dinner. I wasn't really that helpful. You two go eat. Don't worry about me. It was Zhi Wei who explained everything to you. Wang Yushi quickly declined when she heard that she was going to treat them to dinner, giving them a chance to be alone together. Well, why don't you go too? Zhi Wei felt it would be a little awkward if only Wang Chen ate with her. Oh, it's all right, Wang Yushi said, pulling the two of them up and pushing them towards the door. Don't push me, I'll go, okay? Zhi Wei couldn't persuade her otherwise. Thank you. Wang Chen waved to Wang Yushi. On the second floor of the restaurant, Wang Chen and Zhi Wei found a window seat, ordered several dishes made with high-end ingredients, and then waited. You've helped me so many times. I owe you more and more, Wang Chen said with a smile. It's nothing. We're classmates, and we're teammates too, so it's only right that we help each other. Zhi Wei smiled slightly, revealing her unique charm. Zhi Wei was not as pretty as Wang Yushi, or even as pretty as Su Qianyue, but her gentle personality and the smile that was always on her lips, especially when the sunlight shone on her face through the glass, made Wang Chen's heart flutter, and he was stunned for a moment. Wang Chen quickly came to his senses, somewhat at a loss, and scratched his head, saying, like I said, just let me know if you need anything in the future. I'm just afraid I'll owe you more and more favors. Zhi Wei seemed oblivious to Wang Chen's expression, deep in thought. Her brows furrowed slightly as she slowly said, there might be times when I need your help. I hope you won't refuse then. No problem. The two then shared their knowledge, but most of the time Zhi Wei was talking while Wang Chen was listening. Zhi Wei also enjoyed sharing knowledge with others, but most people weren't interested in listening. They were more concerned with improving their skills. Since she had finally found such a good listener as Wang Chen, Zhi Wei spoke with great enthusiasm. Before they knew it, all the dishes had been served. The two ate a simple meal and went home. Although they didn't feel there was anything particularly noteworthy about the meal, they seemed to have something inexplicable about them compared to others. Dean Chu's office. Teacher, what can I do for you? Wang Chen asked as he entered and closed the door behind him. Wang Chen was originally on a mission when, after completing the mission, he was told by staff that his mentor was looking for him. It's about the college Beast Tamer competition. Dean Chu looked up at Wang Chen. I've heard of this. It seems to be held every March. It mainly involves ranking universities and then determining the allocation of resources for the following year. That's right. However, an exchange student competition is usually held at the end of the first semester, mainly to assess potential candidates. Several universities will send people to gather information and investigate each other. In a few days, the remaining 5 academies, Royal, Lingyun, Jinan, Lingmu, and Lingxi, will arrive. There will most likely be a competition. The stronger Royal and Lingyun academies will definitely request to compete, while the others will probably just visit. Be prepared, they might challenge you. Know your limits, and aim to win without losing. This is a bit difficult, isn't it? Wang Chen thought after hearing this that it wasn't a good job. Don't worry too much. It's possible that you won't even need to play. You can step in when the others can't beat them. Okay, I know what to do. Teacher, could you please tell me about next year's inter-university exchange competition? I feel like I should be able to make a breakthrough by then. The inter-university exchange competition is different from the national Beast Tamer competition. There are more rules. I will talk about some of the more important ones, mainly to ensure fairness as much as possible. The competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is for participants below the domain lord level, where each person uses their own pet beast to fight. The second stage is for participants above the domain lord level, with no restrictions, until one side loses all its fighting power. Each stage accounts for 50%, and resources are allocated to the academy based on the rankings. Most participants are second-year students. It's rare to see someone like you fighting at a level above your own. Don't compare everyone else to Li Ji. He's just a clown. If you can break through your limits during winter break and sign a powerful pet, you might have a chance to participate. Okay, I understand. Seeing that Wang Chen's expression wasn't very excited, Dean Chu actually wanted to see a group of senior students being repaid by freshmen. Dean Chu's words immediately piqued Wang Chen's interest. The rewards for the exchange competition are exceptionally good. They would cause a huge stir in the outside world. What? A pet beast soaked in the dragon blood pool and possessing king-level talent. All students from the academy that wins first place in the competition will receive this. Wang Chen was shocked when he heard the first sentence, and even more so when he heard the second. The rewards were incredibly generous. Every student could obtain a king-level pet. Not only that, but soaking in dragon blood can comprehensively enhance all attributes of pets, including attack, defense, and skill damage. It also grants dragon's might, enhancing the pet's potential. Even ordinary pets can be completely transformed by soaking in dragon blood. Don't make a fuss, it's not as precious as you think. Our Holy Dragon Dynasty has a history of 1,000 years in modern times, plus the foundation of thousands of years before. The dragon blood pool is divided into several grades. The one used as a reward this time is actually a relatively low grade. The royal family has the Essence Blood Dragon blood pool. Keep it up. Even if you don't win the championship, you can still enter the royal pet realm and sign a pet with the dragon vein. Yes, teacher, I understand. I will try my best. Dean Chu stood up and handed a letter to Wang Chen, saying, "This is a letter of recommendation. The Tianyuan ancient tree I mentioned to you before is in the wood country. Take this letter to the person in charge of the Tianyuan ancient tree group. There is an old friend of mine there who will take care of you." "Thank you so much, teacher." Wang Chen was a little excited. An ordinary student would definitely not ask the teacher to write a letter of introduction. With this, the probability of signing a pet is much higher. 3 days later, several teams had gathered at the entrance of Holy Dragon Academy. They were teams from various colleges, with each school having only one teacher in charge and 4 or 5 students. The annual exchange competition is held at the Holy Dragon Academy. The imperial city is called the capital city, but it is mostly filled with scions of aristocratic families. Anyone you see on the street is a leader, while ordinary people are a minority. Because the Royal Academy is backed by the royal family, some of its students are inevitably arrogant and domineering, with unrealistic expectations. They enjoy the best resources and look down on other academies. As a result, students from other academies are unwilling to communicate with them. There was a time when no one dared to interact with the Royal Academy because of their arrogance and disregard for others. That year, they were severely beaten because of the information gap. Later, it became a common practice for everyone to gather at Holy Dragon Academy for exchange matches. Students from different schools could challenge each other, but no one was stupid. There were definitely tricks involved, so it all depended on each school's intelligence capabilities. "Is this the Holy Dragon Academy? It's so magnificent," a girl exclaimed, looking around in amazement. "Saint Dragon Academy is really nothing special. If you really want to see something impressive, our Royal Academy is much more magnificent," a boy dressed in splendid clothes said disdainfully. "I wonder where Wang Chen is. That guy is so strong. He'd probably be doing very well at Holy Dragon Academy." The speaker was none other than Chu Haoyu, Wang Chen's good friend. Originally, it wasn't Chu Haoyu's turn to participate in the exchange meeting. It was usually for second-year students, with only a very few outstanding first-year students. However, as mentioned before, Chu Haoyu had been noticed by a professor from Jinan College, so after hearing this, Chu Haoyu pleaded with the professor to come along and broaden his horizons. The principal wasn't in charge of receiving these exchange groups from various colleges, so the task fell to Dean Chu, who also brought his student Wang Chen along. "Dean Chu, it's been a long time. You're so young to be a dean. Your future is limitless." The teacher leading the team from the Royal Academy seemed to recognize Dean Chu and came up to greet him first. The two shook hands, and Dean Chu smiled and nodded in response, saying, "It's been a long time." Yang Lei and Dean Chu were students in the same cohort, but they didn't attend the same school. They met at a university exchange competition. After a few years apart, Dean Chu had already left everyone else far behind. "Hello, Dean Chu." "Hello." The other teachers in charge of the group also greeted each other. "I'll take you to the cafeteria. You must be tired from the journey. Let's eat first. Afterward, let these young people tour the campus." We'll talk about the exchange competition tomorrow, Dean Chu said to the group of students behind him as he led a few teachers ahead. We will follow Dean Chu's arrangements. All the teachers had left, and the students were all seated in the cafeteria for their meals. Wang Chen, it really is you. I was too embarrassed to call you directly because there were teachers around. Chu Haoyu excitedly ran over and hugged Wang Chen. I saw you too, but aren't you a freshman? What are you doing here? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. I just came here to broaden my horizons and maybe run into you. Let's go eat first. We can talk as we walk. The food at your restaurant is really good. Chu Haoyu picked up his chopsticks, held his plate, and buried himself in his food. Is the food in your school cafeteria bad? Actually, it's not bad. It's quite a feast. It's just that we don't have such good ingredients. This kind of food is quite expensive at our school. Eating this will also improve your physical fitness, Chu Haoyu said while eating. You poor wretch. Is this even fit for human consumption? Even a pet wouldn't eat it. The previously elegantly dressed man continued to criticize every aspect of the place. However, almost everyone heard him, but no one refuted him. The teachers naturally disdained to argue with a junior, and the teacher in charge of the group gave him an apologetic look, but he couldn't control this young master. Students from other academies were even more speechless, firstly because they weren't students of Holy Dragon Academy, and secondly because they felt somewhat inferior after being told off. Wang Chen, who was not a student of Holy Dragon Academy, naturally could not tolerate this. He stood up, stared at the boy, and calmly said, Since you think Holy Dragon Academy is bad, you should go back sooner rather than later. Don't wait until you lose the exchange match and go back in a sorry state. In an instant, all eyes in the restaurant were on Wang Chen, and Dean Chu smiled as well. Who are you? Wang Chen. It was obvious that Lu Jun regarded Wang Chen as a student participating in the exchange competition and was prepared to teach him a lesson. These young talents were not to be trifled with. I'm looking forward to it, Wang Chen said neither humbly nor arrogantly, and then sat down. Are you all right? He's a student at the Royal Academy, and he seems to have quite a background. Is it okay for you to talk back to him like that? Chu Haoyu asked worriedly. Who cares? Wang Chen didn't care at all. He was just a clown. Holy Dragon Academy wasn't a place for him to show off. People from other schools were also discussing this matter. Many of them knew about Lu Jun's background. With the surname Lu and coming from the capital, he must be a member of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families, and not someone to be trifled with. Some girls were looking at Wang Chen's slightly immature figure, but the scene of him standing up and confronting Lu Jun was quite interesting. That Wang Chen is kind of handsome. What a fool. She's offended the Lu family, and now that they hold a grudge, she'll never be able to get by again, some people said, glancing at her. The 4 major families are the bottom line. They cannot be offended. Each of them can influence the changes in the entire dynasty, and they can get rid of someone with just a few words. Upon hearing the explanation, everyone realized how powerful the 4 major families were, and they all looked at Wang Chen with pity. Let's go. I'll show you around the campus and see how it differs from yours, Wang Chen suggested after dinner. Okay. By the way, how's your little fireball? Wang Chen remembered that Chu Haoyu was chosen by the mentor because of his little fireball. Haha. Talking about this makes me happy. I only just realized that my little fireball is no ordinary thing. It's mutated. My mentor felt that a small fireball shouldn't be this powerful, so he took me as his disciple. After the assessment, my little fireball is indeed extraordinary. Chu Haoyu laughed heartily, appearing very proud. Congratulations. But is there anything special about your little fireball? If you can't tell me, that's fine. Oh, it's nothing. We're like family. It's just that my little fireball has an extra feature. Infinite charging, which is a feature with an extremely high potential. Ordinary fireballs can only unleash simple fire elemental skills, but mine can be charged up to a minute at normal level. After advancing to elite level, the charging speed is even faster and the charging time is even longer. If combined with long-duration control skills, enemies will be in dire straits. What's your current level? Will you participate in next year's exchange tournament? My mentor treats me very well and provides me with a lot of resources, especially for little fireball. He has arranged everything very well for me. As a result, I have now reached the late stage of the elite level, Chu Haoyu said proudly. Not bad. I'll try to break through to the Lord level this year and participate in next year's exchange competition. I'll attempt the breakthrough during the winter break. No way. I thought I had already surpassed you, but I didn't expect you to still be further and faster than me. Chu Haoyu was immediately a little dejected. All right, that's fast enough for you. You're already among the top students at Holy Dragon Academy. Chu Haoyu revealed a determined look in his eyes. This time when I go back, I will work even harder to surpass you. Okay, I'll be waiting. Wang Chen smiled. Chu Haoyu was just like that, unwilling to fall behind others. Several people suddenly ran past the two, muttering, "They're fighting. They're fighting. Let's go check out the battlefield." What's going on? Chu Haoyu asked, watching the two people run away. Could it be that the students in the exchange group got into a fight? Wang Chen guessed. Let's go take a look. Chu Haoyu followed Wang Chen and jogged all the way to the battle arena. Unexpectedly, all the students from the exchange group were gathered there, including the second-year students from the Holy Dragon Academy. The teachers were also there, seemingly discussing something. Finally, as if a decision had been made, Dean Chu stepped forward and said loudly, "Since you all can't wait any longer, let's begin the exchange competition. This time, we'll be using an unrestricted arena tournament format. The first champion will be from our Holy Dragon Academy. Everyone can challenge them. The winner goes up, the loser goes down." To encourage participation, our 6 teachers have pooled their resources to provide the winning team with prizes, including cash, academic credits, energy blocks, ingredients, and metal. Great, let's begin. After hearing the rules, some people were eager to try, while others were itching to show off their skills. Wait a minute. Your Holy Dragon Academy is the host school. What if you keep sending people on? A student questioned. Each school can only send 5 people, and this must be decided in advance and cannot be changed without authorization. After considering some of the potential problems, Dean Chu spoke even more rigorously. Dean Chu then smiled and pointed at Wang Chen. "Wang Chen, you'll go first." Wang Chen, who was watching the show, was also a little surprised. He thought, "Didn't you say I wasn't needed? Why did you ask me to go in from the very beginning?" "Wang Chen, aren't you just a freshman? Most of those people are sophomores, and their strength is all at the Lord level. Wouldn't you be throwing your life away if you went up there?" Chu Haoyu asked, somewhat confused. Wang Chen shook his head, unsure of what his mentor was trying to do. Was he sending him to gain some experience? And what if he lost? Lu Jun's voice rang out again, his tone immediately becoming unpleasant. "Dean Chu, are you looking down on us? From what I've heard, this student of Wang Chen's seems to be a freshman. Do you think you can defeat us just by relying on a freshman?" "Freshman? New student?" Murmurs arose, all expressing surprise. They had assumed Wang Chen was a sophomore like them, which was why he was participating in this exchange competition. While everyone was still discussing, the school had already arranged all the details of the competition, asking all irrelevant personnel to leave the venue and sit in the audience to watch the game, while the teachers were given special seats to watch the game. The participants were arranged in the preparation area around the venue. Of the 4 sophomores recruited by Holy Dragon Academy, Wang Chen only recognized one of the girls, who seemed to be a member of the support club. He didn't recognize the other 3. Without saying a word, Wang Chen stood on the field, waiting for others to challenge him. A group of people in the audience were discussing the contestants from other schools, mostly commenting on their appearances. After all, they were tired of seeing their own school's contestants, and seeing other students was quite novel. "Those must be the girls from Spiritwood Academy. They're all beauties. I really want to date one of them." One of them pointed at the contestants from Spiritwood Academy. However, among the 6 major academies, Lingmu Academy has the most female students. One reason is that the atmosphere of beast taming in Lingmu Academy is not particularly strong, and the danger is small. Many parents do not want their daughters to be involved in fighting and killing. Furthermore, the environment at Spiritwood Academy is excellent. It's said that a good environment is good for one's health, and those who have lived there seem to have improved skin. Most of the pets at Spiritwood Academy are also incredibly cute, which has even led to the creation of a pet-themed competition, attracting a lot of female interest. Dream on. He's good-looking and talented. What do you have? Fat and sleazy. His companion didn't hold back at all. Some girls even had hearts in their eyes, gazing at the contestants from Lingmu Academy with infatuation, drooling as they said. Those must be the contestants from Lingmu Academy. They're all super fit muscular guys. The girls have short hair and those sharp eyes, so cool. Because of its northern location and rugged terrain, Lingmu Academy is home to the most densely populated group of exotic beasts and secret realms on the entire continent. As a result, a large number of troops are stationed there, and the largest military base of the Holy Dragon Dynasty has been established there. Lingmu Academy serves this purpose, and most students are under military management. After graduation, they can join the army and be promoted relatively quickly. The students at this school are different from those at other schools. They also have to exercise a lot, so everyone is in very good shape. Some of them even have a fierce look in their eyes, as if they can pierce through people's eyes. Sigh, it's starting. Who is Wang Chen's opponent? It seems to be from the Royal Academy. I heard that someone from the Royal Academy insulted our school just now, and Wang Chen directly confronted him. He probably holds a grudge. Someone's gossip is very accurate. It's probably because some students saw it during lunch and it's spreading among the students at school. Wang Chen, right? Young Master Lu asked me to challenge you. You'd better surrender if you know what's good for you. Although I'm the weakest, my pet beast won't hold back. Don't regret it if you die or get hurt. It wasn't Lu Jun who stepped onto the stage, but another student who was with him. He seemed to be the weakest. Bring it on. Despite knowing the battle would be dangerous, Wang Chen remained unwavering and calmly said, Silver-armored cavalry. A centaur covered in silver armor appeared, holding a silver spear in its hand. A cute horned dragon is a pet beast similar to a Tyrannosaurus rex, except that it has a horn on its head. The last one, Radiant Mouse, is different from the previous two. It's a mouse with a glowing head and doesn't seem to pose much of a threat. It's probably a support pet. Caesar, Snow Elf. Wang Chen also summoned his pet beasts at the same time, making it 3 against 2, or more accurately, 2 against 1. The main combatants were the silver-armored cavalry and the horned dragon fighting against Caesar. Go Wang Chen. Cheers erupted from the audience, led by Mu Feng and his group. Wang Chen waved his hand, indicating that he understood. Hiss. The silver-armored cavalrymen exhaled breaths, already poised to attack. Charge, the boy commanded first. The silver-armored cavalry and the horned dragon charged forward simultaneously, crashing into Caesar. The snow elf immediately cast a lot of skills on Caesar, such as Ice Ring and Frost Protection. Caesar stood still and first used Dark Light to test the waters. Just as it was about to strike the 2 charging beasts, the dazzling rat, which was standing still, emitted a ball of light, which forcefully canceled out the annihilation light. Light attribute. The audience on the sidelines were somewhat surprised, not expecting that the inconspicuous rat to be a rare light attribute. Haha, I can just throw out a little money, and these people will obediently send me Wang Chen's information. Lu Jun sneered as he sat there. It turns out that the boy on stage wasn't sent up because he was weak. Lu Jun knew that Wang Chen's main battle pet was a dark type, so he sent him up because he had a light type pet to counter Caesar. It's useless. Wang Chen shook his head. Light and darkness are mutually restraining. Although Akai's level is not advantageous, his dark energy is by no means weak. Dark decay. A black aura enveloped Caesar's entire body, even more powerful and mysterious than when he first arrived at school. The dark figure swayed slightly, leaving only a blur in its original position. Its true form was already behind the dazzling mouse, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But the other party seemed completely unfazed, revealing a slight smile. I know all your skills. You've been seen through. Turning back and thrusting. The silver-armored cavalryman, who was advancing, suddenly turned his spear around and thrust it straight at Caesar's position with great speed. Snow Sprite, give me a shield. Wang Chen calmly gave instructions. At this point, Caesar could certainly move away, but that would mean losing a member. In pet battles, the opponent must be the first to be eliminated. Therefore, the snow elf had to focus all its efforts on maintaining the frost protection shield. Click! The silver spear struck the ice shield, causing numerous cracks. The snow elf, still struggling to hold on, told Wang Chen that she couldn't hold on any longer. Akai dark sky-piercing flash. Without hesitation, Caesar ignored the attacks from behind and was determined to knock down the radiant rat and render it unable to fight. The radiant mouse was completely helpless against the black giant claw that was so close at hand. It could only try its best to cover its entire body with light elements, but it was of no use. 0.01 seconds later, the radiant mouse was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Within seconds of the start of the game, the opponent lost a pet, which was certainly a good thing for Wang Chen. The dazzling mouse had not played its role at all. Its skills mainly interfered with the enemy, affected their vision, and used a bright light ball to briefly blind the enemy. Get out of the way, Kai. The enemy's silver-armored cavalry were no pushovers either. They shattered the ice shield, and their spear tips pierced Caesar's back. After hearing Wang Chen's warning, Caesar hurriedly swooped upwards, but he was still cut, and blood dripped continuously from his back. This was the first time Caesar had suffered such an external injury, and he immediately let out a mournful roar, quickly putting distance between himself and the silver-armored cavalry. Haha, that's all there is to it. The other person looked at the blood on the ground and laughed loudly. Wang Chen was unusually angry, but Akai told himself he could persevere and it wouldn't affect the fight. Akai remained suspended in the air, observing his opponents. He had assumed they didn't have the ability to levitate, but he hadn't expected them to have long-range attack skills. Silver-armored cavalry, a rain of spears, horned dragons, the wrath of dragons. A blue array appeared above Caesar's head, from which short spears emerged and rained down like raindrops. At the same time, the sharp-horned dragon roared, affecting Akai's mind. Despite Akai's best efforts to dodge, he was still affected and hit by the barrage of bullets, some of which struck him directly, while others were blocked by the snow elf's shield. Wang Chen frowned as he looked at the situation on the field. If it dragged on any longer, Akai would be exhausted and eventually run out of energy. Is that all? I don't think you're any good. You should just surrender to avoid your pet suffering. I'm still a little worried about you, Wang Chen replied coldly. You're really stubborn. The other person shook their head, unconcerned about Wang Chen's lack of appreciation. Kai, hang in there. Try to lure them both together. Wang Chen had already made up his mind and was ready to end the match. Wah! Akai forced himself to cheer up and began to fight back, frequently using Shadow Strike between the silver-armored cavalry and the sharp-horned dragon, harassing them from time to time, but he couldn't do anything about it. Damn it, it's so slippery. You two, attack it together and take it down. The other side was finally getting impatient. They thought they had it in the bag, but they couldn't hit it for a long time. The silver-armored cavalry and the sharp-horned dragons sprang into action, charging towards Akai's direction while continuously unleashing their skills. Snow Elf, Frost Spirit Break. This was a skill the Snow Elf had never used before, so no one knew what it did and was completely unprepared. The snow sprites flew out, as if casting a spell. A beam of light passed through their bodies, and then the snow sprites' aura became weak, as if they were about to faint. Wang Chen quickly withdrew his consciousness. What kind of skill was that? It didn't cause any damage. The opponent's pet is completely unharmed. Someone asked. Everyone saw that the snow elf must have used a skill, but it was then withdrawn. Akai, Dark Imprisonment, the light of annihilation, entwined with darkness and decay, let the match end. Dark chains bound the silver-armored cavalryman and the horned dragon. Akai faced the two beasts and unleashed a black laser beam, which also had a corrosive effect of dark decay. Thump, thump. Two thuds of falling to the ground rang out, and the match was over. One moment Caesar was struggling between the two, and the next he took them both down with a single skill combo. This was a scene that no one had expected. It's that snow sprite. Some people in the audience changed their tune. What really turned the tide was the snow sprite's final skill. I remember now. That skill is somewhat similar to the Yeti's self-sacrifice skill, Frost Spirit Break. The final gleam and the weakened state after releasing the skill must be it. But how did it appear on a snow elf? Some people who had some knowledge of pet skills explained the origin of the skill. Tell me quickly, what exactly is this Frost Spirit Break, and what is it used for? Someone nearby asked hastily. Sitting on the other side, Mu Feng and the others were asking the same question. Yi Jiwei carefully explained to everyone. The snow monster is a pet beast of the Snow Abyss dynasty. It doesn't have much combat power itself, but it has a very powerful self-sacrifice technique, Frost Spirit Break. When used on a target, It forcibly weakens the opponent's defense. The amount of defense weakened depends on the difference in strength between the two sides. After using it, the user will fall into a coma and die after a few days. What? Death? Wang Yushi was somewhat incredulous. To die after using a skill? What kind of nonsense was this? That snow sprite should be fine, but it will be weakened and probably won't be able to fight for several days. Because of this skill, Yetis were captured by many people. This skill was very useful for killing enemies and capturing powerful pets, and they almost became extinct. I heard that the Snow Abyss dynasty and the Elf Forest collaborated to breed snow elves based on the Yeti, who inherited the Frost Spirit Break skill and perfectly solved the problem of death. Oh, I was so scared. If a pet dies, it can harm the Beast Tamer. Fu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. On the battlefield, the Royal Academy participants had not yet recovered from their shock, unable to understand why they had lost, and unwilling to accept that their Lord level had lost to an elite level. You've already lost, Wang Chen said to Akai as he withdrew from his grasp. Wang Chen then left the battlefield. Although he had won, he could theoretically continue to challenge others, but everyone understood that he was no longer capable of fighting. This battle had already severely embarrassed the Royal Academy. Dean Chu also stood up and presided over the meeting, saying, "Since Wang Chen is no longer capable of fighting, Meng Yang, you will go up and become the champion." "Yes, Dean. Meng Yang is one of the four, and he is quite strong. With him as the champion, the others will not be able to win easily. They will have to show some real skills to win." After leaving the field, Wang Chen did not stay in the waiting area to watch the game, but went to the medical room to check on Akai and Snow Elf's condition. Wang Chen was walking down the road when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Mu Feng. "What are you doing here?" "I came to check on you. Are you all right? Are you seriously injured?" Mu Feng had just opened his mouth to ask when another voice rang out. "Wang Chen. Chu Haoyu, why aren't you watching the game there? There's nothing to see. Seriously, you're amazing. Kai looks completely different. I almost didn't recognize him." Chu Haoyu said excitedly. "Who is this?" Mu Feng looked at Chu Haoyu, confirming that he did not recognize the person. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Chu Haoyu, my high school classmate. We took the assessment together. This is Mu Feng, my neighbor. We teamed up together during the freshman assessment." The two shook hands, and with Wang Chen as their middleman, the three of them soon started chatting and laughing as they walked toward the infirmary. Medical room. None of the pets are seriously injured. The snow elf is just exhausted and needs plenty of rest. Caesar only suffered superficial wounds. After treatment, he can return to his consciousness. Avoid fighting for the next few days and allow the pets to recover to their perfect condition. The doctor in charge of treatment instructed Wang Chen. Akai and the snow elf lay on the hospital bed to the side, while a wooden sheep cast a healing spell next to them. Sitting in the infirmary chair, Chu Haoyu casually asked, "Wang Chen, when are you going home for winter break?" "It seems like there are only 2 weeks left before the holiday. After the holiday, I'm going to the Land of Wood, and then I'll go home depending on the situation. The timing is uncertain," Wang Chen said after thinking for a moment. "Originally, I wanted to go home first and wait until after the new year to go, but I didn't want to delay any longer. My strength had already reached the peak of the elite level, and I could break through. Besides, waiting until after the new year would be too short. There was still plenty of time before the new year." "The Land of Trees, what are you doing there?" "Breakthrough, sign a pet. There's a special wood attribute pet there, and my mentor suggested I try to tame it." "You're not going to participate in next year's college beast tamer competition, are you?" Mu Feng was a little surprised. He had broken through again in less than half a year, which would be just in time for the competition in March. "That's right. I heard the reward is pretty good." "Then you need to be careful. Your information has definitely been obtained by other universities. Although they may not think you will participate, they will still be wary of you," Mu Feng said seriously. "Of course I know. It won't be useful after I advance to the Lord level. My pets will enter a new stage, and their data will be useless." Wang Chen wasn't worried at all. This battle was a smokescreen, deliberately letting them know his information, and then giving them a surprise attack. "Okay, I don't think I'll make it. I estimate I won't be able to break through until after the new year, so I probably won't make it. But I'll still cheer you on," Chu Haoyu said regretfully. Because Wang Chen had a solid foundation at the ordinary level, he broke through directly to a higher level. Then, he spent millions to buy resources and a customized plan to become stronger for the duel. Finally, he frequently did tasks and devoted himself to cultivating his chain, which made Wang Chen's progress in the realm much faster than others. I need to speed up my chain repair too. Otherwise, even if we break through together, I'll be left far behind by you. Mu Feng sighed, thinking that he was also a genius, but he had met Wang Chen, this freak. All right, your pet is almost fully healed. You can take it with you now. The doctor called out to Wang Chen from the side. They're here. Wah. Aha. Seeing that the snow elf had regained some of her spirits and even greeted Wang Chen, Akai's wounds had almost healed and stopped bleeding, but it would still take time for her to fully recover. Are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Wang Chen comforted Akai and the snow elf by stroking their heads. Wang Chen heard their thoughts and knew they were all in good condition. I see. Then you can recuperate in your sea of consciousness. With a wave of his hand, he recalled them to his sea of consciousness. Are you going back to watch the game? Wang Chen asked the two of them. I'm going back to my school's team. I'll probably be leaving after the competition. I hope we can play together again in the future. There definitely will be. Come on, let me see you off. Okay, ha ha ha. Is it over already? Why is everyone leaving? As soon as the three of them reached the entrance of the venue, they noticed that people were leaving one after another. Was it over so quickly? Ugh, this is boring. Wasn't this supposed to be an exchange tournament? Why isn't anyone playing? A student said boredly as they came out of the venue. Yeah, what happened? It ended after only a few matches. Wang Chen and the other two were also completely baffled, not knowing what had happened. Let's go in and see what's going on. As soon as Wang Chen entered the venue, he saw Fu Qian and asked, What happened? I heard it's over. Fu Qian explained what had just happened. There's a bug in this tournament. As the champion, only the Royal Academy keeps challenging us. It's basically just the two of us fighting back and forth. The other academies don't participate. Afterwards, they all said they wouldn't fight anymore. I guess they're just here to gather information. How are you? Do you know what happened? I don't know what's going on either. Maybe the teachers have their own plans. Although Chu Haoyu came along, the exchange competition had nothing to do with him. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Looks like I'll have to head back early. Okay, see you later. Go back now, don't keep people waiting. Okay, I'll be going now. In the evening, the exchange competition ended, and the school arranged hotels for them to rest, but some left overnight. Afterwards, Dean Chu called the 5 people from the afternoon together. These are the prizes we won in the afternoon's competition. Take a look and divide them among yourselves. Let Wang Chen choose first. Wang Chen really slapped them in the face. Yes, Wang Chen, you choose first. All right then, thanks seniors. All I can use here are the energy blocks. The items that the teachers from the various schools took out were all ordinary things, and of course, none of them contained what Wang Chen needed, since dark and ice-type items are very rare. Each of you will receive an additional 500 credits. Focus on your preparations afterward. You will be the main force in next year's college competition, with 5 main players and 2 reserve members. Don't forget to train during the holidays, as this is related to resource allocation. Seeing that the other 4 academies have all given up, they must all be hiding their trump cards. They came here to probe our strength. We in the Royal Academy have already revealed some of our strength, while we know nothing about them. So you'd better be prepared. Yes, Dean. The group replied solemnly before leaving one after another. Isn't there supposed to be a battle between domain lords? Why aren't they sparring in the exchange tournament? Wang Chen wondered. It seemed like the exchange tournament was being played so casually, with people just playing a few matches and then leaving. The participants in the domain lord level competition are kept secret because their fighting styles are quite distinctive. If others knew about them, they could easily devise a counter-strategy. You did well this time, and you even knew to hold back, which allowed you to win unexpectedly. In the future, try not to reveal all your cards to the public. He knew all my skills in today's match, so it was a really close call. It must have been after I offended Lu Jun that someone gave them my information. Wang Chen realized something. He thought the previous attribute advantage against the dazzling mouse was just a coincidence, but then Akai's skills were also prepared, which was not normal. You've done a lot of tasks, and I think you should understand that things are like this even at school, let alone outside of school. Go out, and travel more in the future to broaden your horizons. Dean Chu was very concerned about his only disciple and gave him a few more words of advice. The first semester's courses ended quickly, and the final exam was very simple, based on each person's ranking in the trial tower. In addition, there was an exam in academic subjects, and if you failed, your ranking would be cancelled. Wang Chen is a regular at the trial tower, often going there to train and battle against different pets. In addition, Akai's attributes mean he has no weaknesses there, so it was no surprise that he won first place. Not only does he get to enjoy the dormitory for first place, but he also gets a lot of resource rewards. Su Jinyan followed closely behind in second place. After all, the twin dragons were very strong. Su Qianyue, the younger sister, was also a twin dragon, but she did not rank third. Yi Jiwei rose to prominence later on. Originally intended as a support class, she became a combat class after signing with Baihu. Secondly, there's Lingmu City, whose main animal is Icebird, which evolves into Snowhawk. Combined with Infernape, the two complement each other perfectly, resulting in a perfect combination of speed, attack, and control, placing him fourth. Secondly, Su Qianyue, Wang Yushi, Mu Feng and others made it into the top 10, and Lu Yi also ranked 10th. After her main character, Konoha Rabbit, evolved into Nature Rabbit, her support abilities became stronger. Combined with the Firebird, she followed the same path as Yi Jiwei. The rankings clearly demonstrate the importance of the second pet. The top 10 are mostly those who ranked highly in the freshman assessment and chose the pets provided by the school. Secondly, the team composition is also crucial. A perfect team requires both offensive and support capabilities, and relying solely on a single pet cannot achieve complete success. Before leaving school, Wang Chen and his friends had a meal together at the school cafeteria. Everyone knew that Wang Chen was going to the Land of Wood and expressed their concern. Besides her extensive knowledge of pets, Yi Jiwei was also very knowledgeable about history and geography. She explained to Wang Chen, "The Wood Kingdom belongs to the Five Elements Alliance and is our ally. It is located between our country and the Elf Forest. The people are simple and honest, and there will be no danger along the way. Have you ever been to the Land of Wood?" Wang Chen was very curious. When he was a child, he had never even left his own small city, let alone gone abroad. These wealthy merchants, disciples of sects and aristocratic families, had a broader range of knowledge than he had. When I was a child, I traveled to many countries with my family. Each country has different customs and culture. The Land of Wood is one of the better countries I have ever been to. It is very suitable for humans and pets to live in. I was a little worried about what might happen on the road, but hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Mu Feng chimed in. I've never been to the southern countries, but I've been to many northern countries. They're completely different from the wood country I just mentioned. Burning, killing, and looting are commonplace there, and they're very difficult to manage. If you go there in the future, you'd better find a team to go with you. Fu Qian nodded. That's true. My father and I have been to the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. These two countries are located to the north of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. The borders are very chaotic, and we have to bring a lot of private bodyguards every time we go. Why is there such a big gap? Wang Chen was not familiar with the international situation. The main reason is that there are many secret realms and strange beasts in the north, which has a great impact on the people at the bottom. Many people are forced into this situation. Not every country has the strength of our Holy Dragon Dynasty. Yi Jiwei suddenly revealed a faint sadness. Obviously, she also understood. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only be thankful. Mu Feng was also quite helpless about it. Goodbye, Wang Chen. See you next year. Mu Feng boarded the airship. Goodbye. Wang Chen waved. The five of them took different routes home. Yi Jiwei and Wang Yushi went back to the capital and left together early. The Fuqian family was located on the eastern coast, while Mu Feng and Wang Chen went in the opposite direction. After everyone else left, Wang Chen also embarked on his journey. First, he took an airship to the border of Lanchuan province in the south, and then obtained a pass to travel to the Wood Kingdom. Taking an airship would take quite a long time, since it involved crossing half of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. As it is a long-distance airship, each passenger is equipped with a private room. Sitting on the bed by the window, looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside, one's thoughts can't help but drift to distant places. This journey begins in Ding'an City and ends in Yangcheng, lasting a total of 3 days. We expect to arrive at 8 a.m. on January 15th. We hope all passengers have a pleasant journey. 3 meals a day are provided on the deck. Passengers can eat at any time if needed. If you have any questions, please press the button in your room and staff will come to assist you. In addition, summoning pets is not permitted on the airship. The spaceship's loudspeaker played 3 consecutive announcements, reminding each passenger of what to do. Wang Chen lay on the bed resting, listening to the pleasant notification sound in his ear, and said, "The service is really thoughtful. It was worth spending tens of thousands of yuan." Airships come in different price ranges, and the more you spend, the better the service. This time, Wang Chen was certainly wealthy, and the airship he rode in was completely different from the ones he'd used before. "I can't sleep. I'd better get up and fix the chain." Wang Chen closed his eyes, but couldn't sleep at all. The airship couldn't balance flight speed and accommodation for each passenger. Even the slightest noise outside kept him awake. The 3-day, 3-night journey quickly came to an end, and the airship had arrived at Yangcheng Station. Yangcheng is located in the southernmost city of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. From the air, you can't see any tall buildings at all. It is full of green plants and reservoirs, which makes people feel refreshed at first glance. It is indeed a livable city. The Land of Wood. Those who want to go to the Land of Wood, hurry up. We only need 2 more people to set off. As soon as Wang Chen stepped off the airship, he heard many voices, all of them leading groups to the Land of Wood. It seemed that, just like his own small city, any transit station would always have a transport business. As Wang Chen stepped out of the transit station, a group of middle-aged and elderly people were holding up signs for places like the Land of Wood, the Land of Flying Birds, and the Elf Forest. These 3 countries were basically adjacent to each other, all accessible from Yangcheng via different routes. "Young man, are you going to the Land of Wood? I can take you there. It'll be quick." An older woman approached and asked, "How did you know I was going to the Land of Wood?" Wang Chen was a little confused. Why did you ask him directly if he was going to the Land of Wood, instead of somewhere else? "These past few days, many young people like you have been heading to the Land of Wood, supposedly to participate in some kind of Tianjin tournament. Judging from your young age, I guess you're going there too. It seems that signing a contract with Tianyuan Ancient Tree won't be that easy for many people." Upon hearing this news, Wang Chen suddenly realized that it wasn't that simple. "If I want to go to the Land of Wood, how do I get there? How long does it take? And how much does it cost?" Wang Chen asked a series of questions. The flying mounts here are all provided by the Kingdom of Osaka. They are top-notch in both safety and speed. It only takes 1 day to get to the Kingdom of Wood. As for the price, there are several different types. "Come on, let me show you." The older woman was very enthusiastic and pulled Wang Chen to walk in another direction. After the others saw that there was no chance, they all dispersed and went to find other customers. "We are a legitimate company with cooperative relationships with Osaka National, so you can rest assured." "Oh, I see. I'm relieved." Before long, the woman led Wang Chen to a very large square, divided into dozens of areas by different lines, each area containing all sorts of flying pets. The older woman handed Wang Chen a list, saying, "Take a look. These all have prices. You get what you pay for. The more expensive ones are top of the line in terms of comfort, speed, and safety, while the cheaper ones are just not very comfortable." Wang Chen also witnessed that many of the pet beasts were very common and very weak, practically powerless, but they all had one thing in common. They were big. Why are all these pets so big? These were all bred by the Kingdom of Flying Birds, specifically for long-distance flight. Many countries buy a lot of them every year, but they are mostly sold by private sellers. Ordinary people don't need them at all, and they are not cheap. It's definitely not cheap. I think the lowest price is 50,000. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not something we can decide. After all, these are pets provided by another country, so we can only earn a meager living. I'll choose this giant white dove. I'd like to see how these pets sit on it. Wang Chen chose the most expensive one. He's not like he was 6 months ago. He's rich now. "Okay, I'll take you there right now. You definitely won't regret it. This white dove has a 100% positive review rate." The auntie couldn't stop smiling. The white dove that Wang Chen chose costs 200,000 yuan per trip, and she would also get a commission of about 20,000 yuan. Cuckoo. When the white dove saw someone coming, it started to coo, probably knowing that it was time to get to work. Hello, I am the breeder of this white dove. I will be your guide on this trip. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions along the way. A man in his 30s stroked the white dove with one hand and introduced the dove to Wang Chen with a smile. Thank you for your help. Shall we leave now? You can leave any time after paying. Okay, let's go now. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and paid him 200,000 yuan directly. The giant white dove is huge, and it can probably accommodate more than a dozen people without any problem. However, there are only 2 seats on it, one for the beast tamer and one for the passenger. This makes the seating very spacious. There is also a canopy, which is similar to a sedan chair. It can be used for resting without any problems. Coo coo coo. The white doves cooed a few times and then took off, as if reminding the passengers to sit tight and hold on. After riding the white dove for a while, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a top-level flying pet, it was completely shielded from any air currents while flying, and the flight was very smooth with noise completely blocked. The whole process was very comfortable, and the money was well spent. They said it would take a day, but Wang Chen thought it would take a whole day and night. Who knew that they would arrive at their destination just after 5 p.m. when it was still dark? So fast, Wang Chen jumped off the white dove. The white dove is in pretty good shape today, flying fast. The beast tamer also jumped down and took out some fruit from his backpack to feed the white dove. Big brother, you must travel to the land of Wood often, right? Do you know about the Tianjin tournament? Of course I know. The Tianyuan competition is a competition in which a group of young people select some outstanding beast tamers to enter the Tianyuan ancient tree forest and sign contracts with the Tianyuan ancient tree. Do you know what events are included in the competition? It varies each time, depending entirely on the examiner's mood at the time, but the main focus is on the beast tamer's mental strength and the level of training of their pets. Hearing that the mental strength assessment is acceptable, what does the pet's training level mean? What does pet training level mean? Is there anything like beast tamer battles? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The Wood Country is a strategic resource country. They value the cultivation of spiritual plants and the training of pet beasts, but they don't value pet beast battles as much. Because of this, all countries have relatively harmonious relations with the Wood Country and don't provoke trouble. I see. One last question. Where is that competition, and how do I get there? The competition will be held in Tianyuan City. The city is named after Tianyuan Forest and is the second largest city in the Wood Kingdom after the capital. As for how to get there, the Wood Kingdom is not particularly large, and the country is wealthy, so it has built high-speed rail lines in most areas. You can take a train directly to Tianyuan City from the station in front of you. I understand. Thank you, brother. I'll be going now. Wang Chen sensed the uniqueness of the Wood Country from just a few words from his elder brother and couldn't wait to see it for himself. The place where the white doves landed was on the border of the land of Wood. In order to connect with people from other countries, a very open area was built. It took a long time to walk out of it. Only after leaving the docking station could one truly enter the land of Wood. As soon as Wang Chen stepped outside, he was stunned. It can be summed up in one word. Beautiful. Sunlight shone down, and the streets were lined with lush green pines, followed by flower beds about a meter wide. People walked back and forth on both sides of the street, and the biggest difference from the Holy Dragon Dynasty was that most people were walking cats, dogs, or other small pets. There are signs along the street, and out-of-towners can follow the arrows to get to the right place. The station is right in front of you. Just walk along the street. It's getting dark soon. Why don't we rest for the night? Wang Chen said, watching the sky gradually darken. The next morning, Wang Chen got up early, checked out of the hotel, rushed to the station, bought a ticket, and embarked on his journey to Tianyuan City. Yesterday, Wang Chen inquired briefly about some precautions in the land of Wood. Due to the convenient transportation in the land of Wood, one cannot summon pets to fly in the air without a flight certificate. Large pets cannot be summoned on the streets, but small ones are allowed. Furthermore, the Wood Kingdom has relatively few beast tamer battle halls, and more of its facilities are breeding and exchange centers and appreciation competitions. Everyone feels that their quality of life is quite high. The Holy Dragon Dynasty cannot achieve this yet, let alone the northern countries mentioned by Mu Feng. There were still many young people on the bullet train. Almost no one got off at other stations along the way, probably because they were all participating in the Tianyuan competition. However, Wang Chen was still puzzled about the assessment items. Along the way, he asked a few people, but their answers were vague. He didn't know if they were doing it on purpose or if they genuinely didn't know. However, Wang Chen wasn't worried. Since the teacher had sent him, the teacher must know the specifics. The fact that the teacher didn't give him many instructions before he left showed that the teacher had a lot of confidence in him. Wood Kingdom, Tianyuan City, Competition Registration Office. The annual Tianyuan competition has begun again. A female supervisor at the registration desk sighed as she looked at the long queues of examinees coming and going. Of all these people, I wonder how many will actually be able to sign a contract with Tianyuan Ancient Tree. Most of them will return empty-handed. The male manager who was with her remarked. I estimate there will be quite a few this year. In recent years, the qualifications of young people have been getting better and better, especially the young talents from other countries. In order to limit the number of places, the difficulty of the assessment is getting higher and higher, and the assessment items are getting stranger and stranger. The male supervisor shook his head, somewhat regretfully, as there are only a few places to sign a contract with the Tianyuan Ancient Tree each year. There's nothing we can do about it. The conditions for the birth of the Tianyuan Ancient Tree are quite demanding. We can only select the best of the best. It's not like you can just sign a contract whenever you want. That's true. The hosts of this Tianyuan competition are all renowned and skilled beast tamers from the city, proficient in various fields of knowledge. There are also security personnel and inspectors from the capital, all to prevent cheating. Name, age, Beastmaster level, the registrar asked. Wang Chen, 18 years old, will be 19 after the new year, elite level peak Beastmaster. Wang Chen went on to provide more details. This is your badge. Please keep it safe. You'll need this badge for all the competition events. The staff member handed over a card with each person's information written on it. It was unique, and each person's score would be recorded on it. When is the competition? Wang Chen still didn't know the time. He only knew that everyone was registering. Here's the thing. Our Tianyuan competition has a time frame, usually starting a month before the Lunar New Year and ending 3 days before. So there are 8 days left. Within these 8 days, you can advance to the next level by completing the preset tasks, and you can enter the Tianyuan forest by passing 3 checkpoints, the staff member explained. So that's how the competition works. I thought it was a competition where everyone competed together and only the top few qualified. Every year there are so many people participating in the competition, it would be very crowded if everyone gathered together. That's why this competition format was created. But you're right about one thing. Very few people can pass the competition each year, and even if they do, it's not guaranteed that they can sign a pet with us. The specific location of each checkpoint is listed on this flyer. You can go there on your own. If you have any questions, you can ask the staff. That's all, thank you. Wang Chen took the flyer and left. The location for the mental strength assessment, huh? Tianyuan Flavor Energy Block Sales Company? What's going on? Why is it a company that sells energy blocks? Wang Chen was a little confused when he saw the location of the first level. Could it be that this so-called method of testing mental strength is to make energy blocks? He thought it was as simple as testing mental strength with mental beads. Never mind. Let's go first and figure it out later. What does this flavor mean? Wang Chen arrived at the company entrance, completely bewildered. There are so many people here. People are constantly coming and going at the company entrance. Some are all smiles, while others are looking dejected. The first stage of the Tianyuan competition is a test of mental strength. You can pass the stage by making a flavor energy block of the same level as yourself within 1 hour. The poster at the entrance stated the requirements for passing the stage. The way to pass the level is easy to understand, but it's still unclear how this flavor is specifically made. Let's go in and see how others do it, Wang Chen said, puzzled, and curiously walked inside. After observing for about an hour, Wang Chen finally figured it out. The so-called flavor was simply adding some fruit to the energy blocks to change their taste and make them more appealing to pets. However, these are the most basic levels. There are also some more difficult ones, which involve adding spiritual plants to energy blocks. Since spiritual plants also contain a lot of pure energy, it is easy to fail if not controlled properly. Moreover, The energy blocks made in this way are prone to a sense of disjointedness, making the tasteless energy blocks unpalatable, and the pets will refuse to eat them. Besides the above, there is also the highest level, which can add spiritual plants and fruits in the right proportion to energy blocks of different attributes to create energy blocks that enhance the flavor and attribute power. Such energy block making technology is very rare, and usually only wealthy people will order such energy blocks. I can really make a lot of money in this month, Wang Chen remarked. After watching for a while, Wang Chen understood that all the materials for making energy blocks had to be purchased by himself, and in order to prevent cheating, he could not buy materials from other places. The most outrageous thing was that there was a master here to teach you, but you had to pay for it. There was also a separate room for practice. This is really a test tailor-made for me. I spent 2 months making energy blocks during the summer vacation, and now it's time to put them to use. But I need to try adding other things a few more times. Wang Chen had already started purchasing materials based on his recollection. He was nearing the Lord level, so level 2 energy blocks were no challenge for him. He could directly craft level 3 energy blocks. Level 3 beast cores, binding agents, storage blocks, various fruits, spiritual plants, and other materials were needed. The material cost for crafting just one energy block would be 20 to 30,000. With the possibility of failure, he could potentially waste over 10,000. Hello, sir. Would you like to receive instruction from our professionals? We will teach you how to make energy blocks step by step. After Wang Chen finished buying a lot of things, a man in a suit and glasses came over with a smile and asked him questions. No need, I can do it myself. I'd like to rent a room where I can make energy blocks. Is that possible now? Wang Chen only needs to experiment a few times on his own now. He doesn't need anyone to teach him. Of course, this way please. The man in the suit gestured for Wang Chen to enter and led him to a private room. Wang Chen sat in a chair, wearing a device on his head. He placed the crystal core and storage block in the appropriate positions, then turned on the switch and used his mental power to extract pure energy. This step was relatively simple, but it required a high level of control over mental power. Otherwise, it was easy to fail. For regular energy bars, all that's needed next is to add a binding agent to fix the energy and allow for long-term storage. However, the most crucial step is what follows to create flavorful energy bars that meet the required standards. First, blend the fruit into a jam. Then slowly incorporate the jam into the energy bars and put them into a centrifuge to mix them evenly. I didn't expect to succeed on the first try. Wang Chen took off the equipment and looked at the finished product. It was a square shape with an orange-yellow color, mainly because the fruit used was an orange, which has an orange-yellow color. Snow Sprite, have a taste. Wang Chen summoned the Snow Sprite. Ah, the Snow Elf took it and started licking it, then gave a sweet smile, telling herself it was delicious. Sweetie, I'll buy you all these delicious energy bars from now on. Giggle, giggle. The Snow Sprite clung to Wang Chen with a plop, unable to hide its joy. In the past few months since school started, I've only been focused on improving my strength, plus the energy blocks from various rewards, and I haven't considered the pet's taste. I've only bought dark fruit for Akai a few times, but that stuff is different from energy blocks, so he can't eat it all the time. Huh? You can integrate the dark fruit into the energy block, but that's quite difficult. I'll try it when I get back to school. Unfortunately, dark and ice attribute crystal cores are quite rare, and corresponding attribute energy blocks are also very scarce and not available for sale. I can try making them myself later. That way, I can save money and customize different flavors. Looking at the snow fairies and thinking about Akai, I felt I had really mistreated them. From now on, I should just be self-sufficient. Let's try adding the spirit plant to the energy block again. After all, we've already bought it. It would be a shame not to try. Wang Chen looked at the remaining heavenly origin grass. The existence of the Tianyuan ancient tree group has improved the environment of the entire city, and the plants here have also mutated. Tianyuan grass is the simplest spiritual plant. Its shape is like a tree branch. Each time it increases in level, it will have one more branch. The one in Wang Chen's hand has 3 branches, which means it is a level 3 material. The effects of Tianyuan grass are actually quite simple. It can improve the physical fitness of pets. However, the improvement is small each time it is taken, but it also has the advantage of being able to be taken for a long time. Over time, It can make the physical fitness of pets much higher than that of other pets. Let me see the steps, Wang Chen said, picking up a manual that listed the steps. First, you need to extract the energy from the spiritual plant and add it to the energy block. Using a heating method can extract the energy from the spiritual plant faster. Wang Chen put down the manual, got up and walked around, and found a place that looked like a small furnace, like a pill refining furnace, which must be where the pills were placed. Secondly, while it's melting, use your mental energy to extract the essence and place it in a container. Thirdly, add energy blocks and use mental reinforcement to fuse the two together. It sounds simple, but if you don't have a teacher's guidance the first time, the success rate is probably not high. Wang Chen closed the manual and recalled that there were many details that were not mentioned. The furnace temperature, the duration of the treatment, and the amount of mental reinforcement needed are all problems. I'd better ask him. Wang Chen went out and found a craftsman. He spent some money and told him the parameters. Actually, it didn't cost much. Many people know this stuff. If you know someone, you can just ask around. Light the stove, throw the Tianyuan grass in, and use your mental power to extract the essence into a container before the Tianyuan grass completely melts. Then add the energy block, close the lid, and use your mental power to permeate it, continuously applying pressure until the essence of the spiritual plant is completely compressed into the energy block. That means you've succeeded. Laugh. The machine made a sound, the lid opened, and a puff of white smoke came out. A yellowish-orange energy block with an orange and grassy smell was produced. You could tell the difference from ordinary energy blocks just by looking at the color and smell. A level 3 energy block of this quality costs at least twice as much as a regular energy block. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. When the master saw Wang Chen come out of the room, he thought Wang Chen had encountered another problem. It's all right. I'm going to participate in the official competition. Wang Chen waved the energy block he had just made in front of him, indicating that he had succeeded. You've already succeeded? He ran straight up to Wang Chen and stared at the energy block in Wang Chen's hand. Yeah, didn't you tell me all the details? What's so difficult about it? Wang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Success on the first try? Wang Chen had only been inside for 20 or 30 minutes, which was less than half the time of others, so it was no wonder that his mentor was surprised. Yes. It's all right, you go to the competition. By the way, what's your name? Wang Chen. The official competition venue is completely transparent and open, except for a soundproof layer. There are more than a dozen machines inside, and once you are ready, you can go in. The whole process is monitored and recorded. Please swipe your ID card. The receptionist smiled and pointed to the card reader next to her. Beep. Please complete the competition event on Unit 6. Then the glass door of Unit 6 opened. About 30 minutes later, Wang Chen came out. The master who had been watching the whole thing was already speechless with amazement. He had made the energy block in 30 minutes, adding fruit flavor and incorporating Tianyuan grass. For a novice, completing these 3 tasks would take at least an hour, and even a skilled master craftsman could only finish in about 30 minutes. However, Wang Chen only tried once and was as fast as the master craftsman, which shows that his mental strength is very solid and stable. Didn't the person in machine number 6 only go in for a short while? How come they came out so quickly? Asked one of the onlookers who was watching others make the machines. Hey, it probably failed. That happens all the time, someone replied casually. Look at what he's holding. It looks like an energy block, and it's even colored. He must have succeeded. No way. Could it be a big shot participating in the competition? The mentor who had just instructed Wang Chen quietly replied. Not a big shot, but a genius. No, I need to report this situation immediately. This is a genius. We can't let him slip away. He then left. Hello, this is the energy block I made. I guess it's a success. Wang Chen came out and handed the item to the receptionist. She also wore an incredulous expression because she knew that the boy in front of her had only spent 30 minutes making it. Okay, we'll assess you right away. If you meet the requirements, we'll issue you a qualification certificate to proceed to the next round. The receptionist then placed the energy block into a machine next to her, and after running it for a while, it came out. The screen displayed the words, Level 3 Energy, Orange Flavor, Tianyuan Grass. Grade, Perfect. Energy blocks also have grades, and the difference between different grades within the same level is significant. From lowest to highest, they are divided into qualified, medium, excellent, and perfect. Generally, qualified and medium-grade blocks are the most common on the market. Excellent grade blocks are usually specially supplied, and perfect grade blocks are extremely rare, perhaps only 1 in 10,000. Perfect level. The receptionist's eyes widened, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Upon hearing the noise, a group of people immediately gathered around, none of them able to believe it, but the ratings on the machine didn't lie. So, I guess I've passed the test? Of course, we'll process your customs clearance certificate right away. Everyone looked at Wang Chen differently now. It was a look of shock, admiration, and even a hint of luck, as if they were witnessing the birth of a perfect grade energy block. This is your identification card. You can go directly to the Tianyuan Training Center to participate in the next stage of the assessment. The receptionist smiled and handed the card to Wang Chen. Wang Chen then squeezed through the crowd and ran out. Let me check the next level, the breeding center. It should be the place where they test the so-called pet breeding level, right? Looking at the location of the next level, Wang Chen began to speculate again. There were many places in this place that Wang Chen had never seen before, and he didn't know what they were for, since it was different from the Holy Dragon Dynasty. While Wang Chen was on his way, another place was causing a huge uproar, also because of the production of energy blocks. Director Sun, I've discovered a genius. Go check him out. Masterly, what's the rush? Let's talk this out. Director Sun was sitting under a big tree reading a book. There was a table next to him with a pot of tea, and he was slowly sipping his tea when he was suddenly startled by an impatient voice. I was just instructing those young people who were making energy blocks, and I discovered a genius. You might not believe it, but he made an energy block on his first try. Master Li was the same master who had just instructed Wang Chen. After leaving, he rushed here in a hurry. After speaking, he quickly drank some tea to calm himself down. Director Sun is the highest leader in charge of the Tianyuan Ancient Tree Cluster. Although he only manages the Tianyuan Ancient Tree Cluster, the entire Tianyuan city depends on this cluster of ancient trees, and it is even a strategic resource for the Wood Kingdom. Therefore, Director Sun's position is extremely important and cannot be held by just anyone. It's just that he made an energy block in one go. Is it really worth being so surprised? Director Sun put down the book in his hand. He thought he was an older person who was reading and drinking tea for health, but he looked to be only in his 30s and was very young. This isn't an ordinary energy block. Master Li pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Director Sun, shaking his head and waving his index finger from side to side. It's a level 3 energy block, made with fruit and the spiritual plant Tianyuan grass, and it was completed in one go. Upon hearing this, Director Sun immediately sat up straight, his expression becoming serious, his eyes slightly raised as if recalling something. That's really good, comparable to what I had when I was young. Nonsense. I haven't finished yet. When Master Li heard his serious expression, he thought he was about to say something. After trying it once, he went straight to the competition and completed it again within 30 minutes. Could you do that when you first started learning? I remember it took you about an hour back then. Director Sun's eyes lit up slightly, and he stood up. Is it true? What's the name? I want to go see. I asked him. His name is Wang Chen. Director, something important has happened. A perfect quality level 3 energy block has appeared in the first stage of the assessment. Would you like to go and take a look? Just like when Master Li came in, a male employee rushed over. He must be one of Director Sun's subordinates. Perfect level? Not bad. How come there are so many geniuses this year? I need to go and see for myself. Director Sun and Master Li exchanged a glance and were about to head out. Suddenly remembering something, I casually asked, what's the name of the person who created the perfect quality energy cube? Director, his name is Wang Chen. Wang Chen. Director Sun and Master Li stopped again, their eyes filled with disbelief. You don't think it's just someone with the same name, do you? Director Sun said slowly. It's unlikely to be just a coincidence that they have the same name. It must be the same person. Master Li had just arrived here and said that someone had made a level 3 energy block in a short time, and then someone else reported that someone had made a perfect level 3 energy block. It must be the same person. Where is he? Director Sun asked. Director, He just left the first stage and should be heading to the second stage, the Tianyuan Training Center. Let's go take a look, but don't disturb him yet. Let's observe him for a while. Compared to the first stage, the Tianyuan Breeding Center is much more crowded. In addition to people who want to participate in the competition, ordinary people also come here to consult about pet breeding knowledge. Students also come here to study or compete. Pets are also sold and contracts are available. There are also many professional breeders who can provide advice. Your Speedhound has a glossy coat and a slender build. The only drawback is that the muscles in its limbs could be improved. Speedhounds rely on their limbs for explosive power, so you can add more meat to its diet and give it more regular exercise, increasing the intensity as needed. A breeder is giving a customer's pet some training advice. This place is somewhat like a large exchange center, divided into two sections. One section has many areas, each with a breeder who can provide consultations after paying a fee. The other section is a place for people to exchange experiences, where they can summon their pets to admire each other. However, since this month is the day of the Tianyuan competition, the exchange center has set up many assessment points. All you need to do is summon your pet and have it identified and trained to a level of 80. The nurturing level is a concept established by the breeders of the Land of Wood. It is used to judge the appearance, fur, color, limbs, abilities, and other aspects of a pet. The limit that a certain pet species can reach is 100. Points will be deducted for any deviation from the limit. Reaching 80 points means passing the second stage. I want to participate in the second stage of the Tianyuan competition. Wang Chen walked to the assessment point and handed his ID card to the person in charge. Okay, please line up over there. The line with fewer people can be at the back. After you pass, our trainer will swipe your card for you. The person in charge replied with a smile. Thanks. Wang Chen walked towards the back of the trainer group and found that most of the trainers were women. There were 10 trainers in total, and 6 of them were women. Yizhiwei would probably like it here. Please summon your pet. Finally, it was Wang Chen's turn. The trainer in front of him was a woman in her 30s wearing glasses, who looked somewhat like a teacher. Akai, woo-woo, Akai, who hadn't been out for a long time, made an excited sound as soon as he was summoned. He hadn't had a chance to summon his pets to get some fresh air for the past few days. What is this? The breeder stared wide-eyed at the black pet beast in front of him. Anyone seeing it for the first time would be very surprised. Wow, look over there, that person's pet beast. Everyone around was also drawn to the tall, imposing, and mysterious pet beast. Wow, it's huge. Someone looked at their pet and then at Akai, and the difference was immediately apparent. You wrote Elite Level Beastmaster on it, which means it's an elite level pet, right? That's right. Please wait a moment. I need to call my master to take a look. This is the first time I've seen such a pet. Please forgive me. The female breeder was very polite. I understand. Wang Chen had also thought of this scenario. He knew back at the Holy Dragon Academy that Akai was unique and had never appeared before. The female trainer immediately left her seat, exchanged a few words with another trainer standing next to her, and then departed. Players who are in a hurry can join other teams. This team is temporarily closed, the trainer next door announced loudly. However, many people were no longer in a hurry to queue up and were watching Akai. Some took photos with their cameras, while others observed him up close. Seeing this, Wang Chen neither drove them away nor took Akai back. Akai, being quite intelligent, understood the situation and stood quietly in place. Wang Chen gently stroked Akai's body, silently communicating with him in his mind. Wait here for a bit. You can leave soon. I'll buy you something nice to eat later. Ugh. Akai indicated that he understood. Oh, right. I have some good news for you. I've learned how to combine fruits, spiritual plants, and energy blocks. Now you can add your favorite foods to the energy blocks. Aren't you happy? Wah. This time, Akai was clearly happier and more excited. Haha. I suddenly remembered something. Could we create a machine or something that can make energy blocks by itself? Wang Chen suddenly remembered that energy blocks are currently mostly made manually, with only low-level energy blocks being made by machines. Machine production also wastes materials, so it's not as efficient as manual production. I can think about it when I have some free time. After all, there will be more pets in the future, and it will be very slow and a waste of time to make them all myself. Teacher, this is it. Please go and take a look. Wang Chen knew someone was coming as soon as he heard the voice, and he stopped his wild thoughts. The newcomer was an elderly woman with gray hair, wearing glasses, presumably reading glasses, leaning on a cane, and slightly hunched over. The female trainer from before was beside her. "Young friend, your name is Wang Chen, right?" "Hello. My surname is Wang. You can call me Professor Wang. May I see your pet beast?" "Of course you can. You're probably not from the land of wood, are you?" Professor Wang asked casually as he carefully observed Guy. "That's right. I come from the Holy Dragon Dynasty, and I'm here for the Tianyuan competition. Every year, Tianyuan Ancient Tree attracts a large number of talented young people, but only a handful are fortunate enough to sign contracts with them. Well, I came here on someone's recommendation. Since I'm here, I might as well give it a try." Although that's what he said, Wang Chen was actually quite confident. "Young friend, your talent is exceptional, ranking among the best even among young talents. I think you deserve a spot this year." "Thank you for the compliment." By this time, even more people had gathered around, partly because of Guy, but mostly because of Professor Wang. Professor Wang was very famous in the land of wood, and the other trainers here had also come, wanting to hear Professor Wang's famous quotes. Hearing Professor Wang's high praise for the young man, everyone finally turned their attention to Wang Chen. Some were surprised, some were dismissive. Professor Wang didn't often praise people. However, Wang Chen remained unmoved, somewhat used to it. There are too many people here. How about we go to the testing room in the back and get tested separately, and chat for a bit while we're at it?" "Okay." Although Wang Chen didn't mind the stares of others, he really didn't want to be watched all the time. "Everyone, please disperse. The teacher needs to conduct a separate test." The female trainer, who was also Professor Wang's student, dispersed the other onlookers. "Professor Wang, may we follow along and take a look?" A voice came from behind. Wang Chen turned around and saw his mentor from the first level and a man he didn't recognize. Master Li greeted him, and Wang Chen responded. "So it's Director Sunday. You're the person in charge of the competition, so of course you can." As for Master Li's suggestion, Professor Wang looked at Wang Chen, knowing that this was Wang Chen's private matter and he had the right to refuse. "Since Master Li helped me with the first hurdle, of course I agreed." "Oh, don't say that. I was just fulfilling my responsibilities at the time," Master Li said, somewhat embarrassed. "Let's do it together then." Led by Professor Wang, the group arrived at a room behind the cultivation center. It looked like a high-end laboratory, with only a few people working inside. Their arrival did not disrupt their work. "Please sit here for a moment. I'll take him to do a test." Professor Wang led the group to the lounge, and then took Wang Chen away. "Professor Wang, are we going to have to test a lot of things?" Wang Chen suddenly recalled a bad memory when he saw this scene. The day when Dean Su Biao was taking test records for Akai. "Yes, we can do it. Do you want to do it?" "Forget it, no need. A simple test will suffice. I don't want to expose Akai's data. Based on my observation, your Akai is quite extraordinary. His physical attributes are definitely higher than those of ordinary mammals. Even the king of beasts, the tiger, cannot reach such physical attributes at the elite level. So I've decided to use a dragon-type pet as a benchmark to assess your pet's development level. What do you think?" "Sure, no problem." Wang Chen didn't care at all. Back in school, Akai was never afraid of dragon-type pets. "Let Kai go in. We'll get the data in a little while. We don't need so many tests." Professor Wang led Wang Chen to a very large empty cabin and pointed to the room with the hatch open. This is the latest testing machine just developed by the Land of Wood. Its main function is to determine the strength of unknown pets. Once the pet goes in and the parameters are adjusted, we can get the pet's physical data." Professor Wang said with a proud expression as he introduced the machine. "Wow, this is so advanced. We don't even have machines like this in the Holy Dragon Dynasty." Each country has different priorities. The strength of the 5 major powers is indeed unmatched, but when it comes to innovation, reform, and advancement, it is actually some smaller countries that, after forming alliances with the 5 major powers, create their own unique characteristics and patents in order to maintain the alliance. Professor Wang is old and has technical expertise, so he is quite knowledgeable about the relationships between some countries, but he did not say everything. "I see. I do not know much about this." "That's normal. You're still young, just a student. As you gain more experience, you'll find that the world isn't as simple as it is in school. There's a lot to learn about relationships between people and countries, and between countries. Maybe. Haha, let's go take a rest too. We can just wait here. Professor Wang chuckled softly. Good. Seeing the two people walking towards the lounge, Director Sun stood up to greet them. Both Professor Wang and the young man deserve this. Professor Wang and this little friend Wang Chen, come and sit down. Professor Wang glanced at Wang Chen and then said calmly, I thought Gui that you followed here out of curiosity. It seems that the target is Wang Chen. Gui, your name is Sun Gui. Before Director Sun could answer, Wang Chen took the lead in asking, That's right, you know me? Director Sun felt strange. Although he was indeed somewhat famous in the country of wood, Wang Chen didn't seem to be from the country of wood. Logically, he shouldn't know him. Wang Chen took out a letter from his bag and handed it to Director Sun. My mentor is Chu Lingfeng. It was him who recommended me this time. He said he signed a contract with Tianyuan Ancient Tree. Oh, I didn't expect you to be his student. What a pity. Director Sun originally thought that such a good young man could be accepted as his apprentice. Huh? What a pity. Masterly, tell me. Professor Wang also looked at Wang Chen curiously. It seemed that he was recommended by an acquaintance of Sun Gai, but Sun Gai also fell in love with this kid. Little friend Wang Chen, I was shocked after you participated in the first level of the competition. I hurriedly reported to Director Sunday, who knew that I left in a hurry and didn't see the identification results. Later, someone reported that a perfect third-level energy block came out with the same name as you. So we decided to take a look at the situation. Masterly said a lot directly. A perfect third-level energy block. I remember you are only at the elite level, not the lord level yet. The female breeder covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widened, and she was shocked. Is this true? Director Sun and Masterly became even more excited and asked quickly to confirm whether her words were true. Yes, I came here just to break through to the lord level. Become your teacher. I can teach you the most advanced energy block making techniques. It would be a waste of your talent not to learn this. Director Sun excitedly took Wang Chen's hand and shook it up and down. Is this appropriate? How about I talk to the instructor and wait until next time? Wang Chen was a little embarrassed. First, he didn't know if there were any taboos. Second, he didn't know how strong Director Sun was. I'm familiar with your mentor, so don't pay attention to him. Let's do it this way. Time is tight, and I won't force you. When you finish participating in the competition, you can come to me, and I'll have something for you. As for Ling Feng's letter to me, the general meaning is to ask me to take care of you. But with your talent, you can definitely sign the contract with Tianyuan Ancient Tree. Director Sun no longer forced him, but tried to persuade him. It will be bad if you refuse again. Then I agree, and I will visit you later. I didn't expect that I was mistaken. My little friend's talent is stronger than I thought. Professor Wang listened to the conversations of several people and understood the whole story. It's just a fluke. I just have better control over my mental power. This is not a bit stronger. Your ability to control mental power is top-notch at the same level, or even across levels. Director Sun praised him without hesitation. Wang Chen won't explain anymore, just leave it at that. It seems the results are out. Let's go over and have a look. Professor Wang heard the sound of the machine and the hatch opened. Woo! A Kai flew over directly. What's the result? Wang Chen was a little curious about the difference between a Kai and the so-called dragon type. Professor Wang took the fresh report. The first thing was the bright words at the beginning. Cultivation degree, 120. Compared with half-blood dragon pet beasts. 120? Professor Wang narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? Does this mean that my Akai has surpassed the half-blood dragon? It's okay. It's been many years since I've seen a beast that's comparable to a half-blood dragon beast, let alone something that surpasses it. Well, Professor Wang, I hope it won't be made public. Is it okay to keep it a secret? Of course, this is everyone's privacy. It's a pity that you can't stay here for a long time to do some research. Professor Wang felt a little regretful. He really wanted to study Akai. By the way, you are a student of Holy Dragon Academy. You should know Su Biao. She is my disciple. You can ask her. If you have any problems with your pet beast in the future, you can ask her for help. Actually, when I was in school, Dean Su made a set of tests for me. The senior management of Akai's Data Institute should know something about it. That's all right. I'm getting older, and I'm no longer able to do research. I hope you can shine and let everyone know your reputation. Professor Wang sincerely congratulated him. Akai is a new pet beast that can compete with dragon-type pets. It is impossible for him to remain unknown in the future. Xiaozi, go take Wang Chen to swipe his card. He has already passed the level. Professor Wang waved his hand in the distance. Okay, teacher. Director's son, Master Li, I will go to the 3rd level first. I will find you after I finish participating in the competition. Wang Chen walked outside and said back. The 3rd level is through Tianyuan Forest. What do you mean? Wang Chen asked the female trainer while looking at the contents of the 3rd level. The 3rd level is the same every year. There is a 100-meter passage in front of the Tianyuan Ancient Tree Forest. Walking on it will put pressure on the Beast Master. Passing it is equivalent to passing the level. Is that so? Does everyone encounter the same pressure? Or does it change based on their own strength? There will be corresponding pressure according to the level of the Beast Master. After getting the answer he wanted, Wang Chen rushed to the Tianyuan Ancient Tree Forest. This forest is located in the center of the city and is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer contains some ordinary plants to shield the influence from the outside world. The middle layer is the Tianyuan Ancient Tree, and the innermost layer is the oldest Tianyuan Ancient Tree. Most people cannot go inside. By the 3rd level, the number of people is obviously much smaller. The 1st level can be passed by being careful and taking a little time. The 2nd level seems simple, but is actually difficult. This level screens out those who do not pay attention to the cultivation of pet beasts to a certain extent. The 3rd level is to screen out those whose pet beasts are not strong, because the strength of the pet beast will be fed back to the Beast Master. It happened that Wang Chen was satisfied with these 3 points, and the last level was a piece of cake for Wang Chen. After a few minutes, I don't feel anything at all. Is it broken? Wang Chen had already walked to the end, but he was still walking on flat ground. Not to mention that he didn't feel any pressure at all. It can only be said that it was just like carrying another person on his back, which was nothing at all. Wang Chen crossed the last line. The pressure suddenly disappeared, and the environment changed. The trees in front of him were very different from the outside world. They were probably what they called the Tianyuan Ancient Tree. The biggest feature of the Tianyuan Ancient Tree is that its roots are slightly transparent. You can see green energy flowing inside, constantly absorbing energy from the earth and gathering it at the top of the tree. The trunk and branches are a bit different, a bit like vines rotating and entangled with each other. The leaves are maple leaf-shaped with 3 branches. How should we sign this? Are these trees conscious? Wang Chen was a little confused. He had never seen such plant-based beasts. Most of the wood-type beasts he saw were wood demons and the like, belonging to the spirit monster category. I knew you could come in, but you didn't know how to choose or how to sign the contract. A voice suddenly appeared next to him. Wang Chen turned around and saw that Director's son had suddenly appeared. Why are you here, and why is there no movement at all? Wang Chen was surprised. He didn't feel any movement just now, as if he appeared out of thin air, but it was definitely not the power of space. I also signed a contract with the Tianyuan Ancient Tree. I have become very familiar with them after taking care of the Tianyuan Ancient Tree for a long time. I can get various blessings here, and hiding the aura is one of them. Director's son, let me first ask you what kind of beast this Tianyuan Ancient Tree is and what its characteristics are. The Tianyuan Ancient Trees are true plant-based beasts with extremely long lifespans. They spend most of their time rooted in the earth like ordinary plants, but they can retract their roots and move around at will, but the speed will be slower. You can see that their roots are slightly transparent, which is actually transformed by mental power. As for their characteristics, they play a supporting role. They have very abnormal auxiliary abilities. Do you know the field? Field. It seems to be an exclusive skill that can only be understood when the strength reaches the overlord level. That's right, the Tianyuan Ancient Tree is equivalent to a small field. Within its coverage area, the pet beast will be strengthened. The improvement of physical fitness is only the most basic. In battle, it can continuously absorb the enemy's power and restore the physical strength and energy of the pet beast, relying on the roots and branches. What a domineering ancient Tianyuan tree. Wang Chen had only heard his mentor talk about the auxiliary ability before, but he didn't expect it to be so domineering, just like the star-absorbing magic. Haha, it's not over yet. Director Sun looked at Wang Chen proudly, as if he was proud to be able to sign the Tianyuan ancient tree. What else? It's also very aggressive. Mental power is what it's best at. It can carry out mental attacks, and its control over skills is very high. As the Beast Master's strength increases, or as it feeds treasures, it's possible to awaken more skills. I heard the teacher say that after the pet beast reaches the domain lord level and the racial form reaches the highest level, it can learn skills or inherit skills on its own. Yes, there are limits to inheritance. Only those with similar attributes and pet types can accept the inheritance. However, the Tianyuan ancient tree is very tolerant. As long as you are willing to work hard, the upper limit will not be reached. Director Sun, what you said makes me so excited. How can I sign the Tianyuan ancient tree? Wang Chen couldn't wait to hear it. This is too strong. It's very simple. Emit your spiritual power and sense these ancient trees. Whichever one you feel responds to you means it is willing. However, there should be relatively few that meet your requirements. The newly born Tianyuan ancient trees are very rare, and most of them are already around the domain lord level. I'll give it a try, Wang Chen said, and his mental power slowly spread around, forming a circular circle that was still expanding. Director Sun smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. The mental power is really strong, and the fluctuations are stable and wide. Wang Chen was completely immersed in his own world. He slowly closed his eyes and closed his ears. He only relied on his mental power to walk in the woods, slowly passed through the outer layer, reached the middle layer, and kept walking forward. Where are we going? It's not going to the core level. The smile on Director Sun's face slowly disappeared because he was not sure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Come on, child, go forward. I have something to entrust to you. An indescribable voice came into Wang Chen's spiritual world and sea of consciousness. It was a bit like an old voice, but very kind, and he wanted to follow its voice and move forward. Who are you? Wang Chen asked subconsciously, but instead of moving his mouth, he emitted it in the form of mental power, which was a bit like the way he communicated with his pet, but it was clearer than his pet. I am in the middle of the ancient forest. It should be the oldest Tianyuan ancient tree. Still walking forward, he had passed through the middle level and was almost reaching the core level. Director Sun finally couldn't sit still and wanted to stop him to prevent him from disturbing the core level. Wang. Director Sun was just about to step forward and call Wang Chen, but he felt that he couldn't move. This was the action of the oldest Tianyuan ancient tree on the core level. I'm summoning him, which is a good thing. Just wait outside. Yes. Director Sun felt that he could move and quickly replied, looking at Wang Chen with an unusual look. Wang Chen stopped, feeling that he had arrived, because he was forced to exit the spiritual world, and slowly opened his eyes. It's so big. Wang Chen looked at the only ancient tree in the core layer. It stood here like a world tree. From here, the other ancient trees were not even 1/10 of its size. But the strange thing is that such a tall tree should be very obvious to the outside world. It is true that you can't see it at all. It is probably because of the shielding formation. What do you want from me? Wang Chen asked sincerely. Such existences are really rare to see. Such living fossils should be respected. Their power is unimaginable. I know you want to find a suitable Tianyuan ancient tree. As your third pet beast, your talent is indeed unusual. Ordinary pet beasts cannot be attracted to you at all. No, I will be very satisfied if I can sign the Tianyuan ancient tree. There is no need to be self-effacing. The natal pet is the inheritor of the dark system and is destined to be anything but ordinary. Wang Chen heard this term for the first time and asked, Inheritor of the dark system? What does it mean? Don't you know? Has the information from the outside world been lost? I'm not sure about that. Someone may know it, but didn't tell me. Haha, I haven't spoken for a long time, and I'm a bit chatty. I'll just tell you a little bit. All ears. The dark element is inherently a rare element, and is opposed to the light element. The interweaving of light and darkness has been around since I can remember, and the battles were very frequent in the past. But as time goes by, the light and dark elements gradually disappear from the public's vision and become very rare. I guess it may be because the 5 elements have taken a dominant position and occupied their space. Inheritors are what humans call them. Simply put, they are pet beasts that have reached the imperial level or above. They are so powerful that two of them are not allowed to appear at the same time in this world. The next generation can only appear after the death of the previous generation. Just like the emperor, there will not be two emperors at the same time. Inheritors are synonymous with the strong. They are stronger and have greater potential than others. Some are passed down from ancestors, but there will always be new inheritors. Your natal pet should be the new inheritor. One thing to note is that the new inheritors are always the strongest. The more times they are passed on, their strength will gradually weaken and their potential will become lower, unless they can break through themselves. Wang Chen said a huge amount of information in one breath, which made Wang Chen think. Akai had already conducted tests on both enemies. The school and Professor Wang probably knew about the inheritor, but they should not harm me. Seeing that Wang Chen was still deep in thought, the ancient tree directly interrupted his thoughts. Let's get down to business. I'm giving you the Tianyuan ancient tree. It just meets your requirements. The Lord-level Tianyuan ancient tree. That's great. Wang Chen shook his head, interrupting his random thoughts. But this ancient Tianyuan tree is special. It is dying. About to die? Could it be that he died of old age? Of course not. The Tianyuan ancient tree has a very long lifespan, ranging from 100 years to 1,000 years. The tree I am talking about has mutated. It has been consuming its life since birth. It can only grow for 20 years before it is already on the verge of death. Then what do you mean, can I save it? Yes, as long as you can sign a life and death contract with it, you can prevent its life from dissipating. A life and death contract. Both parties in the contract live and die together. Generally speaking, neither pets nor humans are willing to sign it. Pet animals have a long lifespan and humans have a short lifespan. This is unfair to the pet beasts, but for humans, they are also worried about premature death due to accidents to the pet beasts. But it's just right for you. The Tianyuan ancient tree has a long lifespan, and your strength is not weak, and they complement each other. After listening to its explanation, Wang Chen felt pretty good and didn't find any disadvantages so far. But if you want to successfully sign this dying ancient Tianyuan tree, you need extremely high mental strength, and there is a certain risk of failure. If you fail, the pet will die on the spot, but you and I will underwrite it to ensure that you will not die, but mental frustration is inevitable. However, as compensation, I will protect the law for you, stabilize the sea of consciousness for you, make your foundation stronger, and have stronger mental endurance, which will be very helpful for your future growth. I've told you all the pros and cons here, and I leave the final choice to you. After the ancient tree talked about the pros and cons, he brought out a small tree. Compared with other trees, it was indeed much smaller. But the most special thing is that the entire body is almost transparent, green with gray in color, and lifeless. There is basically no entity, the leaves are drooping, and it looks very lifeless. Is this the special Tianyuan ancient tree? Yes, it was contaminated by the air of death when it was born. It is too weak to resist the air of death. That's why it is like this. If the power of life does not intervene, it will probably die next year. The breath of death, the power of life. What are these things? Are they also a kind of energy? Death energy will be born when a person or pet animal dies, especially for a strong person. After death, it will affect nearby creatures. However, there are also beast masters who go there specially, and there is a chance that they can sign undead pet beasts. The power of life is even rarer, and it is easy to bring back the dead, but you need to reach the king level to have a chance to understand it. For example, the elves in the elf forest are the darlings of nature, and it is easy to awaken the power of life. After an explanation, Wang Chen understood that these were not things he could touch now. They were either small probability events or his strength was not up to standard. I figured it out. I am willing to sign a life and death contract with it. Wang Chen made up his mind and looked at the old tree and the crumbling sapling with firm eyes. Okay, let's get started. Wang Chen stood in front of the small tree, gently touched the remaining trunk with his hand, and established a connection with it. Remember silently in your heart, sign the contract of life and death. The contract of life and death is signed. The ancient Tianyuan tree in front of him slowly disappeared, and instead appeared in Wang Chen's sea of consciousness, slowly taking root in the center, slowly absorbing Wang Chen's spiritual power. This movement alarmed both Akai and the snow elf, wondering what was going on. Don't be nervous. This is your new friend, the Tianyuan ancient tree. It is rooted here. I will sign a contract next, so don't worry. Wu Wu Shi Ying. After the two heard that nothing happened, they found a place to watch from a distance so as not to affect the master's breakthrough. Tianyuan ancient tree's spirits improved a lot. Its branches swayed and made a slight sound, as if they were saying hello to Wang Chen and thanking Wang Chen. Time is getting longer and longer, and the entire contract ceremony is not over yet. But Wang Chen can no longer hold on, and his mental power is very low. It has been absorbed by the Tianyuan ancient tree, and it is still being absorbed. It is rooted in the earth, and the sea of consciousness is also getting bigger. Great, it just alleviates the crisis. If I continue, I'm afraid of mental exhaustion. Wang Chen sighed with emotion. The contract of life and death means both prosperity and loss. It breaks racial restrictions and has unlimited potential. The ancient tree outside said slowly, "Let me help you. Good karma brings good results. I hope you can help me in the future." A stream of green air floated from the ancient tree into Wang Chen's body, and white spiritual power was also silently injected into the sea of consciousness, helping Wang Chen and the Tianyuan ancient tree to better solidify their foundation and lay a solid foundation at the Lord level. Director Sun stood in the middle of the Tianyuan ancient tree and felt the aura. He was a little surprised. That's the power of life. What happened? The entire sea of consciousness has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The center is the ancient Tianyuan tree, but it is still a shadow. It is no longer in the form of a sapling, but has turned into a large tree of more than 10 meters. The spirit is also very good, shaking the branches constantly, expressing joy. Akai and the snow elf also came under the tree and started communicating with each other. Although the words they said were different, the communication through consciousness was smooth and smooth. Wang Chen clenched his fists with both hands and struck out quickly, sending out bursts of punches and a continuous whoosh sound. Stand up straight and jump hard. You can be at least 3 meters high, and your sprint speed is also extremely fast. The physical fitness of Lord-level Beastmasters has surpassed the limits of human beings, but they are still in the human category and are far from the ability to retrieve objects from the air like Dean Chu. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough. Gushu looked at Wang Chen and knew that he had achieved a successful breakthrough. Thank you for protecting me when I broke through, and for giving me pure spiritual power. Otherwise, I would not have been able to reach the intermediate Lord level. Your talents are already good. These are nothing. But I did give you a life force, which has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. The power of life, isn't it too precious? It will be harmful to you. Wang Chen's eyes widened. He thought it was just a simple mental power, but he didn't expect that he would have an extra life. This is something that no amount of money can buy. I have lived for a long time and have accumulated some vitality. It doesn't matter if I give you a little. It is an investment in you. I may need your help in the future. I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. I don't know what I can do to help you. Wang Chen was a little flattered. There's no need to belittle yourself. Once things are done, it's time to leave. Go back. I also need to rest for a while. Don't mention the power of life to the outside world. Yes, I understand. Then Wang Chen felt a warm wind carrying him and drifting outward. He had left the core layer and was in the middle layer next to Director Sun in the blink of an eye. He's out. Did it work? Director Sun asked quickly when he saw Wang Chen come out. Yes, it's a success. Only then did Wang Chen notice that Director Sun was actually beside him. The ancient tree had been delivered here all at once. What just happened inside? I felt a life force. Well, it was the heavenly origin ancient tree in the core layer that made me sign a pet beast that was about to die. I guess that's when it appeared. Wang Chen didn't tell the truth. All right, you've achieved your goal. Come with me. I have something for you that you'll definitely like. Director Sun didn't care and pulled Wang Chen out. What is it? Wang Chen was genuinely curious about what could be making Director Sun so anxious. You'll know when you get there. We've arrived. The two stopped. Where am I? They hadn't walked far when they arrived at a small courtyard, which resembled a rural landscape and was planted with spiritual plants. This is my home, let's go. Director Sun pushed open the door and entered, pointing to the table and chairs in the small courtyard. Please sit down for a while. I'll go get my things. Wang Chen looked around, glancing left and right, and then sat down in a chair to wait for Director Sun. Come, take a look at this. Director Sun came out of the room, holding what appeared to be a book. The manufacturing principles of different energy blocks, the book stated in large characters. This is my book, a collection of my experiences from making energy blocks over the past 10 years. I'm giving it to you today. This isn't appropriate. You should give this to your apprentices or students. Wang Chen knew that this was extremely valuable material, the culmination of a master's efforts. Of course I will teach my students, but you are different. Your talent is truly rare. With this, I believe you can completely make, and even surpass me, energy blocks of perfect quality with more functions. Director Sun said solemnly. This is free for you, and you don't need to become my apprentice. I just don't want a genius to go to waste. Take this back and take a look. It is essential for a skilled beast tamer to create energy blocks that their pets enjoy eating and that can enhance their strength. Many powerful individuals consult top-tier craftsmen to customize energy blocks, as ordinary energy blocks on the market simply cannot meet the requirements for repairing chains. For example, I customized energy blocks for your mentor, Chu Lingfeng, and he's probably still using the same ones now. All right then, since you've said so, it would be too pretentious of me not to accept. Thank you, Professor Sunday. From now on, you are my mentor in production. Wang Chen bowed to Sun Gu to express his respect and acknowledge him as his teacher. Okay. Teacher Sun patted his shoulder, somewhat excited. Teacher, I've been making energy blocks for 2 months before, so I'm quite skilled at it. This time, I made a relatively high-quality energy block. Why are you so sure I have exceptional talent? What if it's just luck? There's no such thing as that much luck. Without strength, even if you have luck, you can't seize it. Creating energy blocks that are of a higher level, perfect quality, and composite energy blocks. Any one of these 3 things could be considered luck, but for all 3 to appear at the same time is definitely genius. Wang Chen seemed to be thinking about something and slowly nodded, which meant he agreed with his teacher's statement. Teacher, now that I've finished my business in the land of wood, I'm going home. After all, the new year is almost here. I thought it would take several days, but I finished everything in just 2 days. All right, I won't keep you. You can come often in the future. The Wood Kingdom and the Holy Dragon Dynasty are absolute allies. If you need any spiritual plants in the future, just let me know. Teacher Sun was also very generous. All right, then I'll get ready to leave. As for this book, I'll definitely keep it safe and study its contents carefully, striving to achieve the purpose you mentioned. All right, go on. I'm busy too. He waved his hand, letting Wang Chen leave, and went back inside. Yangcheng suburbs. After 3 days of travel, Wang Chen finally arrived in Yangcheng, with only 4 or 5 days left until the Chinese New Year. Although only half a year had passed, it felt like a long time to Wang Chen. In just 1 semester, he had advanced from the ordinary level to the Lord level. The change in strength also affected Wang Chen's mentality, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I remember awakening my destined pet beast, training with Chu Haoyu, attending training courses, and undergoing wilderness assessments under the guidance of instructors. They taught me a lot about wilderness life, and I also received earnest guidance from the 2 guild leaders. Time to go home. Wang Chen stood there and looked around. There weren't many people around. It couldn't compare to big cities. There weren't as many rules here. Pets could be released as long as they didn't hurt people. Wang Chen found a secluded spot and prepared to summon a Kai to fly home. Kai, let's go home. With a wave of his hand, a portal appeared behind him, and Kai appeared from behind. Along the way, all of Wang Chen's pets had completed their evolution and reached the final form of their species. This is the complete form, Shadow Caesar. Wang Chen looked at Akai's appearance with great satisfaction. The most striking difference in Shadow Caesar is the flowing white hair around his neck. His crimson eyes are more restrained, less bloodthirsty, but possess a noble and mysterious majesty. Besides this, red armor has formed at the joints of his limbs, and his white claws are adorned with golden patterns. His 2 pairs of wings on his back are wider, with faint red glows at the tips and red circular patterns that appear and disappear. Between the 2 pairs of wings is an additional pair of tail feathers, which are also adorned with golden patterns. It's too tall, lift me up. Wang Chen shouted. Now that Shadow Caesar was standing upright, he was at least 5 meters tall, about the same height as a two-story building. Akai bent down and used his paws to support Wang Chen on his back. Fang Ping's body was ready to take off. Akai, do you still remember the direction home is? Let's go. Whoosh. Akai nodded and flew straight off in one direction at an extremely fast speed. The biggest change for Akai this time is his speed. He's definitely starting to resemble a flying pet now. His strength and stamina are the next biggest improvements. He's gained 2 new skills, which is definitely a boost. His previous basic skills have also been changed. This is truly a revolutionary transformation. At Akai's current speed, he can cross the small city of Yang in just over 10 minutes and return home in just a few minutes. In order not to disturb the people living on the ground, the altitude is also extremely high. Finally home, Kai. You should go back now. You're too big now. There might not be enough room for you to stand. Wah! Akai's slightly aggrieved voice rang out, but he was also very obedient and understood Wang Chen's meaning. With a bang, after descending in altitude, Wang Chen jumped off Akai's back. The door was right in front of him, and he could already faintly hear sounds coming from inside. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door interrupted the voices inside, and Wang Ma's voice came from inside the room. Who is it? She asked while opening the door. Mom, I'm back. Wang Chen responded with a smile. Wang Ma originally thought it was someone, so she didn't say anything and opened the door to take a look. Xiaochen. As soon as her motherly Wan saw Wang Chen, she said happily, It's me. It's almost the Chinese New Year, and I haven't seen you back. I even sent a message to the school, saying that you left for the holidays. You haven't come back for so many days. I was afraid that something had happened to you. Then he pulled Wang Chen and walked into the house, mumbling as he walked. I went out to do some errands. I thought I could go home before the new year, so I didn't tell you. Wang Chen explained helplessly. He didn't expect his family to be so worried about him, and he looked at his mother guiltily. Hey, Xiaochen is back, so I said it's okay. Your mother has been worried and can't sleep these days. Wang Jun, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up quickly when he heard the sound, and then called his sister out to Wang Xing's room. Xiaoxing, come out quickly, your brother is back. My brother is back. Wang Xing opened the door when he heard the sound and rushed out. After not seeing each other for half a year, my sister seems to have grown a little taller. She grows up quite quickly for a 15 or 16-year-old. What do you mean? Wang Chen looked at his sister holding it in both hands, dangling it in front of his eyes. A gift? You said you would bring me a gift when you come back. My sister looked at Wang Chen eagerly. You didn't forget to bring it, did you? Of course you won't forget it. Wang Chen pinched her cheek. Oh, what are you doing? Your face is so pinched. I see you've gained weight, and you've gained a lot of fat on your face. Wang Chen smiled and let go of his hand, put his backpack on the table, and sat on a chair to rest. Mom, look at him, he squashed my face. It doesn't look good. Okay, stop making trouble. You two started fighting right after you came back. I'm going to cook. Let's sit there and rest first. Come on, I have brought you gifts, but you are still young and don't need many things. I can only buy some gadgets. Wang Chen picked up his backpack, rummaged through it for a long time, and took out 3 fruits and a small box. I bought this in the land of wood. It is a spiritual fruit that can improve the body. However, the second one has no effect. You 3 have 1 for each. After Wang Jun heard this, he knew that this was not simple, and he was a little worried. These are very precious. You don't need to spend money to buy these for us. You will need money for many things in the future. It's okay, Dad, don't worry. I've also made a lot of money, and the school has given me a lot of resources. These are really nothing. When my little sister wakes up, those resources won't matter. I'll leave $500,000 to the family later. You can use it first and let it go for work and other things. Wang Chen also smiled and said with a little pride, he earned a lot of money in just half a year, and he can be regarded as the mainstay of the family. Growing up, okay. My son knew that he was mature, steady, and filial, but he didn't expect that he could not only support himself, but also subsidize the family after being away for half a year. Here, this is just for you. Open it and take a look. Wang Chen finally handed the box to his sister alone. Wang Xing took the box with anticipation and slowly opened it. What appeared in front of his eyes was a white jade bracelet. It didn't look conspicuous from the outside, but his sister was still very happy. I like it very much, brother. I love you, ha. After saying that, I couldn't wait to put it on my hand. It's strange to say that it looks quite big, but it fits surprisingly well once I put it on my hand. Has it gotten a little smaller? My sister Wang Xing raised her hand for the two of them to see and waved it in front of them. Can I give you an ordinary object? This is a magic weapon. Magic weapon? That's right. It's a first-level magic weapon, not a rare thing. Its function is to protect you from cold and heat, repel mosquitoes and flies. You are still a student, and you can't use the things given to you as a beast master, and it will easily attract the prying eyes of others. It's okay, I really like this. The family happily ate afterwards and talked a lot about Wang Chen at the dinner table. Through Wang Chen's chat, his parents and younger sister were very interested, especially the various pet beasts. The dormitories in the school were all villas, where only one person lived. The tutor was also very good. He wrote letters of introduction to himself, helped him sign the pet beast contract, and his classmates also helped him, etc. After hearing this, Wang Xing seemed very excited. Everything Wang Chen said touched her heart, and her face was full of envy. The parents are happy, and they are happy from the bottom of their hearts, knowing that their son is still excellent outside, and it is good that he has not suffered a disadvantage. After eating and drinking enough, Wang Chen lay on the bed in his room, his mind relaxed, his tense spirit relaxed, and he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wang Chen woke up very early and had nothing to do, so he went out and walked around. He visited the back mountain, the library, and the school. These places all have their own traces. At the last location, Wang Chen went to the Beast Masters Association and planned to visit the two presidents. They were also very helpful to him. Beast Masters Association. Usually the two presidents stay in the association, handling some official business or dealing with some Beast Master matters. As soon as I entered the hall and was about to ask someone, I saw the president standing not far away. Wang Chen walked forward slowly, approaching the president step by step. When he felt someone approaching, the president turned his head to look, walked over quickly, and said with a smile, "I'm back. How are you at Holy Dragon Academy?" "Not bad. I think I rank first among the freshmen." "Haha. You kid. Don't fool me if it's true or not." The president thought Wang Chen was joking. "I am the person who talks nonsense. I am what I am." As he spoke, he exuded a burst of mental power. This feeling is Lord level. Have you broken through to Lord level? The president felt the spiritual power emitted by Wang Chen. Although he didn't know the specific value, he could still get a rough idea. It was just a fluke. There's no such thing as a fluke. It's so scary. I've never seen a beast master who crossed two major realms in half a year. The president said with emotion, feeling a little lonely but also excited. "I don't have anything else to do here. I just want to see you. After all, I was able to get into Holy Dragon Academy thanks to your training." "What are you talking about? The help I gave you is not worth mentioning. It's you who are outstanding. A few concentration pills are nothing. Now you understand the outside world, right?" "You can't say that. I just needed those concentration pills at that time." "Hey, let's not talk anymore. How is Holy Dragon Academy? It must be very good. Have you found a tutor or something?" "Well, I haven't been to the Royal Academy, but I heard it should be the most luxurious, and I think the Holy Dragon Academy is also very good. As for the tutor, I am the student of the dean of our academy, a king-level beast master, and he also gave me a lot of help." "King level?" The president was really shocked. He didn't expect that Wang Chen's mentor would be the dean. This is different from ordinary mentors. In some ordinary colleges, domain lord level can be a mentor. Among the 6 major colleges, the tutors are mainly overlord level, mixed with domain lord level, and there is no king level at all. King level weapons are strategic level weapons. In some small countries, they have the highest combat power and are unstoppable. However, they are not so rare in the 5 major powers. Okay. The president patted his shoulder and said good 3 times in a row. He seemed very excited, even more excited than when Wang Chen came first. "You should still remember what I said before. It is difficult for ordinary people to be beast masters. Now that you have this backer, you are not afraid of anyone, and not everyone can bully you. Indeed, I also discovered that only rich people can afford to be a beast master. Most people in the school have a certain background. There are very few ordinary families like mine." The two chatted for a while, and Wang Chen was about to leave. The president wanted to keep him for dinner. He asked what kind of meal he wanted to have in the morning, so he declined. What were you doing out so early in the morning? Wang Chen muttered when he came home and saw Wang Xing just getting up, rubbing his eyes. Go to the Beast Masters Association and have a chat with the president. When you awaken, you will inevitably come to deal with the Beast Masters Association. Oh, where are your parents? Seeing that there were no parents at home, Wang Chen didn't know what he was doing. They just went out to buy things for the new year. The Chinese New Year will be here in a few days. Many relatives will definitely come this year. After all, you were admitted to Holy Dragon Academy, and you will come here during the new year. Okay, go ahead and play. I'll go talk to my classmates. In the morning, Wang Chen first went to Chu Haoyu's home. Although the two had just met, they were still very happy. They said they were going to find Li Mengyao, Zhao Yang, and other classmates. At the gathering initiated by Wang Chen, everyone was very considerate. Everyone made progress. Everyone broke through to the elite level, and everyone signed a second pet beast. However, the quality was indeed uneven. Some were good and some were bad. The old classmates were very happy to meet each other. Most of them talked about some trivial things in school, and most of them were unremarkable. Especially Zhao Yang, who thought he was doing well in Yangcheng, but who knew that when he arrived at Lingmu College, he felt a bit invisible to everyone. It's all the same. We are not as good as you. There are still quite a lot of students lying flat on our backs. The students in the class who were admitted to the ordinary Beast Control Academy consoled themselves. Does your academy also use points? You still have to complete tasks. After seeing those tasks, I realized that many places are not very safe. Yes, there are senior students in our college who died while performing missions, and many of them are afraid to do missions anymore. Wang Chen felt uncomfortable listening to their words. Maybe for him, both tasks and resources were within his reach, but it was indeed difficult for ordinary beast masters like them. In addition, pet beasts are also an important factor. It is difficult to reach the elite level, but without a good pet beast, if you sign a mediocre pet beast, your strength may decline compared with other beast masters of the same level. If the potential of the natal pet is not high, the upper limit of the beast master will be there. In order to increase the potential, the resources used will be astronomical. You have all signed up for your second pet beast. Why don't you all show it out for a look? Chu Haoyu was a little curious. In fact, he mainly wanted to see Zhao Yang and Li Mengyao, and they were the only four who passed the exam. What I signed is a magic horse that is common in the army. It is similar to the one our instructors have. However, I signed the army agreement at Lingmu College and signed the magic horse in advance. Zhao Yang summoned the magic horse as he said it. It was no different from an ordinary horse. It had stronger muscles, a bigger head, and patterns on its limbs and hooves. Seeing Zhao Yang without hesitation, Chu Haoyu, as the proposer, directly summoned his second pet beast. Wang Chen was also a little curious and didn't ask last time. Mine is the blue-feathered spirit. He's quite handsome, haha. The blue-feathered spirit has a pair of very conspicuous blue wings. His body is somewhat similar to that of an elf, and he also holds a small dagger in his hand. It's really good. Everyone gathered around and discussed among themselves. Then Li Mengyao, one of the few girls, also spoke softly. General Feng Ling, come out. Is this from the wind element? My blue-feathered spirit is the same. Feng Ling's name has the word wind in it, but it is not of the wind type. It is a pure wood type. There is a lotus platform turned upside down, floating in the air and sitting on it. There is a little man sitting on it, and there is a wooden ring floating behind it, with a few lotus flowers. No, the wind spirit general is of the wood type. It's just that he is called the wind spirit general because he is always floating in the air. Wang Chen, what about you? Li Mengyao was most curious about Wang Chen. Not only Li Mengyao. Everyone was curious, except Chu Haoyu, who had already seen him. After Wang Chen broke through to the Lord level, the snow elf had not come out yet, and his appearance had also changed drastically, and he had grown a lot taller. Okay, snow elf, let's say hello to everyone. The teleportation array lit up, and the snow elf flew out of it and floated around in the air. The temperature of the entire air dropped. Wow, it's so beautiful, it's an elf. As a girl, Li Mengyao couldn't hold back when she saw the beautiful pet beast. The other boys' mouths were also open wide in shock. The elves looked very similar to humans, and they were more beautiful. There were many blushing ones. Chu Haoyu also stared at them. This was different from the last time he saw it. Could it be that Wang Chen had made a breakthrough? So fast. It's no wonder they reacted this way. The snow elf no longer looked like a little Lolita, but looked like a girl, flying in the air more than 1 meter tall. The previously transparent ice crystal wings turned into entities and were covered with ice and snow, which looked very beautiful. There is a small crown on its head, with a water blue ice crystal inlaid in the middle. Its eyes are dark blue, and it feels like it is frozen when it is looked at. Wearing a blue skirt, there are ice rings on her wrists and ankles. The change in appearance is actually nothing. The most important thing is that the snow elves have learned to communicate with each other in advance. Generally, pet beasts can only communicate with each other at the domain lord level, and can use their mental power to transform what they want to say into a meaning that everyone can understand. Hello, I am a snow elf. The sweet voice sounded in everyone's heart, making people unable to stop and wave to everyone in the air. I can't stand it anymore. Wang Chen, you are so abominable. I want to cry. Some people can't stand it anymore. Forget it if the gap between people is too big. Even the pet beasts are so different. This is not an elite pet beast, right? Zhao Yang was the first to react, knowing that communication of thoughts was definitely not something that elites could achieve. I just got home yesterday. I spent some time in the past few days to break through to the Lord level. Now that the snow elves are out, there is no need to hide. We have completely distanced ourselves from you. Those students from the 6 major colleges may not have students who are better than you. Zhao Yang was a little frustrated after being shocked. He thought that everyone was the same, but Wang Chen told everyone with practical actions that he was not a genius, because geniuses would only be left behind by him. It's okay. After you celebrate the new year, you should be able to break through. It won't be long. Wang Chen comforted. By the way, do you know about next year's college exchange competition? Someone asked. I know, but it doesn't have much to do with us. We are not qualified to participate. And every year, the 6 major colleges compete for rankings, and the rest of the ordinary colleges compete for soy sauce. In previous years, this college exchange competition seemed to be closed to the public. I heard that I really want to broadcast it live this year. Zhao Yang suddenly said. How do you know? Wang Chen asked. He didn't even know about this. I also heard what my classmate said, and there is a high probability that it will come true. My classmate's home is in the Imperial City, and I have a good relationship with him. The news he accidentally revealed to me is actually nothing to keep secret, and it will spread soon. The main thing is that several major universities have joined forces and said that it must be broadcast live and that all the people can see the country's young talents. When the time comes, virtual big screens will be put in various cities. That's it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. It's just an extra program where you can watch the talent competition in colleges and universities. Zhao Yang was a little discouraged and said in a nonchalant manner. After chatting for a few unrelated words, they all returned to their seats to toast each other and eat. This was the first year back home after being admitted to college. When I get stronger in the future, I may rarely go home or even leave Yangcheng, so this gathering is also rare. The gap between Wang Chen and the others is getting bigger and bigger, and the number of meetings will become less and less. The unequal strength will also cause restraint and unnaturalness. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone left early. It's time to celebrate the new year. Go home and spend more time with your family. This party is over. Different countries in the Beast Control continent have different festivals, but this time of year is the day of the new year. Legend has it that people in the past designated this day as the new year in order to celebrate the day of defeating the Warcraft. The family reunited together, eating, drinking, and having fun. There were many performances outside, pet animal performances, and so on. In Wang Chen's home, in order to allow the pet beasts to enjoy this reunion scene, they summoned Akai and the snow elf. Of course, the house could not accommodate Akai's body, so everyone built a temporary tent outside, with tables, chairs, and food placed outside. The snow elf was like a family member, chatting with everyone in the family, especially his younger sister Wang Xing, who especially liked chatting with the snow elf. It's time to eat. Wang Chen shouted to his sister Wang Xing. Both parents were busy in the kitchen, and Wang Chen was responsible for serving the plates, placing the dishes on the table, and of course buying a lot of food for the beasts. Wang Chen specially went to Yangcheng a few days ago and bought a lot of spiritual fruits and spiritual plants, as well as some exotic animal meat and rare ingredients, and set up a large table for Akai and Snow Elf. Pet animals generally eat a lot of food, and their energy requirements are also very large, and human food simply cannot meet their needs. Originally, their parents wanted them to eat together, but after Wang Chen's explanation, they let it go. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fireworks exploding attracted everyone's attention. These are usually fireworks specially organized by the city's government. Individuals are not allowed to release large fireworks, but small ones are allowed. This is for everyone's safety. Woo! Akai was suddenly startled and shouted twice toward the place where the sound came from. It's okay, these are called fireworks. They are beautiful. Look, Wang Chen comforted. The sky was suddenly lit up by colorful fireworks, which came in various shapes. In addition to flowers, there were also many cute pet animal shapes, and there were also mighty and domineering dragon shapes. For a while, everyone forgot about other things and concentrated on watching the fireworks. After this day, the flavor of the new year seems to have faded. Wang Chen actually doesn't like to visit relatives everywhere. It feels troublesome, and many people are not too familiar. However, this year is very different. Just like what his sister said, relatives took the initiative to visit relatives and friends at Wang Chen's house. They also stuffed them with big red envelopes. The brother and sister couldn't stop them, so they had no choice but to accept them. The money was really nothing to Wang Chen. Maybe a mission or just selling something would far exceed this amount. Here, I'll give them all to you. Just take the flowers, but don't buy anything randomly. Wang Chen handed all the red envelopes to Wang Xing. Huh? Really? Don't go back on your word. With this little money, as for it, it's easy for me to make millions now. How many million? Wang Xing's eyes suddenly widened, feeling incredible. Beast Controller, you can make money faster and spend money faster. You will know later. Wang Chen explained to Wang Xing, feeling a little emotional. I also want to become a beast master, just like you. Wang Xing suddenly said seriously. Okay, now you study hard. When you awaken, I will train you well. There will be no shortage of resources. It's a deal. Wang Chen touched her head. Now that Wang Chen was confident, he had more than enough resources to cultivate pet beasts for his sister. What's more, there is still a year and a half before the awakening of the King Star. By then, Wang Chen would not know what his strength was. It would be best to get a talent-changing treasure or a marrow-cleansing pill and give it to his sister. The talent would be better and the future path would be easier. What are the two muttering about? Come on, these belong to your uncles and uncles. Their mother called them over from a distance. Hey, you are already so old. Xiaochen has a lot of potential, unlike my kid who has poor academic performance. What the hell, yours is pretty good too. Xiaochen, when you are free in the future, please give us guidance. Okay, no problem. Wang Chen replied with a smile. After being away from relatives for a few days, it was a rare few days for Wang Chen that he did not practice chain repair. After learning the spiritual method last year, he almost never failed to repair his chain for a day. At this time, he could not forget to repair his chain. After these few days, Wang Chen devoted himself to repairing his chain again. In order to be able to participate in the high school exchange competition, there is still 1 month to reach the lower level of Lord level as much as possible, and the gap with others will be smaller. The competitors are probably all the lower level or peak Lord level, but I am not afraid of anyone. Plus I signed the Tianyuan Ancient Tree. I am very excited about how strong my current combat power is. On January 28th, after celebrating the New Year and visiting relatives on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Wang Chen proposed that he was leaving and preparing to go back to school. Here, you've only been back for more than 10 days, and you're leaving. Does school start so early? The mother was caught off guard when she heard that her son was leaving again. Well, it will be a few days before the official start of school, but I have something I need to do in advance. Wang Chen didn't say anything specific, mainly because he didn't want his parents to worry. He was planning to do some tasks before the start of school to increase his battle experience and earn some resources. What's the matter? It's so urgent. There is a competition next semester. I need to prepare in advance. I can't stay at home all the time. I want to go back to school in advance to prepare. Okay then, when are you leaving? Let's go tomorrow, early in the morning. If our son has ambitions, we should support him. Dad is more supportive. Brother, you should bring a gift next time you come back. Although Wang Xing said with a smile, it could still be seen that he was a little sad. Okay, I will definitely not forget you. I will bring you a better one next time. The next day, February 3rd, Wang Chen took a kai and left home. This departure did not mean not seeing each other again, so the sadness of parting came and went quickly. But this time Wang Chen no longer chose to take the airship, but flew all the way to test a kai's flying distance. Of course, you cannot fly at will in the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Flying within the city is prohibited without a flying permit. You can fly casually in the suburbs, that is, in the wild, as long as it does not affect normal order. I also specially bought the flight route of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Let me plan it. Let's stop in the first level city to see if there are any missions from the Beastmaster Association. By the way, we will go all the way north and end at the Holy Dragon Academy. After the reform of the Holy Dragon Dynasty and 1,000 years of development in the era of comprehensive beast control, the number of beast masters is now very large. In order to facilitate the flight of beast masters, various countries have formulated flight routes, especially urban areas with many people, which need to be bypassed and fly to uninhabited places at will. The speed is quite fast. It has exceeded the speed of an airship. At this speed, we can reach Yangcheng in half a day, which is not bad. After Akai evolved into Shadow Caesar, his size became larger. Wang Chen was much more comfortable and stable sitting on it than before, and was basically not affected by the airflow. 2 pairs of wings and a pair of tail fins made the speed fast and stable, and also saved energy. We'll reach Yangcheng just ahead. Let's go down and take a rest. Akai, how do you feel? How far can you fly in one go? The general meaning is that traveling from Yangcheng to Yangcheng consumes about half of the energy, and flying through a small city will not be enough. It is about 400 to 500 kilometers from Yangcheng to Yangcheng. It seems that the physical strength is still good. It depends on the situation. Do as many tasks as you can. Try to focus on hunting down enemies or hunting exotic beasts. The main thing is to get used to the lineup and familiarize yourself with the skills. Yangcheng is still the same as before. I thought Yangcheng was very prosperous before, but the gap between it and Ding'an City is still too big. Let's go to the Beast Masters Association first to see what tasks there are. Wang Chen went straight to the mission center of the Beastmaster Association in Yangcheng and checked some sea-level missions. Generally, the main force in completing sea-level missions is the Lord-level Beastmasters. Cults are really everywhere. The atmosphere of the Beastmasters in the south is a little weaker, and their strength is not strong enough. Does this also attract the prying eyes of the cult? But then again, what is this cult doing? It only knows how to harm society. I happen to meet the requirements, so I will accept this task. This shows that your Beastmaster level is elite, and you are temporarily unable to accept this mission. The staff member responsible for sending and receiving missions said, "Oh, by the way, I've made a breakthrough. I'm going to upgrade my Beastmaster certificate here. What do I need to do? Please come here. You need to summon 3 pet beasts and test your mental power. Both of them must meet the Lord level requirements." Okay. The staff took Wang Chen to a testing room. The main function of this room was to test various indicators, and the Beastmaster level was only one of them. Please release the 3 signed pet beasts, and this is the spiritual orb. Test the spiritual power here. If it is greater than 5,000, it will be fine. Wang Chen casually summoned a Kai, the snow elf, and the Tianyuan ancient tree. Sure enough, the staff on the side were the same as everyone before. They looked at the 3 pet beasts in shock. For a moment, they didn't know who to look at. Each one was rarer than the last. The appearance of the Tianyuan ancient tree has not changed much after reaching the Lord level. The main reason is that the skills have improved a lot. Since this Tianyuan ancient tree is mutated and has no body, the summoned tree can be called a spirit body. The overall look is relatively illusory, rooted in the ground, but it does not destroy the ground, but passes directly through it. Even if the pet beast is summoned, it is over. The Beast Controllers Association also has regulations that do not pursue the Beastmaster's pet beast. This is other people's secrets. Then Wang Chen put his hand on the spiritual orb and covered it with spiritual power. The numbers on the screen beside him kept rising, and finally stopped at 7,200. Congratulations on passing the test. The level of the Beastmaster is Intermediate Lord level. You have met the requirements. I will apply for the certificate and accept the task for you. Please wait a moment. Okay. Yangcheng Law Enforcement Team. In the Holy Dragon Dynasty, the institutions that manage the entire country's security are roughly divided into three types: the army, the law enforcement team, and the guard. The army is divided into three armies: sea, land, and air. A large number of troops are recruited every year. Although the army needs to face various dangers, the mortality rate is still not low. Newly developed secret areas require the army to explore and face unknown dangers. Country-to-country conflicts, small-scale wars, natural and man-made disasters, etc. all require the army to take the lead. However, the benefits are excellent, especially for pet beasts. Many people go there for exclusive pet beasts. The army has raised relatively excellent pet beasts in three categories: sea, land, and air. For example, the previous Xiang Mao was bred by the army. It has excellent speed and endurance, and has a certain combat effectiveness. The guard is established in every city. It is mainly used to solve minor local disputes. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved, you need to notify the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team belongs to the superior department of the guard. As for the final law enforcement team, it is generally only established in first-level cities. It is very large and only recruits elites. A large number of college graduates will join it every year. The law enforcement team is affiliated to provincial departments and some departments in the imperial city. The main responsibility is to deal with various difficult problems, such as spies, cults, security of important events, etc. Yangcheng is also a first-class city, and its scale is still very large. The buildings of the law enforcement team are also very majestic, even more spectacular than the Beastmaster Association. The Beastmasters Association is mainly large, receiving a large number of Beastmasters every day, and the internal space is relatively large. The law enforcement team is mainly high-rise, with several buildings, each with more than 20 floors. I accepted the assignment from the law enforcement team, and I want to go in. Wang Chen said to the security guard. A few minutes later, Wang Chen entered the law enforcement team and found the contact person in charge of the task according to the address given by the task center. Are you Wang Chen, who has taken over the task of a cult? The person in charge of the task is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a Chinese character face and a very upright look. Yeah, what do I need to do? Come in and talk. There are some people here too. Let me tell you together. The person in charge took Wang Chen to an office, where 4 people were already sitting, 2 men and 2 women, both young and in their 20s, most likely students. Wang Chen casually found a seat and sat down. Hello, my name is Yupeng. You can just call me Captain Yu. For this mission, the 5 of you will be divided into a team to act together. This time, I will mainly introduce you to the cult and the cult members who need to be arrested this time. The 5 people sat up straight and listened carefully. This was indeed their first time hearing about the specific situation of the cult. The cult is a very large organization, but the top management is very secretive. There has not yet been a high-level leader of the cult. Such an organization must have a leader, or even more than one person. As for what the cult does, to be honest, we don't know yet, and we don't know what they want to do. One of the boys asked, the cult has been around for a long time. Haven't we caught them and tortured them to get information? Of course we tried, but they all seem to have signed some evil ritual. Every time we asked them for key information, their entire bodies would turn into pus and blood. It was very cruel. It's so scary. One girl was startled. But the cult must be doing some secret experiments on humans and pet beasts, because each of them basically shows signs of fusion, but their strength is lower than that of a normal domain Lord-level Beastmaster. We guess that they forcibly combine powerful pet beasts and humans, and then exert more powerful power. Therefore, they need to capture a large number of people and pet beasts. Low-level Beastmasters are their main targets, and they can meet their requirements at the same time. The goal of this mission was to capture one secretly, but we were eventually discovered. When we were about to prepare an operation to arrest him, we didn't let him run away in advance. His strength is at the domain lord level, but he suffered some injuries and entered the mountains to the north, so we urgently need a covering search with flying pets. Then when are we leaving? Another man couldn't wait to leave. Let's set off immediately. No unauthorized actions are allowed at that time. We need to follow the arrangements of the law enforcement team, Captain Yu said with a serious face. When performing tasks outside, the most taboo thing is to act without authorization and harm others and yourself. The 5 people nodded in agreement. Captain Yu distributed temporary law enforcement licenses to all 5 of them. They had certain permission rights, but the main purpose was not to accidentally injure their teammates. You all have flying pets. Come with me. Captain Yu directly summoned a rock bird. The giant winged roc is a flying pet beast cultivated by the military. There is a high probability that the members of the law enforcement team have served in the military before. Judging from their size, they are also relatively large. At the very least, they are domain lord-level rocs. The remaining 4 people are most likely locals or students from the nearby Beastmaster Academy. The pet beasts summoned by 3 of them are featherblade chickens. The pet beast of the remaining boy is a unicorn, which can also be regarded as a flying pet beast. Feathered chicken is a relatively common flying pet beast with low talent potential. Even if it reaches the lord level, it has reached the top. Its flying ability is reasonable, and its attack power is also good. As for the one-horned fairy, it is an insect-like pet beast, which is much better than the featherblade chicken, but its attack ability is really single, that is, direct collision. Akai looks very different. At first glance, he looks domineering, but then you will be confused. What kind of pet beast is this? Generally speaking, most pet beasts have traces of ordinary animals in nature. They may have been a family a long time ago, but for Akai, there is no animal similar to it. However, time was urgent. Although everyone was curious, they did not ask any more questions. They just followed Captain Yu closely. Captain Yu also glanced at Akai secretly and stopped paying attention to it. After a 20-minute flight, we finally arrived at the mountain range to the north. The place had been sealed off, and there were more than a dozen guard personnel and 4 members of the law enforcement team standing outside. Captain Yu, you are here. You have made an important discovery. As soon as we landed, a female law enforcement officer from the law enforcement team came over to report. Judging from the situation, she should be a member of Captain Yu. What's going on? Who are these 5? They are all here for this mission. They are all very capable and have the right to know the details of the mission. Okay, according to the deputy captain's tracking, we found a secret base in the mountain. In order not to alert others, the deputy captain just locked the location of the base and did not enter. It is not clear how many people are inside, but there is a high probability that there is more than one person. The female team member truthfully reported the news she had just received. This is a difficult problem. It's difficult to allocate members because we're not sure how many people there are. Captain Yu is still very strict. This kind of uncertain information can kill people. That base doesn't look very big from the outside. It's built inside a cave. According to the deputy captain's detection, the internal space is not that big. Well, let me think about it. Captain Yu is thinking about how to arrange personnel. The opponent's strength is basically at the domain lord level. Although there are many people on his side, the effective combat power is really small. The deputy captain is a detection-type beastmaster and is not good at fighting. The female team member in front of him is at the domain lord level, and the rest of the team members have not yet reached the domain lord level. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, I remembered 2 machine sounds, which were the sounds from the communicator on the waist of the female team member. There is a situation. After reading the message, the female team member looked at the captain solemnly. What's wrong? The vice captain sent a message saying that 2 people went out from the base and ran away separately. Let us quickly surround them, but we are not sure if there are still people in the base. What should we do? Captain, the situation is now very urgent, and everyone can't wait to go into the mountain immediately after hearing the news. Each member of the law enforcement team will take 1 person and go into the mountain in pairs. Lilei and I, Xiaoling, and you will take Wang Chen. Our 2 teams will chase the 2 people who escaped. The rest of the team will go to the deputy captain to wait and follow his orders. Captain Yu quickly assigned the team members. Captain Yu took the man whose pet beast was a unicorn, Wang Chen, and a team of law enforcers called Xiaoling Female. They were all assigned based on their strength. Strength was definitely the most important thing to pursue the cult. Get started. Yes. Xiaoling has been in contact with the deputy captain. He doesn't know what special ability the deputy captain has. He can track the 2 people who ran away and report their positions in real time. One of them is facing north and the other is facing west, so they can only divide the troops into two groups. Let's go to the north, you go to the west. If you lose, just run away and send me a message. I will try my best to support you. Captain Yu assigned the task with a solemn expression. He didn't want any of his team members to die. What's more, there were some young people who took the task this time. It wouldn't be worth it if they died. Xiaoling glanced at Wang Chen and responded, "Okay, I understand. Act separately." The four people dispersed and left in two directions. Wang Chen, right? When we meet the cult members later, I will be responsible for the main attack, and you will assist me on the side. Have you performed similar tasks before? Yeah, I've done it. I'm fine with it. That's good. Then the two of them continued to exchange a few words, mainly about the types and skills of their pet beasts. They wanted to have a general understanding so that they would not panic during the battle. The members of the law enforcement team are worthy of being law enforcers with outstanding abilities. After briefly talking about it, Xiaoling formulated a combat strategy. She is a domain master-level beast master who can undergo fusion transformation and is responsible for fighting the enemy hand-to-hand. Wang Chen will then continue to assist and control Ning without needing his output, otherwise safety issues will not be guaranteed. Of course, Wang Chen agreed. He was not so big that he could compete with the domain lord level. His snow elves and ancient Tianyuan trees could provide assistance, and Akai could also provide long-range attack support. By the way, he could try out the newly awakened skills of the pet beasts. We're almost there. Cheer up, we're only 200 meters away. I saw him, riding a speeding dog, but it didn't look very fast. Wang Chen's eyesight was very good, and he had already seen a man running on a mount on the ground. That shouldn't be the pet he signed. It should be a traveling pet that he bought temporarily, so its speed is relatively average. After all, Xiaoling has experience and has hunted down many criminals. He can deduce the general situation from just some small details. Prepare to attack, stop him. The starry sky pony Xiaoling rides on is also a state-controlled pet animal, and not everyone can sign it. It looks like a horse, is dark blue in color, and has a little starlight. It has an unknown power that can fly in the air, just like a divine pony flying freely in the starry sky, hence the name. Starry horse, use starlight. Akai, the light of destruction. The two launched attacks at the same time, preparing to stop the cult members running on the ground. As expected, the starlight exploded out of thin air in front of Speedy Dog, and the light of annihilation also scratched a line in front of Speedy Dog, cutting a crack. The two attacked from the side, frightening Speedy Dog so much that it was forced to stop. Damn it, it's coming so soon. But you are really underestimated. Can you take me down with just one of you, a domain lord and a lord? After being forced to stop, the man on the speeding dog jumped down, took back the beast, revealed a somewhat dark face, pointed at the two people in the air, and made wild remarks. Wang Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Field cat, fusion transformation. Xiaoling jumped directly from the air and summoned a cat with a leaf in its mouth. The tail was green and fluffy. Then there was a green light that obscured the two figures. Different colors showed different attributes. Green was obviously the wood type. This is the first time I have actually seen a fusion-type domain lord-level transformation. A year ago, I taught my instructor's pet beast to transform into a spear, which is a weapon. Wang Chen stared at the two people seriously, wanting to learn how the domain lord-level battles are different, and how they are different from the lord level. After the transformation, the little spirit is a green catwoman, with a pair of triangular green cat ears growing on her head. Her limbs are more slender, and a big furry tail grows from behind her that keeps shaking. Her hands and feet turn into cat claws, revealing pointed nails, and her limbs are on the ground, crawling, staring at the enemy in front of her motionlessly, like a wild cat catching prey. If she doesn't move, it will be fatal if she moves. You're a little kitten, haha. Let's see how I tear you into pieces. The dark man's expression gradually became ferocious. His veins popped out, his body grew taller, his muscles expanded, and his clothes burst. His limbs became covered with fur, a slender tail grew on his butt, for long fangs sprouted from his mouth, and his eyes became red. Strange. Why didn't he summon the pet when he transformed? I don't know what kind of pet it is. It's most likely an ape-type pet. The power of violence. The transformed cult man roared angrily, his fists ignited with the power of red flames, and he went straight towards Xiaoling, punching her one after another. Xiaoling's advantage is his agility and quickness. He used his strength to avoid his direct punches time and time again, and tried to counterattack between attacks. However, the opponent's defense was too high, and it was difficult for Xiaoling's normal attacks to cause damage to him. Claw strike. Xiaoling's cat claw nails grew longer, and she scratched the opponent's body quickly and frequently, leaving scars on his body, but they were only scratches and could not cause disabling or fatal injuries. Is this all a kitten can do? It doesn't hurt or itch. If there's nothing else, it's my turn. The cult man curled his arms in front of him, tensed his muscles, resisting the claw attacks again and again, and then swung his arms outwards to repel the little spirit. The starry sky pony, the stars are shining brightly. After Xiaoling was repulsed, he turned twice in the air to relieve his force, and then landed smoothly. Then he directed the starry sky horse still in the air to attack from a distance. Boo-hoo! Several light points emanated from the starry sky horse and shot towards the cult man. Haha! It's useless, wolf spirit cannon. After the cult man roared angrily, a wolf head sprouted from his left shoulder. He opened his mouth and sprayed out balls of flame cannons to block the starlight attack. This? What is this? Can't a person only fuse with his natal pet? Although Wang Chen knew that the territory lord level could fuse with his natal pet, he had never heard that two could be fused, let alone such a nondescript form. The people in the cult are indeed cruel and cruel. They used ordinary beast masters to conduct experiments, and they actually produced results. This is the fusion of two pet beasts. What do you ordinary people know? This is the true path of a beast master. Since the domain lord level can complete the fusion of humans and beasts, then you can fuse 2, 3, 4, or even infinite ones at the lord level. How powerful the beast master will become by then, huh? The cult man became more and more excited as he talked, and his expression was already a little crazy. Drool was drooling from the corners of his mouth. His eyes had lost the whites of their eyes and became red and expressionless. Crazy, you are already crazy. The animal nature in your brain has overtaken your humanity. You will become like a beast and eventually go crazy to death. Xiaoling said with a sigh as she saw that the man in front of her was already half crazy. Stop talking nonsense. Show your true strength. Kill you and me, and the kids over there. And I can run out, huh? With a bang sound, the cult man bent his knees and gathered strength, jumping up to a height of more than 10 meters. Wang Chen, be careful, he is going for you. It was too late for Xiaoling to stop him at this time. Fire roar. The cult man jumping in the air was unable to carry out a second stage attack because he had no relay point. He could only launch a long-range attack by relying on the time he stayed in the air. Snow Elf, Weak Ice Seal, Frost Protection, Tianyuan Ancient Tree, Mental Interference, Tianyuan Domain. Wang Chen stood on Akai's back without any panic. With his current ability, although he couldn't compete with him, it was more than enough to resist his attack. The Snow Elf has newly awakened 2 skills, and Seal of Weak Ice is one of them. Its function is to directly attach to the enemy's body or skills, which can weaken the enemy's damage or the damage of the skills that have been released. As for the 2 skills Tianyuan Ancient Tree just released, mental interference mainly affects the cult man himself, affecting his mental power and affecting the accuracy of his skills. Tianyuan Domain mainly increases the skill effects of teammates, and can also increase defense to a certain extent. Wang Chen released all the skills that he could use to effectively resist attacks. When the flames roared towards Wang Chen, with the help of skills that weakened the enemy and buffed his own side, the power had been weakened a lot, and there was no lethality anymore. Akai easily blocked it. You are not an easy boy. You made a profit this time. When I kill that little kitten, I will capture you and dedicate it to the church. It will be a great achievement, haha. When the cult man saw Wang Chen easily counteracting his attack, he was not angry but happy, as if he had caught him and was looking forward to receiving a reward from the leader. We can't delay it any longer, Wang Chen. If you have any skills, just use them. I'm going to use my full strength to fight quickly. Okay. Starry Sky Pony, come back. At this time, Xiaoling took the Starry Sky Pony back into the sea of consciousness, and then a faint film of light emitted from his body. Kitten is not simple yet. He can also use borrowed power. It seems a bit tricky. The cult man suddenly narrowed his eyes and became serious. After the Beast Master level reaches the Domain Lord level, the Beast Master can merge and transform with his natal pet. This is the most basic ability, but it also requires the natal pet beast and the Beast Master to reach the state of emotional resonance. Generally speaking, the Beast Master and the pet beast can work hard to cultivate a relationship for 1 or 2 years to achieve this. The bond between the Beast Master and the pet is divided into 4 stages: tacit understanding of combat, emotional resonance, connection of minds, and the integration of human and pet. Borrowing power is a method. You can borrow the power of other pet beasts that have signed a contract. You only need to take back the sea of consciousness and reach the state of mind-to-heart communication with the pet beast. This state requires a certain degree of difficulty. Many beast masters cannot reach it, and even just use the pet beast as a tool. Of course, such a person cannot have a mind-to-heart connection with the pet beast. The cult has avoided this problem to a certain extent, using unknown means to forcibly fuse the beasts and the masters. The masters are the masters, and the beasts have no freedom. They are like slaves and cannot even leave the sea of consciousness. This kind of abuse of the beasts is rejected by everyone in the entire continent. Stop talking nonsense. You evil cultists have committed all kinds of evil, and I will punish you on the spot today. Xiao Ling shouted violently and jumped up from the ground. Glow-tearing claw. Xiao Ling's body was wrapped in dots of starlight. His hands became larger, and his nails extended outward, becoming long, sharp, and radiant. A claw swung out and slapped the cult man on the back, causing a roaring sound. Is this borrowing power? Combining the ability of the Starry Sky Horse with that of the natal pet, a more powerful ability can be unleashed. Wang Chen stood far away and witnessed everything that happened. Of course, he also heard their conversation and understood that this was a Domain Lord level borrowing ability. Akai, try your newly awakened skills. Ouch! Curse of the Night. After giving the order, Akai's eyes glowed red and he looked directly at the cult man. The whole scene looked weird. Who is it? What did you do to me? Why can't I feel anything? Damn it! The cult man jumped on the spot, waving his hands randomly and shouting angrily. Good job. Keep attacking. When Xiaoling saw this scene, she knew it was Wang Chen who had taken action. Wang Chen had only told her that he had control skills before, but she didn't expect them to be so powerful. Then, while he was going crazy, he kept sneak attacking him. This time Akai was promoted to Lord level and awakened 2 powerful skills. One is Curse of the Night, which is an auxiliary control skill. Its effect is to deprive the enemy of the 5 senses. For ordinary beast masters, this is very fatal, but it cannot deprive the enemy of the 6th sense. People with a sensitive sense of danger can still fight. Try another skill, Dream Breaking and Killing. Then the whole body slowly turned black, as if being eroded by dark energy, but his body seemed to have an autonomous defense function. The wolf head on his shoulders actually absorbed all the dark energy and finally died slowly, with very little impact on his whole body. Dream Breaker is a comprehensive skill which can not only affect the enemy's psychology, enter the enemy's inner world, produce scenes of horror, shock the soul, but also cause harm to the body. In the inner world of the cult man, there is a huge black beast, which is the huge version of Akai, but it looks more ferocious and occupies the whole world. And he is pinched in one of its claws, and the power of his body is completely unable to be used. Being watched by this behemoth, he feels that its breath and every move can kill him, and then his body trembles involuntarily. No, this is fake. Fake. Yes, it is fake. After about 10 seconds, the cult man finally woke up and regained consciousness, but it was too late, because his entire body was covered with scars. Such injuries made it impossible for him to be able to fight. The beast's fusion state was finally forced to be released, and it returned to its original appearance, which was also full of scars. After the Domain Lord level Beast Master's fusion transformation is released, the injuries suffered by the body will be equally divided between the Beast Master and the pet beast. If someone hits you to the point of being forced into contact, you will definitely suffer a very serious injury. Okay, this completes the mission. Xiaoling took out the rope and tied him tightly so that he could not resist. You, it's you, what kind of skill is that? And why is it so scary? After being tied up, the cult man finally became more awake. He stared blankly at Wang Chen and asked through gritted teeth. It's because your mental endurance is too poor. You have been transformed by a cult and have power that does not belong to you. As long as you receive the slightest influence from the outside world, you will collapse. Wang Chen said slowly while looking at the cult man sitting on the ground with his hands behind his back. Ha ha ha, is that so? Wang Chen told the truth, but not entirely for this reason. As a newly awakened skill, the effect is of course very significant. Even people with a determined heart will still be affected by this skill, but it will not last for such a long time, maybe only a few seconds. But in addition, the impact on the enemy's body is also huge, destroying it from the inside out, and ordinary people cannot resist it. Huh? What's going on? What happened to him? Wang Chen suddenly asked. Leave quickly, he will turn into blood. Be careful if he gets splashed, it is highly poisonous. Upon seeing this, Xiaoling quickly pulled Wang Chen and ran behind the big tree 50 meters away, looking at the familiar scene in front of him. There are certain reasons why cults can exist for such a long time. Too many people want to gain power and actively join the cult. Some people are forced to join the cult. Such a mixed bag of people can be easily infiltrated, so everyone has a bomb set. If they want to reveal leaked information, they will die. Some people who do not want to be caught by official personnel will detonate it in advance. From Wang Chen's perspective, the body of the cult man not far away kept flashing. Sometimes it was red and expanded, and sometimes it returned to its original color and shrank. After changing back and forth more than a dozen times, there was a bang, explosion, and then there was nothing. Only a pool of blood on the ground proved that there was someone here before. The blood was still eroding the plants on the ground, and thick black smoke was emitted. The sound of beep sounded again, and it was from the vice captain. All the victims captured by the cult were hidden in the basement of the base. They have been rescued. Now only the captain is left. I wonder how they are doing. After reading the message, Xiaoling first breathed a sigh of relief, and then became worried about the captain's condition. Captain, you should be fine. That's true. The captain is much stronger than me. Let's go back to the vice president's place first and wait for the captain to come back. You must have contributed a lot to the successful kill this time. I will report the truth to the captain. Xiaoling looked at Wang Chen with admiration. He was young and so powerful. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Xiaoling, you are back. Where is the cult member? Did he run away? After Xiaoling and Wang Chen returned to the base, the deputy captain asked with concern. He died. We worked together to arrest him, and then he blew himself up and turned into blood. Xiaoling said helplessly. That's it. Well done. That's what cults are like. Hasn't the captain contacted you yet? Xiaoling was a little worried. She had completed the task, but the captain still didn't return. The captain just sent me a message. It's over. The cult member he was chasing ran too far and eventually blew himself up. He's on his way back. That's it. Then I'll be relieved. Is the captured Beastmaster okay? They are fine. There are 3 people arrested in total. 2 of them have been arrested for 5 days. The last one was arrested the day before yesterday. It was in order to arrest the 3rd person that our people caught their whereabouts. From what they said, it seemed that they were going to be transported away in the end, but there was no time to execute it. The cult is so rampant. The lower-level Beastmasters in Western Zhejiang are too dangerous to encounter alone and cannot be defeated. I hope the higher-ups will destroy the cult as soon as possible. Well, it's easier said than done. We know too little about them. We don't know how many members there are, how many senior leaders there are, the strength of the leader, the location of the headquarters and branches, etc. That's right. Xiaoling, who was still very angry at first, was suddenly poured cold water on by the vice captain's words, and she no longer felt confident in speaking. Wang Chen stood silently aside, thinking about what happened today. This was the first time he understood the dark side of the Shenglong dynasty. He had lived in the small city of Yangcheng for more than 10 years, carefree, and thought the whole world was like this. Later, he was admitted to the Holy Dragon Academy. As the top academy of the Holy Dragon dynasty, the city was developed, the teachers were strong, and there were countless strong people. The cult members did not dare to get even half a step closer. I didn't expect that there are so many dangers in other cities. If I have the opportunity in the future, I still want to see more and experience more, especially in the north. I heard that it is particularly chaotic and completely different from the south. Long wait, we are back. While Wang Chen was thinking, the captain and the man from the Unicorn Ferry also flew back from the north and landed on the ground. Captain, members of the law enforcement team responded one after another. Okay, not bad. No one was injured. The mission was successfully completed. Captain, you specifically stayed on Wang Chen and Xiao Ling for a moment. His eyes were slightly stunned, looking a little surprised, but he quickly adjusted back and then said with a smile. The strength of the two cult members encountered this time was not simple. Especially the person he encountered had been running away to the north. After the beast fusion and transformation, 4 wings sprouted from his back. He was extremely fast and almost made him escape from the forest and return to the city. The consequences would be disastrous. In order to prevent him from succeeding, I could only use all my strength to stop him. His attacks were easily dodged by him. I was not as fast as him. I had to protect another person from time to time. I fought very passively. In the end, I relied on my rich experience to wear the opponent to death. The 5 members of the law enforcement team plus the deputy captain, the 5 who received the mission, and the 3 who were kidnapped in the end, a total of 14 people, walked down the mountain safely. Along the way, Xiao Ling told the captain about Wang Chen's contribution. Everyone looked at Wang Chen in surprise, not expecting that it was the cult member that Wang Chen and Xiao Ling defeated together. Captain, you had no doubt after hearing this. From the first sight of Wang Chen's pet beast, he could feel the aura of a strong man. Although it was only Lord level, its aura was no weaker than some domain Lord level pet beasts, and even surpassed them. That's why Wang Chen was assigned to the weaker Xiao Ling. Everyone has worked hard. This time we eliminated 2 cult members and successfully rescued 3 hostages. This is a great achievement. I will reward you 5 people who took on the task based on your contribution. Thank you, Captain. We didn't help much this time. One of the girls said, a little embarrassed. That's different. Now that you're here, of course it's okay. The group of people quickly left the mountain and arrived at the law enforcement department building. The man from the Unicorn Ferry was called to a room alone, and the other 2 women and 1 man went to another room. Only Wang Chen and Captain Yu were left in the office. Your rewards are different from those of them. Among the 4 of them, except for the pet beast who is a unicorn who helped me a little, the other 3 did not contribute much. You are different. It can be said that you can account for half of the people who can defeat the cult. Captain Yu is so complimentary. This is the list of 3rd-level items for our law enforcement team. You can choose one to take away. Captain Yu took out a list from the drawer. The list is about 3 or 4 pages long. At a glance, it is basically all kinds of essence blocks and metals, and a few magic weapons. What should I choose? Wang Chen held the list in his left hand and touched his chin with his right hand, looking very hesitant. I don't need metal for the time being. I don't have dark essence. Ice essence and wood essence are all fine. This wood magic weapon is not suitable for the Tianyuan ancient tree. The Tianyuan ancient tree has lost its entity due to special reasons. Ordinary magic weapons cannot be worn normally. Wang Chen analyzed each one based on his own situation. How about it? Have you chosen? Let's take this ice essence. Wang Chen pointed to the picture of a hexagonal ice cube on the famous list. Ice essence is accumulated over many years in extremely cold places and is very beneficial to all ice beasts. Okay, I'll have someone bring it to you. Sit down and rest for a while. Captain Yu waved his hand and motioned for Wang Chen to sit down. Wang Chen, are you a student of Holy Dragon Academy? Captain Yu suddenly asked. To be honest, Captain, I am indeed a student of Holy Dragon Academy. Oh, you are so young and promising. I apologize to you in advance. When I came back just now, I briefly checked your information. It showed that a person named Wang Chen was admitted to the Holy Dragon Academy in Yangcheng in the Advanced Academy examination a year ago. But when I saw you, I had some doubts. It's okay, I understand. Mine does have some opportunities. It's just that the level increases faster. I'm being modest. It's been more than 10 years since I became a beast master, but your promotion speed is unheard of. When Captain Yu said this, he looked somewhat emotional. He lamented that it took him 4 years to reach the territory lord level. and he was stuck at the territory lord level for 10 years, while a junior would reach the lord level in half a year, and maybe reach the territory lord level in another half a year. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. "Captain, the supplies have been dispatched. Come in." A clerk came in, holding a small box in his hand, which should be the ice essence. He handed it to the captain and left. "Your reward." Wang Chen took it and opened it. It was exactly the same as the one in the picture. The hexagonal ice crystals exuded the unique cold feeling of the ice system, adding a sense of coolness in this cold winter. "Thank you. If nothing happens, I'm leaving. I'm just going back to school and doing some tasks on the way." "Okay, then I won't keep you here. You can come to me when you get to Yangcheng." "Definitely." Yangcheng's cult mission ended here, and it didn't take much time. It was completed in one day, and he continued flying north, preparing to go to Lingmu City, the provincial capital city in the south. Lingmu City is the largest and most prosperous city in the south. Not only does Lingmu Academy attract a large number of students, but it also has the largest spiritual plant and spiritual fruit planting area. A large number of low-level spiritual plant and spiritual fruit are planted to meet the needs of the entire Holy Dragon Dynasty's beast masters and ordinary people. Even other regions and even other countries will go to purchase goods and then sell them overseas. Lingmu City is indeed good, but the strength of the beast masters is really not that good. Without a strong country to rely on, this area may not be invaded frequently. Wang Chen sat on Akai's back, with the snow elf next to him. He was still holding the ice crystal that Wang Chen had just obtained. He was slowly absorbing it, looking very happy, and his eyes narrowed happily. "Akai, lower the altitude and prepare to land. Lingmu City is the core city, and we have to land 10 kilometers from the edge of the city. Flying is prohibited. The higher the city level, the higher the defense level, and the requirements for no flying are more stringent. Violators may be fined in mild cases or detained in severe cases. Rebels can even be suppressed on the spot. Lingmu City has a strong natural atmosphere, and there are almost no traces of mechanical industry. The city gate is composed of 2 huge willow trees, and some artificial walls and special materials are added to form it. There is also a green forest outside the city gate, with a wide road opened in the middle for pedestrians to travel. Wang Chen walked through this avenue and reached the city gate, which was also guarded by members of the military and law enforcement teams. He needed to swipe his ID card or Beastmaster's certificate to enter. The biggest feeling after entering was the excitement and prosperity. From the outside, I thought it was the same as in ancient times, but the inside was not bad at all. The biggest feature is that there are more small vendors, the hawking sounds are very noisy, and there is no sense of technology like in other cities. Let's see what missions there are first. There should be more missions in the core city. Wang Chen found someone to ask around and found the Beast Controllers Association. Generally speaking, as a relatively important department, the Beast Tamer Association is not located too far away. It is usually located in the city center to make it easier for everyone to find it quickly. The Beastmaster Association is different from those in other cities. Wang Chen looked at a towering tree in front of him. The Beastmaster Association of Lingmu City is different from other cities. It is built in a giant tree with a hollow interior. It is divided into several floors. Each floor has different functions. The business that ordinary Beastmasters need to handle, such as task acceptance, Beastmaster assessment, etc., are all on the first floor. The mission center has been found. It's here. Wang Chen almost didn't find the place. The task center he usually encountered was managed by staff, and there was a large screen next to it that displayed the task type. This place is similar to leaflets, with tasks clearly written on them. You can pick them up by yourself. However, you cannot accept tasks at will. If you do not complete them, your next time to receive the task will be limited to prevent someone from maliciously intercepting the task. It feels a bit troublesome, but it also has advantages. At least the task requirements are clearly written. Some tasks provide very little information, and many people will be deceived. Wang Chen looked at the task lists one by one. In urgent need of wood essence, buy it at a high price. What's going on? Wang Chen saw several pictures like this, and they were not posted by the same person. Many of them were by different people. You don't know yet. Tomorrow is the day when the Tree King's secret realm opens. Everyone is ready to go in and give it a try. Hearing Wang Chen's voice, The young man who was also looking at the task list smiled and responded to Wang Chen's question. The secret realm of the Tree King? What is that? Wang Chen asked his doubts. You are not a local. The secret realm of the Tree King is a secret realm in Lingmu City that opens every few years. In fact, there is nothing in it, except for a king-level wood-type pet beast. Legend has it that it was the pet beast of the first-generation Lingmu City Lord. Every time he wakes up, he will select some wood-type beasts as gifts. So many people want to take wood-type essence before entering to increase the concentration of wood-type elements as much as possible. The young man said a lot in one breath, and roughly introduced the reason why the task list appeared. Oh, can everyone come in? Are there any restrictions? When it comes to restrictions, there are still some. First of all, the effect on pet beasts above the domain lord level is very limited, so generally pet beasts below the domain lord level will enter. Secondly, you must have a wood-type pet, otherwise it will be useless. You must also pass identity verification. Of course, illegal elements cannot enter. If you want to participate, you can wait until tomorrow. The ruins should be opened tomorrow morning. After saying this, he left. Tree King, he just meets the requirements. Let's go and have a look. It would be nice to meet the king-level pet beast. Wang Chen noted this down, so he didn't prepare for other tasks. He just waited for the secret realm to open. I don't know if the Tianyuan ancient tree can also receive gifts. Its situation is quite special, and I don't know what this gift is. Sure enough, early the next morning, a large number of beast masters had gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, almost all of them who were younger and owned wood-type beasts. Hey, there are quite a lot of people. It was already a little late when Wang Chen came, and the 3 floors inside and outside were packed with people. Brother, I have a map. If you want it, I'll give it to you cheaply. Wang Chen, who was looking forward, suddenly felt his hand being pulled and whispered to himself. Map? Does this secret realm still need a map? Wang Chen really didn't understand. You can tell from the first glance that you are not a local, so we won't tell anyone. This secret realm will only be opened once in a long time. The situation inside is not that simple. If you want to see the Tree King, you need to pass through many different terrains, and you can't use pet beasts, so you can only walk. With a map, isn't it clear where there are shortcuts? Since the map is so good, why don't you use it? Why do you tell me? And you are not afraid that I will steal your opportunity. Wang Chen is not easily fooled, and he will encounter pie-in-the-sky things for no reason. Oh, my talent is limited, so I just need to make a small amount of money temporarily. The map seller said with a smile. Forget it. I don't need it. You can find someone else. Wang Chen decisively rejected him. Really, it's very cheap. I think you are destined, so I will give it to you for only 1,000 yuan. The hawker did not give up and tried to persuade Wang Chen. Wang Chen was unmoved and did not reply. He left the hawker alone. In the end, the hawker stopped wasting time and ran away to look for the next victim. It's open. It's open. The secret realm is open. The person standing at the front suddenly shouted loudly. Then the whole ground trembled slightly, which was the precursor to the opening of the secret realm. This is still a secret realm without danger. If you encounter a secret realm that has not been explored inside, or a new secret realm appears, there will be violent movements, space fluctuations, ground cracks, etc. will appear. Buzz. The entire space began to tremble, making a harsh sound at a very high frequency. The duration was very short, and a huge interdimensional space door was opened. According to the official definition, the secret realm with king-level strength is also called the 6th-level secret realm. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more powerful people inside it, the more pet beasts that survive, and the greater the movement when it is opened. This can be regarded as a reminder to ordinary people, but for beast masters, they cannot quietly enter the high-level secret realm, which will attract the prying eyes of more beast masters.